hit the showers. Do it for the doubters and the unbelievers. Better pray to Jesus if you need a breather. You're still undefeated.
Please turn that speaker up.
Who in here trying to get
Yeah, it's been a minute. On call, shining hard. Got a ball on them all. Put in work till I'm tired. Bringing number 5. Name all the lights, gotta do it right to the dag spot. Whoa, that crowd noise can't faze me. I'm not scared to go back to all of that hard work that made me. I glow, illuminate the whole city. The job ain't done till it's finished, and now it's time to replenish, huh? You ain't gotta come with me, but it's something here when it's chillin', yeah. No foul when I touch down, but I'm showing out in your hometown. I'll tear the roof off the building. Dreams I had in my younger years, I bounced back when life hit me. And I ain't seen no one with me, huh? One in front the other, that's the only way to run it. Rain, sleet, or snow, yeah, I gotta keep it coming. B-grade, affirmation of a real one. Just put up some more points, gotta make you feel solid. Go get it, go get it, yeah. On the road with it, in my zone, winning every year. Set the tone when I'm on the road, feel it in the air. Check the stats, this is facts, I'ma get it anywhere. Gotta go get it, go get it, yeah. On the road with it, in my zone, winning every year. Set the tone when I'm on the road, feel it in the air. Check the stats, this is facts, I'ma get it anywhere. Used to take them trains to the games in the rain. Life changed nowadays, I don't even have complaints. Clothes and some gas in the tank was the aim. Numbers on the back that attached to the name. What's the purpose? I'm breaking curses behind the curtains for certain. So electric, I feel the surges. My urges to be the greatest, forget the status. It's crazy, I almost gave it, I couldn't take it. What's the payoff? I ain't worried about a layoff. Don't need a day off, I'ma work it until it take off. Follow my nose, until I dig up the gold. I'm like, here it goes. I ain't giving nothing but chaos. You know that the price of admission ain't being gifted. Gotta stay consistent on long journeys of distance. This is not perspective, this is only persistence. Some call it legend and others a superstition. Gotta go get it, go get it, yeah. On the road with it, in my zone, winning every year. Set the tone when I'm on the road, feel it in the air. Check the stats, this is facts, I'ma get it anywhere. Gotta go get it, go get it, yeah. On the road with it, in my zone, winning every year. Set the tone when I'm on the road, feel it in the air. Check the stats, this is facts, I'ma get it anywhere.
competition fun to me. Many try to hang, but not too many can run with me. Wanna try your luck? Let it go on a count of 3. 1, 2, 3, let's go. Call me the best cause I'm letting my best show. I'm coming with a force and I don't tiptoe. Either I'm fast or you are too slow. I'm not telling you what I think, I'm telling you what I know. And you don't have to like me, but I know you need me for sure. It's best you believe me. This is hard work, nothing about this is easy. It's tough, it's tough. Being good ain't never good enough. It's tough, it's tough. Give your all while never giving up. It's tough, it's tough. Being good ain't never good enough. It's tough, it's tough. Give your all while never giving up. I was born ready to play. I hustle and I grind for it every day. They say I'm battle tested in every way. Catch me if you can, I'm ahead and you ain't. I came too far for me to backslide. I took off and didn't land, I'm that fly. If you need the job done, I am that guy. Go and ask them, they'll say I am him. I'm not telling you what I think, I'm telling you what I know. And you don't have to like me, but I know you need me for sure. It's best you believe me. This is hard work, nothing about this is easy. It's tough, it's tough. Being good ain't never good enough. It's tough, it's tough. Give your all while never giving up. It's tough, it's tough. Being good ain't never good enough. It's tough, it's tough. Give your all while never giving up. There's an iron wind, and I am him. There's an iron wind, and I am him. If you get knocked down, get up. Yeah, I know that's right. If you get knocked down, get up. Get up. Get up.
We on the way. We on the way. It's game time, yeah. We on the way. We back in your city, we back. I gotta get to it, in fact. No, never no time to relax. I'm packing the stacks, you packing your bags. Okay, I step on the field, it's a wrap. They cannot keep up with the laps. No way. I put their record in a pass, you know it's a fact. Confirming the stats. Game time, game time, game time. They about to step on a landmine. Dialed in like a landline. Don't let them talk, I don't pay them on. Walked in with the mindset. Money line, that's a big bet. Top 10, I'm a prospect. Turn a problem to a profit. Top 10, I'm a prospect. Turn a problem to a. We on the way. We on the way. We on the way. We on the way. It's game time, yeah. We on the way. Whole team know the mission. Gotta focus all senses. Gassed up, no omission. Eyes on the vision. Gotta handle business. 100 yards on a play. Big dubs on the way. 2 play, it'll be played. Get up out my face, we are not the same. Get down in the city, I'm back on the base. Gotta get to it, no playing it safe. Running the game, they running away. They running their mouth, you know they are fake. Pick a side, pick a side. Okay, is you on for the ride? Okay, new kid on the block, next up, blessed up on the rise. New kid on the block, next up, blessed up on the. We on the way. We on the way. We on the way. We on the way. It's game time, yeah. We on the way.
Click, click, bang, bang, I'm alright. I'm the one they talk about up in the streets. I'm the big bad one, don't approach me. Real cute and I'm crazy when I see. Kiss you with methods, you won't be sleeping for a week. Don't fuck, don't touch, yeah, I bite back. I'm sick in the head, but you like that. Nobody see that bitch, you'll never be me. Supersonic cycle, cut you down on your knees.
when I pull up on the scene like, let's get it, no limit, I get her, way clean, I whip it, the biggest, a boss, the dream. Down, I had to level up the team, loud, now it's rebel everything. The B, the E, the S, the T, the G, the O, the A, the T. Now it's rebels on your scene. It's the season with the time light. Somebody tell them get their mind right. Catch me speeding through the traffic with the limelights. Headed to my future, that's the limelight. G-O-A-T, Z-O, that's pay me. We woke, they sleep, we cold, and they weak. No need to ask the question, cause we showing up. Cause when it's going down, bet we going up. Found, I had to level up the team. Loud, now it's rebel everything. Let's get it, no limit, I get her, way clean, I whip it, the biggest, a boss, the dream. Found, I had to level up the team. Loud, now it's rebel everything. The B, the E, the S, the T, the G, the O, the A, the T. Yeah. Now it's rebel everything. Now it's rebels on your scene. Go, yeah. Drop down to get at 'em. Lock down like it's practice. Pop out to get active. They ask who is the ruler. Right now I'm the captain. They love cause we the shooters. We team up and go tag 'em. Yeah. Found, I had to level up the team. Loud, now it's rebel everything. Let's get it, no limit, I get her, way clean, I whip it, the biggest, a boss, the dream. Found, I had to level up the team. Loud, now it's rebel everything. The E, the S, the T, the G, the O, the A, the T.
Heard you on a ball. Are you gonna chase the dreams if nobody gonna make the call? Don't need crowds of people to cheer you on. When the lights turn off, that's how you know who you are. Say you want it all. Heard you on a ball. Are you gonna chase the dreams if nobody gonna make the call? Don't need crowds of people to cheer you on. When the lights turn off, that's how you know who you are. Never risk it all. Talking forth and down. Putting up them shots and ain't nobody make a sound. Head down, focus, ain't got time to look around. Life has a way of keeping feet on solid ground. Now how you about to handle it? Trophies all on the mantle. Working when you tired to make you the perfect candidate. And when the crowd screams high, you gon' keep the candle lit. Some rooting for you while others try and dismantle it. Still keep it authentic. It ain't all about winning. Time in versus time out. It's about how you spend it. Why being committed? Ride it down and go get it. Ride around on that side of town. Tell yourself you done did it. Horses in the chariot, only way you should carry it. Heart pure gold, they tried to label nefarious. No validation, that's the type of thing we stand for. Heavy is the head that wear the crown, that's what we plan for. Yeah. Say you want it all, heard you on the ball. Are you gonna chase the dreams if nobody gonna make the call? Don't need crowds of people to cheer you on. When the lights turn off, that's how you know who you are. Yeah, say you want it all, heard you on the ball. Are you gonna chase the dreams if nobody gonna make the call? Don't need crowds of people to cheer you on. When the lights turn off, that's how you know who you are. Yeah, greatness I animated and illustrated. Brian did it on the daily, I couldn't take it. Ball rings like Olympics, I'm getting tempted. Pull up with the windows tinted, are you offended? Focused on who I wanna be, not the wannabes. Long live the great, that's the summary. Busy as a bumblebee, the weight of the world will crumble under me. That'll get you anything you wanna be, huh? Just hit the point of no return, everything was earned, lights bright. Jitters with the nerves, make your stomach turn. Fight night, but it's with yourself, summer never learn. Trying to calculate the purse, that is none of your concern. Yeah, they know that I'm about it, can't believe that they got it. Rose up for that concrete, they can't believe that I spotted. Welcome to my rodeo, they clearly see that I'm wildin'. Don't matter what happened here, I'm still leaving here smiling. Say you want it all, heard you on the ball. Are you gonna chase the dreams if nobody gonna make the call? Don't need crowds of people to cheer you on. When the lights turn off, that's how you know who you are. Say you want it all, heard you on the ball. Are you gonna chase the dreams if nobody gonna make the call? Don't need crowds of people to cheer you on. When the lights turn off, that's how you know who you are. came to do my thing. Yeah, I 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 came to do my thing. Do my thing. 10 toes in the rain. Yeah, I came to do my thing. Nothing more to explain. 10 toes in the rain. It's a calm breeze. This is all season. I've been rolling through the town just to cop these. Real hot, blowing up with a bounce beat. You know, gotta own it all. This is not lease. Leader of the pack like bang. Now I gotta do my thing. Making that swing. Do it till it hurt like pain. Gotta go and do my thing. Dunk on y'all like a candy, damn it. Nowadays I demand it, hand it. Photo finish, I get so candid. They just can't understand it. I do this for the feeling, yeah. Stack it to the ceiling, yeah. You gon' make us a billion, trust. I came here just to run it, Yeah, I came to do my thing. Yeah, I came to do my thing. 10 toes in the rain. Yeah, I came to do my thing. Yeah, I came to do my thing. Nothing more to explain. Yeah, I came to do my thing. Yeah, I came to do my thing. 10 toes in the rain. Yeah, I came to do my thing. Yeah, I came to do my thing. Nothing more to explain. Nothing more to explain. Nothing more to explain. Yeah, I came to do my thing. Yeah, I came to do my thing. 10 toes in the rain. Yeah, I came to do my thing. Yeah, I came to do my thing. Nothing more to explain. Nothing more to explain. Nothing more to explain. Do my thing. Do my thing. Yeah, I can do my thing. Do my thing. Nothing more to explain. Yeah, it's been a minute. Call, shining hard. Got a ball on them. Put in work till I'm tired. Bringing number 5. Name all the lights, gotta do it right till the day expire. Whoa, that crowd noise can't faze me. I'm not scared to go back to all of that hard work that made me. I glow, illuminate the whole city. The job ain't done till it's finished. And now it's time to replenish, You ain't gotta come with me, but it's something here when it's chilling, yeah. No foul when I touch down, but I'm showing out in your hometown. I tear the roof off the building. Dreams I had in my younger years, I bounce back when life hit me. And I ain't seen no one with me, One in front of the other, that's the only way to run it. Rain, sleet, or snow, yeah, I gotta keep it coming. B-grade, affirmation of a real one. Just put up some more points, gotta make you feel something. Go get it, go get it, yeah. On the road with it, in my zone, winning every year. Set the tone when I'm on the road, feel it in the air. Check the stats, this is facts, I'ma get it anywhere. Gotta go get it, go get it, yeah. On the road with it, in my zone, winning every year. Set the tone when I'm on the road, feel it in the air. Check the stats, this is facts, I'ma get it anywhere. Used to take them trains to the games in the rain. Life changed nowadays, I don't even have complaints. Clothes and some gas in the tank was the aim. Numbers on the back that attached to the name. What's the purpose? I'm breaking curses behind the curtains for certain. So electric, I feel the surges. My urge is to be the greatest. Forget the status. It's crazy, I almost gave it. I couldn't take it. What's the payoff? I ain't worried about a layoff. Don't need a day off. I'ma work it until it take off. Follow my nose until I dig up the gold. I'm like, here it goes. I ain't giving nothing but chaos. You know that the price of admission ain't being gifted. Gotta stay consistent on long journeys of distance. This is not perspective, this is only persistence. Some call it legend and others are superstition. Gotta go get it, go get it, yeah. On the road with it, in my zone, winning every year. Set the tone when I'm on the road, feel it in the air. Check the stats, this is facts, I'ma get it anywhere. Gotta go get it, go get it, yeah. On the road with it, in my zone, winning every year. Set the tone when I'm on the road, feel it in the air. Check the stats, this is facts, I'ma get it anywhere.
I get that nail. I get that nail. I get that nail. I get that nail, nail. I get that nail, nail. I get that I get that Don't be a fool. You know how I do. I be so cool. That's what I do. They be like, yeah, insane. I must be out my mind. I'll be on my grind, working hard
so we might clash. And we gon' bring it every time, so I might ask. What your name is really? The name's confidence, the name's arrogance. The name's about to bring some change like it's emphasis. Steady stepping on the scene like where the parents went. What your name is really? I swear they never fade us, dog, like some skyscrapers. Steady stepping on the scene like some fly papers. And even aliens be contemplating why take us. What your name is really? Now once upon a time, listen, that's a different story. About to take it to the top, but it's for the glory. All these people bore me, but they all adore me. What your name is really? Just take it to the top, never gonna stop like. We just want to know. We just take control. We won't never fold. Take it up, take it up, take it up, take it up. We just want to know. We just take control. We won't never fold. Take it up, take it up, take it up, take it up. We just want to know. We just take control. We won't never fold. Take it up. We just want to know. We just take control. We won't never fold. Take it up, baby. It's funny money, listen, never lose the show masses. 20/20 vision, see the truth like 4 glasses. Student of the game and listen, skipping no class. What your name is really? You wanna win, you gotta grind, and that's the whole story. We ain't never finna lose, listen, don't bore me. Pay attention, learn from all the ones that came before me. What your name is really? Yo, patience is the virtue, listen, you should let it burn. Round and round the world be moving, we gon' let it turn. And humble is the new cocky, and that's what I deserve. What your name is really? Take it to the top, never gonna stop like. We just want to know. We just take control. We won't never fold. Take it up, take it up, take it up, take it up. We just want to know. We just take control. We won't never fold. Take it up, take it up, take it up, take it up.
Represent for hot man. We bring the fire. Burn Babylon straight down to the wire. Bang, bang. Jump them loud. Girl them free and proud. Babylon shake with the rhythm.
Está loco, todo loco, loco endemoniado. Está loco, está loco, está loco, todo loco, loco endemoniado. 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 Otra noche que ya te encontré. Que Marun tiene hambre de mí. ¿Qué será de mí? Yo no sé, ven y pégate a mí. Otra noche que ya te encontré. Que Marun tiene hambre de mí. ¿Qué será de mí? Yo no sé, ven y pégate a mí. Ven y pégate a mí. No puedes frenarlo. Es más grande que tú. Si este es mi fin, se siente déjà vu. Ya salieron las 666. Ladra mucho pero en acá faltan mucho de su chen. Que yo muerdo si tengo que morder. Que yo muerdo si tengo que morder. Todo el mundo está loco, loco endemoniado. Loco endemoniado. Todo el mundo está loco, loco endemoniado. Todo el mundo está loco, loco endemoniado. Otra noche que ya te encontré. Que Marun tiene hambre de mí. ¿Qué será de mí? Yo no sé, ven y pégate a mí. Otra noche que ya te encontré. Que Marun tiene hambre de mí. ¿Qué será de mí? Yo no sé, ven y pégate a mí. A mí. Ven y pégate a mí. A mí, pégate.
game time. They about to step on a landmine. We on the way.
Hola a todos, es Sejan. Bienvenidos a Sao Paulo. Welcome to First Stand for the very first time here in 2026. The very first international tournament we're gonna have here. I'm super happy to welcome all of you in beautiful Brazil for the first international tournament. We see the players, they're ready. They're back at signing the mirror here for the first time of the year. And guys, I'm so happy to be back with you.
It's sick. I will say Diablo's like signatures.
It's like a little character.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what he's doing.
What is it?
Is it a bunny? Is it a devil? I want to believe it's a devil.
We're gonna have to ask
Bunny
him.
devil? I don't know.
Yeah, we'll check on it.
We'll check on him later. Tudo bem? Are you vibing? Are you happy to be back?
Vibing. I'm
Yeah?
vibing.
I'm good.
Yeah, excited for the first year and excited for the first tournament we're gonna have. Since we're in Brazil, we actually wanted to try some of the goods and sweets that Brazil has. So I think, prepared a selection of sweets
we do.
specialties from Brazil. So before we get into everything, before we get into the tournament, guys, tell us about the selection that you have and what are we looking at today?
Well, for me, I'll hand this one to you if you want some. Just why not? Why not? But you go first.
You go first?
I don't know.
I'll show mine then.
You know what?
You show yours.
I'll show mine.
I think, yeah.
This one I picked out simply because it's my brand. If you even just close this one in a
Oh
little
my
bit,
God.
that's literally me. Unironically me, jeans. So it's like chocolate branco. I don't even know what that is, but it has vitamins. I don't doubt it. So I want to at least have a piece of it.
Okay, give us like your impression. What are you feeling?
Mmm.
How is it?
That's actually very good.
Let me have a go.
You like these?
What's the taste? Tell us about it.
I mean, it is pure chocolate.
Pure chocolate.
Which I
okay,
love.
it.
And
love it,
identifies me. So I'm a big fan of it.
Okay, second one I'm gonna have you try is this one. Ox,
Okay.
if you would do me the
What is
honor.
it?
I don't know, you tell me. There's a lot of crunch here, by the way, so
Very
apologies
crunchy,
to the viewers
But
watching.
it's good. You can munch a lot of those.
Yeah?
Yeah, so far
Okay.
so good.
This
I feel
one-
like it can't
And
go wrong
okay,
with
there's
chocolate.
another one that I have selected.
Yeah.
I gotta be honest, I tricked you a bit here because it is currently 10 a.m. in Brazil.
Oh, God.
And I'm gonna give them some onion crisps.
Yeah.
Oh man.
So, yeah, onion crisp for the breakfast. There you go.
Thank you.
How is it? Very
Pretty good,
oniony?
honestly.
Pretty good.
Pretty good.
Do you guys want
This
it?
is not my
Yeah,
kind
all
of
right.
jazz.
You can keep the pack.
This one I do not like.
Not a
And
fan?
everything.
Which one of the ones that we actually have do you like? The one you actually got?
The one that we haven't tried.
Yeah, okay, so he loves that one.
Okay.
These
All
ones,
right.
I do not like tasting onions in my mouth in the morning.
How would you rank them?
So
What-
the aftertaste is,
Yeah, so this one probably
Which
a
one
5.
was-
The chocolate one is a solid 10.
Solid 10?
Solid
okay.
10.
Okay, I'll try this one a bit later. But outside of snacks, we have a lot of League of Legends and competition ahead of us here. So let's take a look at the bracket for first 10 maybe to see what we have here. Because, guys, a completely different format compared to last year. We now have 2 groups, best of 5, double elimination. I'm excited. What do we think of the groups?
I think that it's going to be challenging for some teams. You know, we have a LCK seed and an LPL seed in each side. Only 2 teams make it out, so
Yeah.
you got to upset one of those. It's a big task, I feel.
Even though I think Lion, my boys, got put in the harder bracket, look, we need blood back. We're going up against Loud, exactly what I need. All I need is a little bit of vengeance. Like, Furia a little bit pissed me off, so
Yeah,
at
I was
least we
gonna
can get a
say,
series
I mean,
back.
yeah.
Based on what we saw recently, that might not go the direction you
No,
want.
no, it will.
No.
It absolutely will.
Yeah, LCS Stonk's not really high right now.
I don't want to hear that. You face them. They're hard. They're difficult.
Okay. Tell me how it's gonna go, I think, because I've asked you guys to each fill out a bracket. So
Yeah.
what does your look like, Raz?
Mine is, people will not be happy at mine. I want to check with Ox's first just because I
Okay.
think
Okay.
your bracket might be a little bit more interesting.
Yeah, no.
No?
My bracket is pretty straightforward. You know, I'm the LCK representative. Kind of went with the LCK teams. You know, Genji doing well over here. I do think BLG probably got it over there over
Thank you,
BNK
realistic.
FearX. But mine basically ends with all the Korean and Chinese teams making out of groups. So I assume, Raz, you're going to do something a bit different. You're
Yeah,
the LCS representative,
of course.
so I want to see Lion getting out.
Of course. So when we switch it over,
When we switch it... Oh, that's it.
nothing's changed.
Nothing's changed.
Nothing's changed. But I will say,
You have no faith?
we take the dub where it matters. I feel like the one that means the most to me is the Lion versus Loud. But yeah, I don't generally.
You have that little faith in your own region.
It's top is back.
I think it's lukewarm at best. I'm gonna show you mine actually and see
Okay,
how it looks
why
like.
not? I probably might not be able to take a flight back to LA.
Not a lot of changes here.
Whoa!
But
Whoa!
What?
I believe in G2. And you know why? Because they're jet lagged as hell. And I think that's the moment we can take them here. So I see G2 winning this one, We'll see about this later. I see G2 winning this one as well, and getting first of their group.
See, I think if you'd gone with like the G2 coming through here, easier sell.
No,
This,
hard
little,
cap.
little bit crazy.
Hard cap.
But you
we
know,
got the good draft.
Definitely
the boys
have
are
a little
jet
bit of
lagged.
brain fog.
I think we're winning this one.
I feel like you're jet lagged.
Are you jet lagged?
I feel like that's on you.
Well, and it's going to start today, actually, with the schedule we have. G2 is going to be playing the second series. The first one we have, though, we're eating good today, guys. Fear X on the very first international series going up against BLG. Second one, as we said, G2 Team Secret Wells. What do we think of that?
You think it's going to be a little closer, at least from the conversations I've had with you, Ox.
Fair series?
Yeah, a little bit.
I feel like BLG, strongest team in the LPL, haven't been super clean, but I still think they're definitely favorites coming into this one. I think everyone has them pegged as favorites, and also it's seeing what BNK Fear X can do with such limited international experience.
I mean, that's the thing. There's a huge gap, a canyon between these teams when it comes to international experience. Fear X coming for the very first time, and on the other side, we have the world finalist.
It's pretty insane, the stark contrast with how people view things, because for me, I think BLG is hugely favored, and a lot of that does come into the experience gap. Because if you just immediately look at that, 158 games, 128 games,
wow.
a lot of zeros here.
Hey, we got 20.
You might want to forget
Kellen.
that's not good 20s. Those 20s are not the most proudful. This one, you look at this team, you're seeing World Finals appearance, MSI champions for both of them, like a lot of pressure situations that these players are a part
Well, you know
of.
what?
8 international experiences, 0.
You know what, Raz? Diablo never lost an international game. That's what that says. He doesn't know what losing is.
Except for today.
Looking at it from the other side, I see a team that has everything to lose. They're here to prove that they're worth and what they can do here. So pressure's on BLG. I actually think that this is what's giving them favor here.
And even though I put a lot of criticisms toward those 20 games of Kellen is looking spectacular. And I think it's been the meta for both him and Diablo. So really interested to see what they're looking like in their first international real experience as a team.
And I love the fact that one of the most stacked lanes that we have here coming here for first 10 is going to be the ADC, and we're starting right off the bat with a hot and fire matchup between Diablo and Viper. No experience on the side of Diablo. Viper proved himself many times in the past, but tell me about the new up-and-coming AD carry we have.
Diablo is so exciting to watch. I'm so glad he's here, and I think the fact he doesn't have the experience, I just don't think matters, because he will always look to skill check opponents, find ways to outplay. He will use his mechanics and just play so far forward. And there's a lot of situations, scenarios like this, where Faker comes in, teleports forward, and he walks forward to avoid the stun. He's just playing like an absolute psycho. And there's times where I see him make a play, and I'm like, that's not going to work, but he just pulls it off consistently. Kellen is there to back him up, to provide a lot of the time enchant to support the shielding. And I think Diablo just trusts his mechanics so much, trusts his support to have his back.
Yeah, this team looks ridiculous around Diablo, but you look towards Viper, he's the OG skill checker. And the fact that he was able to be picked up from Korea to BLG to really supplement, which is like a ridiculous carry solo lanes from that team. Now you're Viper, you don't look towards mid lane and you see Zeka. Now you look towards him and you see Knight. You don't have to be the carry, so he is a great insurance policy. There was one moment that we saw in the LPL playoffs where Mel, W, called, didn't have it, send Ash Arrow mid, immediately hits that. So this team is incredibly scary to see because they were a super team last year when they had Elk. Elk was an incredible LPL AD carry, one of the best. But now you add Viper and you really have expectations to win it all.
How is it going to come on the Rift, though? Because, as we said, a lot of experience gap between these two lineups, and Diablo really eager to prove himself. Viper was in this situation years ago in 2019 when he made Worlds for the first time, and this time around we have one of the biggest up-and-coming AD carries we have in the LCK. So, lack of experience, but also so eager to prove himself. Who's going to come out on top?
That's the question. I think it's a tough task, but I know that even last year, when BNK Fear X were more a middle-of-the-pack team, Diablo and Kellen were leading the league in duo kills. They will look to challenge. They will look to fight. I think they are a team who play a lot of time with nameplates off. So as long as they just don't let it get into their heads, I think they will look to take the fight to BLG, and especially they've played against Viper before.
Yeah.
They have experience there.
It's a different game, though. on the
Yeah.
international stage, and Viper proved himself countless times on
Pressure
that
situations,
stage. Yeah.
larger like stadiums, like you see Viper in these circumstances, and there is no pressure. And now I will move towards Shun because.
What happened there? Because the situation for the jungle in BLG was chaotic last year. So where are we at, Raz?
Yeah, because it was a musical chair. It was a game of musical chair for a very long time. And the funny thing is, it's basically like a circle of Shun where it did start with Shun. Like it was him starting out in 2023, 2024, and then it moved towards like Baytron, or like actually Wei, because Wei had the experience. He had an MSI championship. So like you move towards Wei, you think that should work as a team, doesn't function properly. Then they move towards Baytron, who's like working towards lanes, but the problem is now you got to face up against the best junglers in Tarzan. You're like, okay, well, maybe we go towards Shadow, because the honeymoon period wasn't working there, but then the honeymoon period wasn't working for Shadow. Then they bring in like Baytron once more time. The grass isn't always greener. And I think Shun has showed himself to not only be really there for their solo lanes, but a great individual player that you trust in team fights.
So what I'm getting here is that if they lose, it's back to Wei.
No, they learned their lesson this time.
Just keep circling?
No,
just keep rotating again and again?
The cycle ends with Shun.
Allegedly. We don't know yet.
Right.
They like Shun from the beginning. They will not move away from him.
Back to your ex is the way to go here, I
Yes.
believe, for BLG. But
In
are
this
they more
case.
stable now? Because for me, that was the big issue last year. When we saw BLG on the international stage, they were not the team that made World's Finals in 2024. So what's of it now?
Now, they still are a very scrappy team. So, like, Shun is still going to be in your face looking for scuttle fights or smite fights on your wolves or rap. So, like, stable is not going to be BLG, but at least on the same page is what we want, right? Like, they will live or die by the fights that they take, and with how skilled they are with their hands, they will more often win. So, like,
Alright.
stable, we'll see.
Okay, stage is set. I think between the two teams, I want to know about predictions. I want to know what you guys think. Who do we think is going to come out on top? Because listening to what we've been saying so far, it looks like it's BLG favored.
It's kind of looking like
The
it.
fans believe in FearX, and that's what I like, though.
You're mentioning the fans. I want to hear from some of the fans here because I actually align with some of these boys here. Who do you think and why do you think is going to win this one?
Yeah, of course, I just want to say Viper's the goal.
Viper's the GOAT.
Okay, I want to
agree
check on
with
the
it.
other side, though,
solid.
because
Okay,
it feels
sure,
like
if you want to,
the other side is favoring FearX. I love the fan signs, by the way, guys. Viper, no?
Diablo is the true.
I love it.
Okay.
It's a good answer.
I mean,
it's solid.
He's the GOAT, and thank you so much. And we said that it's going to be a battle of the AD carries here. Is this what it's going to come down to in this matchup between Diablo and Viper? Is that what we're looking at?
No, for me, I have it as a clear 3-0 because I think Bin has been online during
What?
all the playoffs. I think you look towards their mid laner. I think they're just stacked across the board, and the experience has just been there. It might be close games, it might be a little dicey, but this is a super team.
Wait, Raz, not even a single game.
No.
On the first and opening series in first time, with two
Your
jet lag
first
teams.
opening series,
You're
that's when
capping.
BLG are that
That's
clean.
when you're most
capping.
stressed. That's when you're most stressed.
Yeah,
They'll
and
get better.
pressure's on them.
I think FearX will get better, but their first series will be the toughest one they face.
Okay, Ox, you got the closest prediction we have here, 3-2.
Yeah, I think BNK FearX needs some time to warm up. I think BLG, as much as they had a good playoff run, win completely clean. And I think there's going to be some struggles in the solo lanes, potentially, for BNK FearX, but I think the bot lane, the jungle, have been in phenomenal form, so I expect a fight.
Okay, all right.
Defend.
Hey, maybe
Defend
On will
it.
give him a game.
Well, you didn't.
Maybe.
You didn't.
No, I said On will get maybe.
Oh.
Maybe. I don't trust it, but maybe.
You think On's going to 3-0 and be clean?
Thankfully, he has teammates. Viper will actually help him out.
One of you is going to eat their words at the end of this series, so Ox, give it to him. He doesn't believe in your boys. He doesn't
Not at
believe
all.
in the young blood in the LCK. He doesn't believe that this team made it for a reason. Is there anything you want to tell Raz before we get into this matchup?
How can
audience
you
is
not
obviously
believe
wrong.
an LCS third All-Pro Vikla in the mid lane? Ninth never won one of those.
That's a good point.
Yeah, there you go.
And I like my boy. Change up my prediction. Give me one more. Actually, Vikla's going to take at least one game. I trust you. I believe in you.
That's a good argument.
All right, fair
Good
enough.
argument. We'll see if that's enough. That's all for us here for now. The stage is set for the very first international competition of 2026. It's going to be an LPL versus LCK matchup in this first series. FearX taking on the stage for the very first time in the history of the organization against BLG. Let's get to it.
game time, they about to step on a landmine. We on the way.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to First Stand 2026. We've got a AA broadcast. I'm used to AA broadcasts. Normally it's me and Orcs. This time it is me and Azael, and we are ready to get into our very first best of 5. And Azael, we were having a chat about this, and having a matchup like this as the very first one is rare.
It is so rare. We are in for a treat. Normally, LPL versus LCK, best of 5, you have to wait till semifinals or quarterfinals to be able to get that. And we're just getting dessert for breakfast because this is the first match of the whole tournament. Let's go!
And it's quite early in the morning, so it's the right time for breakfast.
Exactly.
It's beautiful. You love to see it. I'm really excited about this as well because our boy Vikla, and I say ours in yours and mine,
a proud NA patriot, FlyQuest Vikla.
And he's been on a bit of a tear. So I'm looking forward to seeing whether Knight is going to be a little bit too much for him. But there are so many matchups that are so exciting. We heard from the analyst desk already, going over a lot of them, talking about the bottom lane. Our boy Diablo, I don't know how BNK FearX held on to this player over the offseason. I have absolutely no idea how they did it. Him and Raptor, both of them, were playing exceptionally well last year, and we were thinking, oh, they're going to get poached. They're going to the LPL, they're going to different teams, blah, blah, blah. But no, they all managed to stay on BNK FearX, and we'll just have to see whether they're going to be able to perform here on the international stage.
And I think they're going to be pretty damn happy that they did stay on that team. There was only, to my recollection, 2 rosters that actually stayed the same. Those are the 2 teams that are here representing the LCK. Gen G as well as FearX were those 2 squads that fully stayed together, and they've been playing so much better as a result. Obviously, Diablo is getting a tremendous amount of hype. He's been playing incredibly well. He's such a flashy player too.
Oh yeah.
And to stand out in a league with so many stellar AD carries really is impressive, because you are going up against some of the very best, some of the most storied AD carry players in the entire world. So to be able to stand out in a stacked field like that, I think is incredible.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people are going to be talking about Viper versus Diablo. It's something that we saw all last year, right, when BNK went up against HLE. But I want to talk about the supports, because I think that's where there's a lot of variance, right? We know that off and on is a thing that we've been talking about for many years. This is the thing, because Kellen, the guy that had the worst international Alistair performance we had ever seen in 2023, has been playing unbelievably well.
Well, let me introduce you to the Enchanter meta. How does that feel for Kellen?
A lot better.
Alistar's a problem. How about the karma? Can he press R and then press E?
We've seen some pretty horrendous karmas. You can get that champion wrong.
Nami? Can I introduce you in a Seraphine, perhaps?
Oh, yes, you can. You can definitely introduce me to a Seraphine. The Seraphine Ash has been pretty ludicrous. But ladies and gentlemen, we are hot dropping straight in to Champion Select here for game number 1 of this best of 5. BNK are going to be on the blue side for this one, and BLG on the red. Very interested to see how these bans are going to go. It's been a couple of patches since we did have some competition, so looking forward to seeing what's changed.
Yeah, we'll see if priorities have really changed very much.
I saw that there's an Orianna and Azir ban, so I
was going to say it's looking kind of similar.
Yeah, never mind. You can nerf Azir as much as you like. He will still be on that ban
that
list.
champion can be like 30% win rate in solo
I'm pretty
queue.
sure he starts with like 3 health now. I don't know.
Your opponent spawns in with a large rod when you play Azir at this point. There's no like, I think I'll go for that first pick.
I'm going to need the pigeon for this one. But the Rumble going to be taken away here from Clear. Clear has been definitely gravitating towards that champion. I imagine Bin isn't going to be too worried about it. I'm scared of Gwen, but mainly for historic reasons.
Yeah, I mean, Gwen is a nasty champ. I think as much as people talk a lot about the bot lane, to me, a lot of this series is going to be decided by the solo lanes. Can the BFX solo lanes stand up to Bin and Knight, 2 of the most storied players from the LPL all time? Knight, to me, is now at this point the LPL GOAT. He has been running those finals. Ban's looking pretty standard. And while Vikla has been having incredible series, will he be able to bring it here to the international stage? BFX, obviously, with much less international experience than their counterparts here on the other side, and
I think
Ryze first pick. It's looking pretty usual.
Yeah. That being said, Ryze kind of escaped all of the needing to be nerfed that he's had for quite a while.
Pantheon Talia or Vi Talia. Okay.
Wow. Okay. And they are wasting no time getting into this as well. We've seen the Vi priority be extraordinarily high in the LCK. Talia, we don't like quite as much. And so I'm looking at BLG, and a Jarvan pickup here alongside the Ryze is pretty scary, even if the Vi Talia has been successful in the past.
Well, and especially because of the ability to get out to the side lanes, to affect those side lanes. I think both of these champions are kind of doing similar things. You obviously have the Weaver's Wall moving out side lanes. You have Realm Warp moving out to side lanes, being able to actually collapse on those side lanes. And assuming the Jarvan does get locked in, which it is, Jarvan and Vi both can kind of do similar things. They can get aggressive early. They can be looking for those explosive engages. So, you know, pretty similar across the board here so far. And I'm going to be curious to see if BLG is looking for a support pick, which kind of might be my expectation to try to protect Bin's top lane pick for later.
Yeah, I do really like a Bard lock-in as well. Very flexible. You can kind of play it with whatever you want and would be decent in the lane. Varus, not quite the champion that he used to be, but is going to be a consideration and locked in here for Viper.
So Varus obviously has been getting some nerfs, mostly targeted towards poke Varus. On hit is still pretty powerful, so I'll be curious to see if Viper is going to be playing on hit or if it is going to be poke. And we are going to get the clear Ambessa here. Obviously, it is a flex pick. We already have Vi, so we know that it is going to be played towards that top side. Really good follow-up on the Vi. You go in with the ultimate. You can follow up with the public execution very easily. Point and click, get in on that back line, which is going to make things difficult then for Viper on this Varus, regardless of what build he's going.
Well, let's see what the bans are going to be aimed towards. I imagine supports will likely just be eradicated at this point in time. I would expect BNK probably want to get rid of something like a Nautilus. We've seen Nautilus paired alongside the on-hit Varus quite a lot. But we'll see whether it is just going to be like maybe a Nami to be taken away alongside the Karma that's already been removed. The Nico, even though she has been nerfed a little bit on this patch, is still pretty dangerous. But Diablo isn't going to be able to play his Ezreal.
Yeah, the Ezreal is going to get banned out. To me, I was thinking because they had already banned the Karma, that's kind of that premier pairing. So I thought they would have maybe targeted things like Nami and Seraphine to take away potential Ashe Seraphine, as well as Corki Nami, which are also really popular pairings. But clearly they are very concerned about having an AD carry that's easy to attack, right? So if you're going to go for the Jarvan, they don't want it to have a dash. You know, if you're going to be banning away safe AD carries, Xayah is another option if they're really worried about, you know, having a safe AD carry for Diablo. So that could be the attempt here if you want to just kind of put him on things that are a little bit more dangerous. Yunara, he is famous for Yunara, especially alongside the Lulu. Really loves to play aggressive, really likes to get in people's faces. And of course the RE on Yunara can be quite safe as well. We could maybe get like Corki Nico or something like that.
I was going to say, Corki Nico is still pretty strong.
Yeah.
And that is what they're going to lock in, at least the Nico portion of it. You were talking about Lulu, could be something that could work alongside an on-hit Varus as well. A lot of on-hitting if you get picks into the mix. That was an unintentional rhyme. I apologize. It's quite early.
Rolls off the tongue.
Yeah. Well, Viper, what are we going to be locking in? Is it going to be your lane partner's champion? And it looks like that will be the case. And no real threat of being silenced at this angle as well. Every time the Alistair is locked in, I always freak out about the Chain Man, but it's not going to happen this time. As now on, what are we going to be rounding out this
We're looking for Bin's pick. So Jax would be the classic, and it's always a treat to see him on his Jax. Best Jax, you know, in the world, I think, for my money. When he's at his best, he is incredible. Though Keen is kind of the best at everything, so
I was gonna say,
that's the problem.
If you don't include Keen, then it's fine. It's like a lot of the Faker stats. You just have to take Faker out of it. Otherwise, it doesn't make much sense. This would be fun though, as Diablo is a big fan of the Kai'Sa, and yeah, you just may as well go all in. And this is what BNK Furex really built themselves around last year.
They can't dive you if you're diving them.
Exactly. And they would just keep it simple. That's what the drafts were. That was alongside Ryu, right, when he was on the squad as their coach. He's now on the other team that's here at First Stand instead. And it's Edo that's made his way in alongside Rather this time around. Lyra, they're up on the stage as well, that you might remember from North America. But this is looking like a very old school BNK Furex draft, and I think keeping it what you're used to in your first international game here at First Stand 2026, that is a great move. Of course, they were at ASI last year. They did manage to win that. Wasn't necessarily the same thing as something like this.
I mean, this is a really interesting draft. I feel like, honestly, really like what BFX has gotten as I'm trying to think about, how the fights are going to play out. They have a lot of CC. They have a lot of power here. And when you're looking over at the other side, it's a lot of short range, right? I think Pop Blossom is going to be massively effective in these team fights when you're thinking about how Rise and Jax and Jarvan want to play the fight. Whether you're going for engage or counter engage, the Pop Blossom, I think, is going to be quite effective. I do think there could be problems, though, in the 1-3-1 for BFX when you're looking over at a Rise as well as a Jax. A lot of power there, and I think that's how BLG are really going to want to focus on playing this game. Play it through the side lanes, less about Viper, more how they have been really playing regionally. As big of a deal as it was for them to get Viper, the team has still really been about Knight and been about Bin, and Bin was coming into this tournament extremely confident, calling out Keen, calling out everyone as he is wont to do, and it's going to be really fun if he is in form.
Yeah, and I actually think that Viper fitting into a roster like this makes a lot of sense. It was exactly what it was on HLE, right? That was a team that was built around a very powerful top side of the map in Zeus and in Zeka when Zeka was having a good day. And so I think that, slotting Viper into a squad that looks like this is very plug and play, and we've seen that already with the amount of success that they've had. But here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 1 of our first best of 5 of the first stand here for 2026. BNK FearX didn't get the first pick opportunity, but they are on the blue side this time around as they picked up right of first selection. Kind of fun that we get this for the first time internationally. And let's just see how this one is going to begin. I imagine we're looking pretty happy on the BNK side as far as the bottom side of the map is concerned. Alistair doesn't really do anything. And Bin certainly has not necessarily been known as being a weak point.
No, I mean, he has been incredible. It's going to be a trade of ghosts here. Vikla needs to back up and get out of range of any more damage that would be coming in there. Nothing too out of the ordinary as far as the rune setups are going to be. It is going to be Viper playing Poke Varus, so that is going to be up and available as Knight is getting some really good trades here onto Vikla early on, and that's already both potions gone for Vikla, and he's going to have to walk the long way around. It is a bit awkward for him now because the wave is pushing away from him.
Yeah, and he missed out on experience, I believe, on that last minion. That's kind of crazy.
He's just getting full zoned, and Knight is...
And there is vision here as well, so Knight might just be able to solo kill him. The Raptor's getting involved, and there is first blood for Knight. Man, I wanted to start talking about whether Vikla could get a solo kill, because he managed to take down Chovy, managed to take down Faker, and Knight says, no, not me, mate. That's not happening today.
Not yet, that is for sure. That is a horrible start for Vikla, and I have to think that was a misclick on the Raptors. There's no reason for him to hit the Raptors there.
Yeah.
He aggroed the Raptors, takes extra damage from them, and then flashed over the wall, actually died to the Raptors. Knight didn't even have to flash. At least, as Vikla, you're saying, okay, no flash Rise, maybe you can get a gank or something, but that is a horrendous start. He's zoned off of experience, and Knight just plays this really, really well. He just knows his limits. He's playing in the face of Vikla. Vikla can never allow him to get that empowered hit off. He didn't want that Rune Prison to come down. And then, yeah, just a misclick. He was trying to click into the back of the pit to flash over the wall. And unfortunately, because he autos it, he aggroes the Raptors, has to flash earlier than he would have wanted. I think he would have wanted to go all the way into the corner and flash towards his tower so that Knight can't flash and follow. And it does mean he goes down at the end of the day. So an absolutely horrific start there for Vikla.
Well, let's see whether Raptor can fix it, as already he's going for something. Meanwhile, on this bottom side of the map, we've got a little bit of action, but not too much more than that. Viper is completely out of mana. Diablo and Kellen being able to shove this one up. And oftentimes, the Kai'Sa lanes can struggle a little bit early, not when there's a Nico into an Alistair. So that one's doing all right.
But, I mean, on trades Flash for Diablo, so that is actually really, really good. They get Flash for Flash heal off on the other side. Viper is playing TP, so yes, obviously you do have the advantage as far as the early lane here against the Alistar, but that is On's most played. He's super comfortable. And BLG,
oh dear,
they are looking good, and Clear is not going to be happy about this, TD.
Yeah, the Turtle Port coming on in, and he had to watch that one very, very slowly. Clear does get his shield and flashes away, and will be able to keep himself alive, but he is once again going back home.
Yeah, I mean, great, you got away, but you lost your flash, your TP, the wave is frozen on you. He's got a spam ping assist. You can see the assist pings coming through. if Shun stays, Clear is screwed, and he stayed. So he's flipping it. This is the top lane nightmare. When the wave is frozen on you, you cannot base in that spot. He was assist pinging Raptor, but then he didn't wait for Raptor to come up, so it's not like Raptor could do anything. He said, you know what, if he's here, I die. And he went for it. Guess what? He was there, so he died. Now the wave is still frozen on you. Bin gets the kill, and this game is already kind of out of control here. I mean, yeah, you have the Nico on the bot side, so your lane is doing fine, but I would even say they're losing the 2v2 because Diablo has actually lost his flash. Viper got a free
another
reset.
Fight. There's the pulverize onto Raptor. Headbutted back there as well, but he still has to contend with Knight. Gets the Vault Breaker over the wall. So the jungler does make his way out of there, but these 2 kills and the fact that this top lane is now basically over is going to make things a little difficult here for BNK. All right, let's have a look. There is a snare onto On, but he is just testing the waters as Kellen has made his way up.
And On is going to actually look.
Flash out. Kellen knows that he's in trouble. Vault Breaker comes through. There's a seismic shot. For the world, as there is a headbutt from On to get him into the back of that Raptor pit. That is exactly where Vikla wanted to be before, and Raptor is going to die in pretty much the same spot.
Yep, dies where his namesake comes from, you know, dies in his home at least.
Exactly.
At home, surrounded by those he loves. Yeah, nice little headbutt interrupting the Vault Breaker that was getting charged up. Obviously, Raptor going to try to get over the wall. But this game is already out of control. 5 minutes in, BFX have kind of just fallen apart, and On is just going to force the issue. He goes for it. He gets a flash early off of Kellen. Shun is there with a nice flash follow. Yeah, he's going to take a ton of damage, but look who is being ignored. It is Knight, and Vikla is out of mana. Vikla obviously very far behind because of how early this lane got out of control. And there's no flash on Raptor. His only way out would have been Vault Breaker over the wall. On says no to that, so you get a couple more kills here on the side of BLG. You have 3 winning lanes at this point, and the solo lanes are very, very far ahead. 600 gold lead plus in the top lane. Oh, hit 1,000 there. Knight's gonna kill him again.
That's a solo kill under an inner turret there, Azale. Let's see what the Knight can get. No, he's not going to be able to get out, so at least it's a 1-for-1. As BNK Fearx, I mean, they were on the board with that kill under Shun, now a couple to their name, but I think that BLG is feeling pretty good about the state of this game right now.
Yeah, no kidding. Knight hadn't even bought. Look at his... He was just on the tier and the Doran's ring.
Oh, God.
He just spent 2,000 gold. Solo killing him again.
Oh, well, Vikla definitely didn't spend 2,000 gold so far this game. He has a lost chapter, and that is about it.
He's economical. He doesn't need all that extra gold.
Yeah, I don't know quite whether that's going to help him win, though, Zale. That's the only issue that I have.
He's very thrifty.
Yeah, I do appreciate being a little bit thrifty, but I just don't think that it's a great idea when you need to buy as many items as you possibly can to win the game. As now Vikla is, yeah, just never able to walk up to Knight ever again.
Yeah, how about that 8-minute Roa that's going to be incoming for Knight? Do you think that's going to help him win the game?
Well, you know, the best thing is his Roa is going to be finished so early, he's not going to be getting as much value from the level up.
Oh, true.
There you go.
There you go.
That's the silver lining that I've got for you, Azale. That's the end of it. Don't ask me for more. And now Knight just clears out the wave, and every time he leaves, things get very, very scary here for BNK Fearx. As Shun up here towards his top side, Clear will be able to see him on this ward, and immediately knows that he has to get the heck out of there. The Realm Warp will undoubtedly be following.
They want Shun.
Yeah. Kellen is making his way up, is joining the minion wave here. Home Guard's kind of wrecking him, which is a little bit hilarious. Wants to be able to walk the same speed as the minions.
Yeah, I thought that they were going to try to collapse because, I mean, Vikla actually spent a long time walking up there, and Kellen was on that side of the map, so I thought they might try to look for a play onto Shun, but at the end of the day, they don't think that there is an angle there. And Bin doesn't greed for anything, just pushes in the wave, stays backed off. He knows that he's in absolute comfort right now. He's going to get early steel caps. He has a cull.
Oh, public execution here towards his top side, but I think Cleo was using it mainly defensively as he flashes out of the way of Bin's leap strike. And in the meantime, Kellen is once again in a little bit of a rough spot, but he's able to keep himself alive for now. On didn't have quite as much damage in those hooves.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so Viper playing pretty respectfully, has fallen a little bit behind as far as the CS is concerned, but doesn't want to.
There's the flash from Bin, had that advantage. As now, let's see whether Clear can get himself out of the way. The answer is probably not. As there's the bonk, and Bin picks it up with an empower.
Nicely done. Bin going to be able to grab a solo on top side. That is both of the solo laners here for BLG. getting solo kills in game 1 of First Stand. BLG is looking really, really strong.
Yeah, this is looking like a little bit of a wake-up call here for BNK as Knight once again clears out another minion wave and once again looks to threaten on elsewhere on the map. Does get spotted out by this ward at the moment, but it looks like Shun is just going to be taking himself a dragon.
Yep, and to talk a little bit about Knight, this guy has been racking up championships. Bin, though, is maybe going to be in some trouble, but he's going to fight in the wave. This is not an easy fight here.
There's the flash off the Vault Breaker here from Raptor. He does have cease and desist, so Bin is likely just going to die here. Does have the counter-strike, but it's a good Vault Breaker to come on through. There's the cease and desist. Finally, they managed to take him down, and you can see just how dangerous that was.
Yeah, really. I mean, Raptor obviously didn't want to use the ult, but they're going to run more bot.
Yeah, in the meantime, there's a Pulverize onto Diablo. Great killer instinct to get himself out of the way as Pop Blossom keeps them all busy, but they just decide they'll kill Kellen. Down will go the Cal, though, so a 1-for-1, not exactly what BNK were looking for.
Yep.
Sorry, PLG were looking for.
At least they do get one back there, but yeah, it is not even a kill onto Diablo, so they just trade supports at the end of the day. They are going to lose probably at least one plate mid, so there is a bit of a cost to that play, and it is, despite how one-sided this game has felt, it's only a 600 gold lead for BLG, so not that bad for BFX. They are able to stay involved. They are able to keep it a lot closer than I thought it was going to be after how this game started. Over into the pit, Knight just starts it up with the Realm Warp. The arrow there, not actually able to connect from Viper, and he wasn't able to get the Chains of Corruptions down on anyone either. He was shooting for Diablo, but it felt like there was a bit of miscommunication because On was looking to combo Kellen.
In the meantime, though, we've got even more action. Is now On possibly in a little bit of trouble, but now Raptor finds himself among 3 people. The Cow even able to walk his way out as finally he will go down. Take that if you're BLG.
Yep, gonna be feeling good, and Knight just getting delaying till he wants to buy that. And it is going to be On out on the map, just using the Spellbook TP, looking to pressure up on top side, try to play for these grubs. He's been very active on the map. I honestly really am impressed with how he's playing this. Navigating this Nico matchup is not easy, and they are now going to try to look to set up a dive.
Well, let's see whether Clear can find the perfect ultimate here as he does throw it out, but he gets blocked, and down will go the Ambessa with no real issues there at all. On turns up and grabs himself the kill.
Yeah, I think you can't ask for much more there from Clear as far as the ultimate timing. And he both immuned the Counter-Strike as well as that combo coming in, so was able to immune a few little parts of CC, but there's just too much. No one was there to cover him. He doesn't have flash. There's not really much of a way to outplay. And Shun going to have to be pushed back here as we can see Kellen was up towards that top side helping him out.
Yep. Only one grub did go over to BLG as well. We'll see whether BNK are going to be able to collect themselves one at the same time. As Vikla trying to get the shove out here as we don't get the snare onto Shun, but the wall comes through, gets the flash. Cease and desist, though, delivers Raptor all the way in. That's a great shove. As there's the flash, Pop Blossom finding all 3 from Kellen, but Shun just gets out of there. The Cow grabs another one, and BNK just cannot find anything, despite the great setup.
Yeah, they just don't have any damage. That's a real problem, as Vikla wasn't able to actually get too much down onto Shun. On was blocking so much of that damage that was meant for Shun. Taliyah does not have good access through a target, right? All of your threaded volleys are just hitting the Cow here. He's blocking up all that damage. And this flash from Shun is really, really nice because it pulls Raptor into a position where Raptor is always going to get knocked under the tower. There's the reposition. There's Knight getting that root. Even though the 3-man Pop Blossom comes through, again, so much of the damage was getting blocked by On. They CC up Raptor under that tower, get even another kill, and are able to walk away with it. And now there's the Roa, there's the tier 2 boots for Knight, who is going to be scaling up incredibly quickly. And been up over 1K on the top side. I said it was about 600 gold that they had been keeping it close. Now it's close to 3K, and we're going to have a call here cashing in pretty soon, I guess on both sides, so we can kind of ignore that.
I think there was a bit of an ebb and flow, and it's ebbed back towards BLG once again. As BNK, I mean, the thing is, they still have what we were talking about in draft, right? Which is a pretty straightforward composition that just kind of works. So we'll see whether they can get themselves together as we make our way through this mid-game, try and find some of these angles to get these team fights working. Kellen has been able to find some of these Pop Blossoms that have been working out, and if they can all work together, it could work real well.
Yeah, we'll see if he's going to be able to get that done. And really, it's just going to be this problem about how do you deal with the 1-3-1? You know, even if you have a team fight, BLG don't have to take any fights. They got the early dragon, so they don't need to really force their hand, right? They don't need to go for any sort of fight that doesn't feel like a good setup. It doesn't feel guaranteed. And now they have moved Viper over towards the mid lane. They have themselves set up in this 1-3-1. Bin is going to have Triforce on his next base, easy peasy. And it is going to become very problematic to answer both of these side lanes because they don't have anyone that can win either 1v1.
That was not exactly the most friendly Coinbase gold grind that we've seen for BNK, but Bin looking absolutely fantastic there towards the top side of the map, 1.2k ahead of his Ambester opponent. Does finally have the Eclipse complete, and there isn't quite a Trinity Force just yet as he took a bit of a detour towards the Steel Caps. But we'll just have to see as Raptor now, once again, in a little bit of trouble as Knight is making his way over. Wherever Knight is, I imagine BNK do not want to be there because this guy is very, very scary, sitting at 3-1 and 4. As we've got them defending the Drake for now. Double Dragon, pretty important, as BLG will then have so much tempo control of this game.
Yeah, Vikla just trying to push in mid. They're trying to get control of that and then maybe move him down for a play because, of course, it would be hard for Viper to follow.
Yeah, in they go once again as Shun just decides he wants to get himself out of there. Diablo is a little bit scary, and so you could understand it. As Kellen towards his bottom side of the map. In goes Raptor once again, looking to clear out some vision, but down comes Viper as well. Chains of Corruption does come in. Vikla's turned up at the same time, but Raptor, he's already dead, and Bin now joins the fight. It's a good cleanse there from Diablo, and he tries to keep himself alive, but he is out this one, not exactly healthy enough to help out, and that is just a dead jungler and an almost guaranteed dragon here for BLG.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be the dragon. Bin trades the flash and the TP for the cleanse. They're going to go for a dive.
That is a big old Realm Warp as they get the Pop Blossom off onto one of them, but Shun is pretty happy to tank things up. That's a kill for Viper, one for Bin as well, as Clear is at least able to keep things interesting, but he'll be going down. It's a double for his opposite number, and an ace for BLG.
It's a 15-minute ace in a 5v5 under your own tower here. BLG are leaving no doubts in this game. Absolutely stomping FearX here in game number 1 at first stand. 5k is the lead. They didn't even bother taking the dragon. They just looked for a reset. Raptor was just way too far. I mean, they knew that Viper had been moving down from bot lane. No one can even step up here from BFX to try to help him, so he's gone way too far. The fight is already kind of screwed, and then Bin goes in, pushes Diablo out. They know now that's really the only threat, so they decide to go with the Realm Warp here. On goes in, tanks it up. He knocks Vikla back beautifully into the waiting arms of Knight and Bin, and on the other side, Diablo with no cleanse, with no ult, has no way to outplay, and they're able to get everything here on the delayed ace.
That was absolutely beautifully played from On. He got out of the Pop Blossom whilst also killing Vikla at the same time. So Kellen just didn't quite find the value that he was looking for underneath that turret. That Pop Blossom could have been devastating, but not to be the case. And now we're sitting at almost a 6,000 gold lead. We're heading towards blowout territory here in game number 1, as Raptor will be able to steal away a dragon. So there is at least that. Yeah, not too bad. No double dragon that I was talking about.
Exactly.
Oh, really? Maybe that's what they're playing for.
The objective bounties are falling off now. Oh, yeah. That's a worrying sign. They definitely could use those.
I think as soon as we're talking about objective bounties, you're already worried. You know, the worrying sign hasn't begun. As we do have Shelly getting involved as well. She's going to get a headache, but it will be BLG taking down this outer turret in the mid lane, opening up the map completely. BNK, what are we going to be able to do to find something? Well, we're just going to start more fights. That's going to be the plan. As let's see whether Raptor's going to be able to make this one work. Double Pop Blossom to come through from Kellen as he gets amongst it. But they're a little bit out of sync, and down will go the Nico. BLG just kind of weathering it.
Look at bot. No one is answering Bin. They moved everyone there because BFX realized this game is already cooked. You can't just sit and look for regular plays and play side lanes. You're going to bleed out. So they send everyone to try to really hard force this play, but BLG are able to absorb it pretty easily. It does cause some flashes on Knight and Viper, so there is that. But this has been getting further and further ahead. That is Bin Jax 3k up at 18 minutes, which is definitely not a good thing if you're hoping for a close game.
Yep, I think if you're an LCK fan, you're probably putting that one in the cons column, as Clear will let him go home, and I think that is a very good idea.
The pros column, he hasn't done it to Keen.
Yeah, there we go. Keen also hasn't played yet, so...
Exactly. Keen's not behind any gold. Clear is, unfortunately.
Well, actually, no, Keen's technically on 0 gold right now.
Yeah, but he's not behind any gold.
Ah, wait. Yeah. No, true. Okay, there we are. So if you're an LCK fan, maybe just, don't worry about game one. It's not about game one.
Exactly.
You know?
It's a best of 5.
Yeah.
It's a new world. They're just getting adjusted.
If they do this 3 times in a row, you know,
then maybe
then we'll talk.
Yeah,
exactly.
No, we won't talk. We'll cry.
We don't want a 3-0.
We want
that is the main thing.
close series.
Well, this is not going to be a close game. That is what we're looking at the moment. Unless B&K can make a miracle happen. And they have been a lot more tenacious this year than what we've seen of them in the past. We have to remember, they weren't at first stand last year because they were the very first team eliminated from the LCK Cup. And now they qualified second to actually make it here. Of course, last year there was only 1 seed, but this time they're our second best team coming out of the tournament. And that is a big turnaround.
It is a really big turnaround. I mean, their run has been very impressive. I think, even that upset over T1, people are like, wow, that was crazy. But that's probably the end, though, right? That's all you're going to get. And they just kept going. They have gotten better and better and better. And it is so interesting to see new representation here. This is the first time we've seen a new mid laner from the LCK in forever, as Knight maybe going to get dove here.
Yeah, there's a cease and desist. Pop Blossom comes on down there as he is delivered into the open arms of Diablo. And Raptor manages to tank up the turret successfully. Kellen probably didn't want to take that last shot, but now the rest of BLG are closing in. They do have a man disadvantage, though. And Bin has teleported forward. Clear turns up as well. All 5 of B&K are in the mix, but On keep himself available with that ultimate. There's the public execution of Shun. It's going to take down Raptor. They look to try and get one back as now Shun. Is he going to be able to survive? Oh my god, he is. As now Vikla dealing with Bin as best he can by dying. That's kind of the only option you really have here is now Shun chasing down Kellen, and he's dead as well. Yes, you managed to kill Knight, but you didn't get anything else. This should be Baron for BLG.
Yeah, BFX were up a man, but down a Bin, and he's worth a lot more than 1 at this point. This guy TP's in with the role quest completed, with the massive shield to start off that fight, and he is just soloing 3 members in the backline. It's a fight that is dominated. It is a 20-minute Baron, and it is 21 kills for BLG before 21 minutes into the game. So let's watch this one more time. Obviously, Raptor is very low. It's going to be a tough fight. You've spent some big cooldowns on the early side, but look at Bin. Gets in on Diablo, forces out the cleanse, multi-man ult, focuses down Raptor, and then he gets flicked back. He's like, great, I wanted to get closer to you. Q's forward, hits stun on both the carries, knocks down Diablo, takes out Vikla on the other side. Clear can do nothing as he is knocked down by Viper. BLG playing beautifully with a massive gold lead that they are working with here.
Yeah, you can see Clear is not super psyched about what's been going on in this game. I think a mental reset will be required after this one as BLG. It's a bit of a victory lap that we're looking at here at the 21-minute mark as B&K desperately trying to hold on to whatever structures they still can.
Yeah, they're going to try to hold on and keep fighting it out. I mean, that's all you really can do at this point. But of course, that gets very, very difficult when you're looking at 2 incredibly fed solo laners who both just bought a Seekers after that fight, right? So now they have the playmaking tools here as well because they are so rich, so accelerated that if you're looking for Knight or Bin, they both have that stasis here at pre-22 minutes. There's a locket completed. Viper's on 3 full items. So everyone is very, very strong at this point, and Shun is working towards his GA. So it is going to be tough. I mean, BFX are going to need a massive engage plus a series of incredible mistakes from BLG to really have a chance in this one. We knew this was a possibility coming in. BFX obviously have a lot of players who don't have that international experience, maybe haven't had as much experience traveling and playing at these big events, and they are going up against a team that both has a ton of experience and is one of the very best teams in the world for that first series. So game 1, we will give them a bit of a pass here, and we're hoping that they can kind of work into it as this series goes.
I would agree. And hopefully they are taking some notes, to quote a previous MSI. All right, BLG now in position. They haven't really broken open the base just yet. That is the one bit of good news. But the Rebel Baron power play is sitting at about 1,700. We're going to put that in the cons column. So Raptor is looking for a wraparound, though.
He is. I wanted to go back to this mid lane thing, but we have had 5 mid laners dominating the LCK for so long. Faker, Chovy, Showmaker, BDD, and Zeka. Those are the only mid laners that we've seen since 2019 until Vikla qualified here, which is very, very cool. Obviously a tough game 1, but still, it's nice to see a new team, a new mid laner, a new face kind of popping up here in the LCK and showing that they can actually mix it up with those legends who have been dominating that league for so long.
Yeah. Raptor just died. He was going for a little bit of a behind enemy lines type tactic. As it turns out, they had pretty good vision behind their enemy lines. So he's just going to go down and obviously looking for a Hail Mary. That sort of thing is what you're going to have to go towards as 10,000 gold the lead. I mean, they're going to need a miracle if they want to survive this one. BLG owns every part of the jungle, be it on BNK's side or on BLG's side. As On is going to get interrupted here momentarily, but I don't think he's too worried.
That's a win.
I mean, there's something. Seismic Shove does pull the cow back, does have Unbreakable Will, but does have to use it. So that's something.
His will is now breakable.
Yeah. Well, not yet. Now it's breakable.
Yeah. Well, I feel like it's been a tough game for Raptor. I think, honestly, he played the early levels completely fine, but the game felt pretty tough to play very, very quickly. Vikla got really outplayed by Knight. Diablo lost Flash early bot lane. Top lane gets killed by an early gank. Tough for a jungler when both your soul laners are getting solo killed very early on in the game. And Clear's going to try to TP out.
Yep, and he is going to be able to make it out. So there he is, able to grab himself a turret as well as getting himself away. And that is going to mean the gold lead is now smaller than it was a minute ago. That we take those, you know?
And
looking
they
for
might
positives.
steal a Gromp.
My goodness, surely not. Well, there it is. Okay, Diablo looking to try and do the same thing. There are still plates here towards this bottom side. And bounties on the map. I mean, there is money to be made here for BNK if they can get towards these structures. As, oh dear, Kellen is going to be very, very dead. As that is going to be Viper with our last auto attack. And that will be able to take down the Nico. Not very lucky, not able to escape. And so now, without that Pop Blossom available for the next 24 seconds, but obviously not very high level. So I look down, I'm like, it's quite late in the game, 25 minutes. But no, he's going to pop back up pretty immediately.
Yeah, death timer being 20 seconds is both very good and concerning at this point of the game.
Don't look at the little number next to the portrait.
Yeah, he is down a couple levels on the Alistar, and he is down 7 levels on the mid laner and 8 levels on the top laner.
I mean, the top laner makes sense, right? That's part of the quest.
They're cheating.
Yeah, absolutely cheating. And Knight's
and the
cheating
mid laner has a Roa. That's cheating too.
Yeah, so it's too much cheating. It's not your fault, Kellen. It's absolutely fine. The fact that you're 2 levels behind the Alistar, though, that we don't have very many excuses for that one, outside of the fact that...
that one's on you, buddy. We tried our best.
yeah, and they're also having a really tough game at this point in time, as Diablo desperately trying to get to a minion wave to farm. And does manage to at least get rid of that one. Has his 3 items complete. So, I mean, in theory, this Kai'Sa can be scary. But in the context of this game, probably not.
Well, and the big problem is, even though he is pretty relevant, no one else on his team is. So there's so many tools that BLG have, and they can just throw everything at Diablo, because as long as Diablo isn't hitting, you have no damage.
Well, Bin is going to look for clear here, as he does have the ultimate available. Changes position as they take down Viper. This could actually be a good start to this fight, as now Knight has been separated as well. It is Diablo going for something a little more aggressive than he probably should, and now the Realm Warp is going to deliver Bin to Vikla, but it's a great seismic shove to keep him alive. The Baron just spawning, though, as they lose their bottom lane, and BLG should be able to grab a second purple worm.
Nice attempt there for BFX. They are able to one-shot Viper, but then this is what I'm talking about. They're just going to spend all your resources on you. Right after that, after the Killer Instinct, On just flashes on his head, and then that goes straight into a Counter-Strike. You are CC'd 100-0, burst down. Not much Diablo can do unless you can somehow react to the Q flash that's coming in from On, which is almost impossible. And as a result, he dies, and as soon as Diablo's down, there's no hope left in the fight for them.
Yeah, let's have a look at it again.
Yeah, the angle is good. You know, BLG are looking for a fight, and BFX say, hey, we can actually find something here. Raptor Q flash, they one-shot him, but then watch this. As Diablo, I think he cleansed nothing, but does get Q flash. Really nice setup there from On. Knocks him right into the waiting arms of Bin, into that Counter-Strike. And then they get that kill, and we know they are back getting the Baron here on live. So BLG taking another team fight win. Just not a lot that BFX can do from this far down, even with a good initial pick like Raptor found.
Yeah, and even though the Red Bull Baron power play not exactly looking fantastic at this point in time, because I think some bounties were able to be taken, a couple of plates here or there for BNK, and so they have closed the gap actually just a little. But I think with these 2 minutes that they have still for this Baron, they should be able to take down some of these structures. Look at that crystalline overgrowth, man. Oh my goodness. There it is. Boom. And more plate money over to BLG, and they'll be able to start creating a bit of an advantage from this buff. Is Diablo off to the side, We're going to try and take down some of these. We do have a bit of a collapse onto Shun. Vault Breaker comes down. There is the Weaver's Wall as well to block off the reinforcements, and the GA was popped. Down goes Shun. There is at least another one, but the Counter-Strike onto 2 from Bin. He makes his way into the back line, and pop goes Diablo Man. He presses W, and people die. That is just what it looks like here as Knight teleports his way in. There is a reposition from Clear to try and keep them busy, but he is now just going to try and go for a bit of an escape here, and I don't know whether it's quite going to work, because now Bin just needs a couple more cooldowns, and Clear will just be dead.
Yeah, that is a level 18 Jax. That Leap Strike is a short cooldown, buddy.
At least he's level 18 and not level 20, because that would be worse. As all right, BLG going to break open the base here, and I think this might be the end of the game. 11,000 gold the lead, and just a couple of Nexus turrets to get BLG towards a 1-0 start in this best of 5. Pop Blossom only onto 1. That is not exactly what you want, as now Raptor just desperately trying to deal with the minions, but there are 2 cannons taking down these Nexus turrets, and down will go the Nexus here in game number 1. Utter dominance from BLG, as they will go 1-up in the series.
Damn, 29 kills in 29 minutes here. I thought we were going to be in for a pretty competitive series, but BLG, if they're going to have their way, it's not going to be that.
No, that was swift destruction here of B&K, a team that hasn't had a lot of international experience. You can understand why they would not exactly be feeling the most comfortable, but I'm going to give them 1 game, right?
Yep.
And if it doesn't work in game number 2, that's when we're going to start worrying. Let's throw it over to the analyst desk to see whether they're worried about B&K Furex.
Yeah, I feel like Ox's prediction didn't age well, but before it comes back to us on the desk, I actually want to check in with the Furex fan club here. My dear, what happened?
I don't know, honestly, but I think they will get better, just to give a chance.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about maybe having nerves. It's the first time they're playing. Do you still believe?
Yeah, honestly, I think they're gonna have a sweep.
All right, reverse sweep. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so Ox's prediction is still on. Thank you so much here. I guess, I mean, we have to believe, right, after something like this, that is not the start that a team like this would want on their first time playing internationally, Ox. So before, I love that grim that you're making, but I want to ask you first things first. Even before the game started, you said, that's cooked. BLG is going to win. So talk me through your thought process here. Why did you think they were going to win?
I think the fact that they were able to get the Ryze first pick, like all the other mid laners being nerfed, Ryze untouched, and BLG prioritized that, got that. We saw what happened in that matchup, but also B&K Furex went for the Ambessa. You know, despite having second pick, they picked that early and gave Bin counter pick. And I feel like the solo lanes, the matchups just fell apart. And going in the rest of the series, they need to prioritize those matchups.
Yeah, it was dominant. It was actually something that we talked about at the very beginning, which is like, oh, the experience gap is there. What will that actually look like? They did not, especially Clear, does not look like what we saw from him domestically. And a lot of it was like, okay, you see Jarvan literally pathing straight through mid, being pushed off bot scuttle, going topside. You know he's there. Why are we TPing on the wave? Like, those are mistakes that we didn't expect at all. And even though I can't see it, you guys out there can visualize it. Mid lane getting throttled, top lane the same way. It was like, literally at level 1, a gap was formulated.
I was about to say, the year of Vikla, not for now. Ox, what the hell was that first blood? We call them oopsies here.
You know,
stage jitters, maybe.
It was a little bit unfortunate. It was a little unfortunate. The auto attack on the Raptors, problematic. That really shouldn't be happening. I definitely think it's nerves. You know, we talked about how 80% of this roster hasn't played in an international yet. Very clear in showing that just some real struggles on this stage so far. I think also top lane was really unfortunate with how things have played out, because Clear, there's just nothing you can do. You know, he's pinging for assistance. He's like, okay, if the jungler stays, I'm doomed. If the jungler doesn't stay, you know, great, but you can't, you have to kind of risk it. You have to try and break the freeze, otherwise you're just in a terrible spot.
And you see the goal difference at 8 minutes of the game. And that was like a tough position that you're in. As I mentioned already, Clear even TPing back onto that minion on the wave when you know J4 is there. Shun is just gonna chill. Those are unforced errors that you don't expect from players like these. But on their first international experience, it's going to happen.
Yeah, and we know how overpowered, I heard the fans, I know what they think, how overpowered Ryze can be. Being on Jax, that is deadly.
Yeah, it is.
Especially when you want to have a composition that can be able to dive, because guys, this comp, they're going to dive you back.
Yeah, and this play in particular, Raptor had a bad time in this game, and he gets caught out here, and I think BLG in this situation, it looks like BNK like, okay, you know, we lost Raptor, it's fine, we back away. And BLG like, no, we're going to take a little bit more. Realm move underneath this dive, and I think this is the point where the game is over, just mentally as well. I feel like it's just so hard to come back from this point. Clear tries to make something from it, gets a kill, but they were just so in the hole at this point.
Yeah.
And so, like, we didn't really get to hear from the BLG fans, as you can see from post-game breakdown.
Oh, they were happy. I heard them.
Very happy. All right, do you feel vilified? Like, how do you feel?
I told you guys that it's gonna be like this game. They can't like walk in there. All haters, all haters.
There are haters on the other side.
Place that BFX gonna be. In some days, it's gonna be Guarulhos in the airport going back to home because we're gonna win this.
That's a BLG fan through and through. That's a BLG fan.
I love the confidence and I love the strong words. So, okay, coming from the BLG fans and you, Raz, who was the player of the game this one?
For me, it was Knight.
Okay.
And it was just straight from level 1. And if you ever see a stomp that's happening that early on, I know there were some like questions on Vikla coming into this tournament. Vikla answered a lot of questions when he was in LCK. Solo killing Faker, Chovy, who else? Who else did he solo kill?
Showmaker.
Showmaker. That one maybe not as convincing. But like at the end of the day, we were starting to change our viewpoint on Vikla. He cannot have performances like this if FearX wants to be a real player in this tournament.
What are we looking at here? Because, of course, Fearless draft means that we're going to have completely different drafts here and different approaches. So what would you keep? Was the approach wrong or was it the execution? What are we looking at here?
Yes.
Yes, okay, thank you.
I think, you know, game 1, clearly a lot of nerves. This was not them at their best, not even like their 10th best game, not even close, right?
Nerves.
I think you come out of this, there's so many, problems.
The food is bad.
You just go on a game 1, you go, guys, forget about it, right? It can't get any worse, okay? You just got to go on a game 2 with a fresh mindset. There we go. There we go.
That sounds like a challenge.
No, but you know them. You've seen them. What are we looking at here? Who's the hope? What's the hope?
I mean, bot lane is still always the hope. I hope
Okay.
Raptor has a better game. It felt like he was struggling to find impact and was trying a bit too hard. But bot lane and jungle has been the center point. I think solo lanes just need to stabilize. You don't need to win against Bin Knight. You're not going to win against Bin Knight, but just have them on stable picks, play through bot.
Funny thing is, they're like, oh, Rise won't be an issue. Now that it's gone, well, you still have Knight's Ahri, his Aurora. There's still a lot of League of Legends to play here.
No game 1 Andes. That's what I hear so far. BLG takes game 1. Let's see if FearX can come back here in game 2.
On that last minion, that's kind of crazy.
He's just getting full zoned, and Knight is...
And there is vision here as well, so Knight might just be able to solo kill him. The Raptor's getting involved, and there is first blood for Knight. There's the flash from Bin, had that advantage. Is now, let's see whether Clear can get himself out of the way. The answer is probably not, as there's the bonk, and Bin picks it up with an Empower. But there are 2 cannons taking down these Nexus turrets, and down will go the Nexus here in game number 1. Utter dominance from BLG.
Game time, they about to step on a landmine.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Players in the world are here.
They can just burn this one down. Oh my god, he'll forward by 9!
You are going to see them like you've never seen them before.
It will as the Arcane Storm doing so much work, and Genji! They are just going to ace them!
누구 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Genji, the EWC winners!
Went from raggedy shoestrings to hoop dreams. Yeah, I might know nothing, but I know two things. Discipline and hard work is routine. Bounce back from setbacks and grew wings. Tend to it like gardens. I plant the seed and watch it harvest. Look at us now, we come so far from where we started. Long days and long nights, knew I could take it farther. So I pushed even harder, realizing my calling till it caught up. You know, I been getting to it all day and all week. We ain't worried about a thing, everything is on me. Used to run into a jam when the tape was on me. Now I've been getting to it, yeah. I've been getting to it, yeah. I've been getting to it all day and all week. We ain't worried about a thing, everything is on me. Used to run into a jam when the tape was on me. Now I've been getting to it, yeah. I've been getting to it, yeah. We on the way.
大家好，我是标记上单选手斌。第一次打巡回赛，感受就是路程有点远。其实第一赛段本来就应该拿冠军，我们本来就是第1名的实力，只不过中间出了点小意外，送了2胜8而已。对于巡回赛，肯定就是我觉得就是每个队都很强，不管是我们这个小组还是他们那个小组。如果说最期待的话，可能还是经济还有他们的上单 Kim 是我最期待教授，因为是今年的第1次的国际赛事，需要去靠这个赛事来证明我们队，然后证明我自己，希望能拿到这次冠军。对于粉丝和观众想说的就是看我们表演就行了。
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to First Stand 2026. We are quickly back here after a very swift game one, hoping that B&K got the sillies out. You know the concept of shaking the sillies out?
Yeah.
That's what they did in game one, Azale. And now we're going to have competitive League of Legends from this point on.
Absolutely.
Yeah? Right?
I mean, Ben said he wanted to prove himself. He said he wanted to look good for the fans. Well, okay, he's doing those things. If you're a BLG fan, you are super happy after that first game because BLG really could not have come out looking better. When Knight is winning the mid lane at level 1 that hard, when you're getting zoned off the wave at level 1, things have gone wrong, and they definitely went wrong often and early for BFX. So I want to see if they can just get something as comfort gets. If I'm the coach for BFX, I'm giving you your most comfortable champion. I almost don't even care what it is. And I'm saying, you know what? Go out there, let's just have a more stable early game, and let's just ease into it because that was a really rough start. But the reality is there's a lot of games left to play. It is a best of 5. And even if you lose here, there's still a lot more best of 5s to come after it. So you really want the players to get acclimated, to get comfortable. And I think that should be their focus. Comfort, comfort, comfort after a game like that because it couldn't have gone worse.
Yeah, and you know what? There are certainly some positives because it's Fearless Draft. They're not going to get beaten by Knight's Rise ever again in this series. Not ever.
That is true.
Not one more. It's impossible.
In the history of this series.
In the history of this series, no more rising will happen. Apart from like
news, though.
getting out of your chair and that sort of rising. That
they
will
might get beat even worse by something else.
Don't say that.
That could be.
I was on a positive run. It was working.
You were being an angel on the shoulder, so I had to be the devil. You know, we got to balance each other out here.
We're
Max.
just a conscience here. That's what we are here on the caster desk, and I like it. All right, some weird bans come through from B&K to start this one off. As Nautilus, Na, and the Xin Zhao all taken away. Xin was banned in the last game, but the other two feeling a little bit new. As we do have the Orianna and the Rumble taken away so far, the Azir has slipped through that the Ashe is going to be the ban. I actually quite like that. I think defaulting back to an Ashe Seraphine to say, well, we're going to win a lane is a good way to kind of bounce back.
Yeah.
But we do have B&K going for their first pick here, and it will be the Karma
Ezreal Karma
away.
It would be my guess, unless BLG want to actually take it away. But Karma, obviously, such a strong pairing there. You know, we could just see Corki Nami or something like that as an answer, but taking away the Ezreal, obviously quite strong too.
Yep.
They're at least considering it. We'll see if that is going to be the case.
I do think that Siva Karma is still very strong,
It is,
and Jarvan has been played already, so that's fearlessly banned. And so picking Siva blind without seeing the jungler isn't quite as punishing. So this feels
And
like a pick
Alistar is
away, but
gone.
it may not necessarily work. and Alistair being gone is certainly
And
good too.
those are both tough matchups there for Mrs. Sivir, as she does not have a good time there. So Pantheon Ezreal, strong first two here for BLG, I have got to say, especially with a little bit of focus on the jungle pool. This is one of those really high prio AD junglers that is going to pair well with pretty much anything that Knight and Bid would want to play.
Yep. And has more global as well, which can be very, very powerful.
Renekton makes a lot of sense with the Narban.
Yeah, saw the Narban, you were thinking it's probably going to be a Renekton angle. And let's see whether it is going to be a Sivir lock-in alongside it, or whether it's going to be something else, perhaps for the jungle or for Vikla, depending on what we do see here.
Yeah,
I'm intrigued.
We'll see where BFX wants to go, and I'm also going to be interested to see what Bin's answer is. I always feel like you can just go Sion. Wow, Jinx. Okay, this is actually really interesting. So this should give him a lot of prio. It's a ton of wave clear here with Fishbones plus the Mantra Qs. You know, you have all this poke. You have the ability to kind of push in. What they are really lacking, obviously, is hard engage. So BLG, I think, can go for an answer and support if they want here, or they can answer, you know, top lane. And then I think they really should be banning out good engage options for BFX, because I think that is clearly what BFX is lacking right now, as they do need an engaged jungler. Very likely Sion, I love as an answer, you know, up on that top side, like I was saying. I think this is a really good matchup for Sion. Even though you lose prio early, I rarely see Renektons be able to slam home enough of an advantage that feels like it's really been worthwhile. And we'll see if Clear is able to create enough of an edge and get enough done with this Renekton that it is going to feel better than Bin here on this Sion.
And it also might be quite difficult to play this Jinx prior to getting excited and trying to deal with this Sion in your face. Obviously, you can cut through tanks relatively well as this champion, but it is still a little bit of a scary thought in team fights later on.
Trundle, I was going to say, is an obvious one when you are playing Sion. You do kind of need to ban that out. But I'd also be thinking about, if I'm BLG, things like, you know, Malphite potentially. Anything that is, you know, a good go button from the jungle feels like something you would want to target, because I do think that is kind of what they're lacking. Instead, it is going to be a little bit of both. Obviously, it is a little bit of pseudo-engage here, but also safety there for Vikla. And it is going to mean now Vikla very likely is the one that is going to be picking blind here. And that is going to be tough after you just got completely stomped in game one.
Yeah.
Giving Knight counterpick here in game two with a couple of mid laners taken away is going to be that much harder, because Ori is gone, Azir is gone. This would be spicy here from On.
Yeah, there's not a lot of great options for him to go towards, and honestly, could work. And Ezreal Nami, this is what I was thinking. I was like, the last enchanter you really have to try and go double ranged in this lane is kind of Nami, but Nami Ezreal feels odd. They're still going to lock it in, and let's see how it's going to work.
I will say, you know, it's less of a common pairing. Obviously, we see a lot more Nami with Lucian and with Corki and those kind of lanes. But it's a lot of poke, it's a lot of sustain, and it's really going to come down to, you know, just how many skill shots can you hit as Ezreal. That's basically all these lanes do come down to. My question is, can BLG actually contest the push in the 2v2 bot? Because I feel like Jinx Karma has so much pushing power that I think we're going to have to see Viper and On kind of playing past the wave and trying to deny them access to it. And if Fury as an option here is pretty exciting.
This is a big favorite.
You can throw yourself into the back line, but...
Yeah, he loves this one. There is an Annie for Vikla as well. And this is a champion that even on previous patches has been really rising to the forefront. But we've seen nerfs on a lot of the more common mid laners. And so Annie has been coming out even more recently.
And they just need a go button, right? They were really lacking that. So
Flash
now
Bear.
Exactly, Flash Bear. And when you go for the Inferi, you need something that is going to pair well with it in the mid lane. It's an AD jungler. You now have your essential dive squad there. You shield them up. You send them in. It is going to be Aurora as the option here for Knight. Knight is an absolutely terrifying Aurora. And when you are playing dive, you have 4 champions here, well, 3 really, that are going to get really close, but you have a lot of champions that are going to be flying in, and the counter engage from Aurora can be terrifying. Not in that she has some amazing CC, but in that she's going to counter engage by killing your whole
it's
team.
really amazing CC. You have CC for like so incredibly long, like 30 seconds at a time. It's crazy, man.
And you're going to be trying to go through the Pantheon, the Sion, the Nami wave, and really the prime target is the Ezreal, right? But the Ezreal is going to be very difficult to get to, I think, for BFX. So that is kind of my question: is can they actually, you know, get past these carries to burst down Knight or burst down Viper? because if not, I think they will really struggle in a front to back trying to get through this Scion. So it's going to be interesting to see how BFX plays it out. And
yeah, I'm going to be focused on how the lanes are going to go early on in the game, though, because we're sort of analyzing how team fights might go in an even game state later on. I'm hoping that we can get to an even game state later on because B&K weren't able to quite get that one over the line in game number 1. So let's just cross that bridge first, and then we'll get to the next one, you know, where we need to worry about how you possibly
There's
get
a lot of scary bridges that you have to cross to beat BLG.
a lot of bridges, you know, like, I mean, we're in Brazil, there's a lot of rivers, you know, all over the place. So you just,
with spikes and snakes and stuff you got to get across to be able to beat BLG.
I can't believe they haven't spoken to me about it yet, because I know a lot lot about snakes. I could have been there, but
and spiders that are as big as dinner plates.
Yeah, those guys. They're really great. Let's get on the rift here though. Here for game number 2. And B&K, they've shaken their sillies out. That's what we went with in game number 1. They shook their sillies out, and now they're all gone, and we're ready to have a competitive game of League of Legends.
They shook them out. BLG had no sillies to shake, though.
No, they didn't.
They were locked in.
They were very still.
They were super locked in.
I obviously shook them out earlier, and so that is certainly good news. Let's see whether Vicla's going to have a better time here.
Well, he can't have a worse time, so I think it will be going better. But he is going to be critical to their success because Vicla had been having a really good run in the LCK. I know game 1 is not representative of how he has been playing at all. He has been on a bit of a tear. He's been getting, you know, solo kill after solo kill against some of the very top players in the LCK. He was able to take out Faker and Showmaker and Chovy and, you know, getting solo kills on all these huge household names. That has been a core part of why they have been doing so well. It's not just Diablo and Raptor. Vicla has really been stepping up. Kellen, I think the meta has been fitting him very well with the Enchanter meta.
Would agree.
And this whole package is a big part of why BFX have looked so good. So they really do need to get him up and running because they can't do it without him, not against a team like BLG.
Yep, I think it's very cool for Vicla, though, to be back on an Annie. This is a champion that he was actually playing a lot because he was a utility player in the mid lane. Like, this is what he sort of began as, sort of accepted that he wasn't one of the superstars. And he has since, you know, been picking up Yone and solo killing Faker, picking up Akali, solo killing Chovy.
I thought he was going to go for a wraparound gank there.
I was expecting something like that.
Oh, he's going to try to cheese Shun. He's going to try to cheese Shun maybe at the red, I think. Ooh. Oh, this is sneaky.
He spotted it out. Shun is playing very defensively, though, around his Raptor camp. But Raptor knows Raptors, okay? He's very aware of that. Does find the first dagger here, though, as Shun is just going to get sent out of his own jungle. I don't think the Pantheon is really going to be able to fight this Nefiri here. So he is just going to be backing away.
But he doesn't have bot lane prio, so I don't think that Raptor can actually do anything with this. This feels like very dangerous to me, but Shun is going to eventually give it up. Honest is going to harass him, and Shun, wow. I mean, Raptor just had so much respect to that. He thought that Shun was there, and Shun has already backed off, so On going to be able to make this reset. And
well, Vicla's coming down as well. Flash out from On. Knew that he wasn't able to actually stay over there. Knew that the mid laner was coming down, so B&K just brought their friends. And that is going to be able to get it, as Raptor is able to take down this crab as well. This little doggo is going to be able to help get rid of the rest of it. And so ultimately, in the end, working out quite nicely. Vicla also having a good time in this mid lane this time around, as Knight looking a little worse for wear.
Yeah, and it could be even double scuttle here for Raptor. Will be, so he's going to go straight towards it. So he doesn't get the red, doesn't actually steal away any camps from his opponent directly, but does delay him, does force the flash of On, and is able to double scuttle. And now this is a really dangerous TP from Knight.
That is a very aggressive teleport, as Knight trying to get himself out of there, but he gets stunned up immediately. Shun in the area, though, so Raptor going to have to get himself out, as Vicla also looking worse for wear. So B&K not able to grab themselves a first blood. But Knight teleports back and immediately is exceptionally low. Vicla still with his TP available. As, okay, Raptor and Shun still trying to fight this one out. We do have a charged up Q that is going to connect. But On turning up first is going to mean that things should be all right here for Shun, and stealing away Raptor's Raptors. This is always a problematic scenario. As Kellen looking to take On for a walk. Does manage to do so here as some of these daggers are connecting, and it looks like the big Raptor will go over to Raptor this time. As, wow, anything you can do, I can do better, says Vicla, as he's immediately put into the bubble. The Molten Shield working out quite nicely, and Shun flashes away to keep himself alive, and there is first blood over to Knight. Flashes out of the way, the sickest fadeaway you will see, and another one. Knight versus Vikla for first blood.
The risky TP is on the other foot.
Why would we do that? We just punished the other guy for doing that.
He's like, oh, what a dummy. Did you see that TP from Knight as he's TPing in on a minion?
Oh, no.
Oh, Vikla, my boy. He gets taken down, and no one goes down from BLG. We literally just saw this happen the other way, where Knight got punished, but this time they are a lot stronger. They have bought. On is in the area as well. And look at Knight's confidence here, going forward through the tower, gets the kill, flashes out, has the reset, and another first blood there for Knight. This one not going to be a solo kill or anything. You know, mid lane is not as much of a disaster by any means. BFX definitely more competitive, but they had it in such a good spot.
Yeah.
It's just kind of a freebie that they had given over. And these pro players, man, they love their risky TPs. We saw it really punish Clear last game. Then we saw it both punish Knight, and now Vikla even more so this game. You can just TP to the tower, I promise.
Yeah, I was thinking that maybe towers were now deactivated. That's why maybe I missed the patch note. You can only teleport to minions in very scary positions with enemy teammates all over the place. I think that's maybe a change that must have happened.
They should try that one with the Azir. Maybe that'll get him. The large rod isn't working, so.
All right, well, there's level 6. Bear comes down, but there is Between Worlds already. Shun turns up, and Vikla dead once again. Knight sitting at 2-0 to start this one off.
Yeah, that is tough. The Bear came down, but so did the jacked man with the spear. And turns out he is more of a help than the teddy bear, so going to be another kill here for Knight. And let me tell you, Knight Aurora is incredible to behold. You do not want this guy getting fed. This champion from ahead, all of a sudden the basic abilities kind of just one-shot you, and then you're off to Reset City, which is not a place that BFX want to see him go. That being said, at least Diablo is, out to a little early gold lead here. They have been able to, keep the push for Jinx for the most part, which is kind of what you expected. Topside, though, this is kind of where I really get concerned about these types of matchups. Is Bin is just going to all back to the lane. It's a couple under gold lead, but it just always feels like you need to be so much more ahead for it to really be worthwhile as the Renekton, because the Sion just naturally gets so tanky, and it is double physical damage topside. You also have Annie, who is not going to be really helping killing out the Sion, right? Like, there's not a realistic fight where Annie is
it's all Diablo. If Diablo cannot kill Bin, this is a wash.
Exactly, and the problem is he's going to be stacking infinite armor because he's not laning against a Rumble where he has to actually respect that. He's just, from the word go, going to only stack armor the entire game, and that is going to make it really, really difficult for Diablo, because then you're looking at, okay, well, you at least need LDR, you need IE, you're looking pretty late in the game already for when you're going to be able to deal with this guy. So we'll see if BFX can kind of fight around him and solve the Knight problem, which is going to be an issue here in Game 2.
Yeah, first Dragon should be going over to BNK, though. It looks like BLG not wanting to try to contest this at all. That will be taken, so Hextech Dragon to be going down first. Second up will be an Ocean. Then we'll see what the Soul is going to be. Whether that's going to be relevant at all is going to be a question mark, because BLG already off to a pretty good start, and the Dragons were not exactly talk of the town in game number 1.
This one much closer, though, than last time. Last time, it honestly felt the game was over by 5 minutes. And not even exaggerating, it was very, very tough. The gold went up and down a little bit, but let's be real, that last game was not close whatsoever. Yes, Knight is out to a very good early lead, but BFX is going to have real chances in this game. The problem for me is just you are playing a hard engage comp against two very shifty carries, right? You are trying to take down Aurora, who can go invisible, who can go between worlds and hop away. Ezreal, who is playing barrier and obviously has a lot of mobility built in. That, I think, is the real challenge for BFX, is can they really be picture perfect with their engages and delete one of those carries? And if they can, I think they have a real shot.
Well, two grubs do go over to BNK as Raptor smites away that one, and also, never mind. So it is going to be 2 for 1. Shun comes on over and gets himself the final smite. So BLG with one of their grubs. I think, like you say, definitely not as end of the world as we saw in game number 1 yet. And I do like the composition here for BNK. I think that Jinx is a great win condition later on in the game, and right now Diablo is doing just fine in this lane.
Yep.
It's just whether or not, Bin is going to get too big, and if Diablo looks at Knight the wrong way, he may just die.
He will get one shot, yeah. So that is always a problem, but clearly the comp is built around you go in, you one-shot one of these BLG carries, you get Jinx the reset, and then Jinx carries the rest of the fight is on barely survived there. Did still have the flash, but the heal was expended. And so they want to get strong enough that they have enough damage to really get that first kill, get that first reset, and we'll see if they are going to be able to do that, because Diablo, once he gets going, it really is a thing of beauty to watch this guy play. He likes to play so aggressive.
Well, Knight in a little bit of trouble here in this mid lane. Will be looking to go back home by the looks of things. I think was due a reset. Does have the Merc Treads as well, just to make sure that these stuns from the Annie are not going to be too much of an issue, as Tibbers does manage to bounce back to Vikla. Good bear care there that we do very much like to see. In the LCK, there's some notoriety for some of our players that aren't able to look after their maidens very well on Yorick. A very similar thing
They're on the PETA watch list.
Oh yeah, no, it really bothers me. But Vikla, they're able to keep Tibbers safe, at least for a moment.
I mean, Yorick's got to take care of the maiden.
I know,
that's his wife, right?
Exactly. Like, it's like, come on, man.
Come on, man. Get it together.
Well, thankfully, Yorick not in this game, so no need to worry about that one for now, as we're looking to see whether this next dragon is going to be the port of call. You know, maybe it's going to be something else. But right now, the game has calmed down in a good way, because last time around, it was all action because BLG never stopped killing B&K players.
That's true.
And so if we do want a more even game, then we're going to look for a little bit more inaction. As now Raptor fighting against Knight here. Super Mega Death Rocket actually going to connect the Aurora from downtown. But not really going to be finding too much more, as there's a flash over the wall from Shun, and does eventually find that stun there. Between worlds they go, as now Vikla able to flash his way up, and my god, the damage from Knight already looking absolutely absurd. And with no flash to contend with out of Vikla here either, I mean, Knight is going to be able to farm these plates in this mid lane.
Yeah, you got to be careful too, because when QE comes back up, he could flash and farm the champions as well. That is a risky recall.
Well, there is another fight here brewing towards his bottom side. Is now Viper in a lot of trouble. That is Callan locking down that killer. Shun turns up, and finally Diablo gets one at the same time. Callan able to make his way out, a 2-for-1 in the bottom lane. And these two were the best duo killers that we had in the LCK, and they are demonstrating it here on the world stage.
Yeah, that is really nice. Vikla still hasn't based. He is just bleeding out minions and tower plates here. Let's watch this one more time down the bot side. We kind of only saw the very end of it. Oh, that is a super aggressive shift here from Viper. Gets caught by the tether there as Kellen flashed forward early. They focus him down. Then look at Diablo. He's kiting into the tower because he has to kite away from the stun from Shun to be able to finish off that kill. Beautiful kiting from him, recognizing how he was going to be able to win out in that spot. And he had his early Hex Optics C44, so you get that extended range, that bonus damage
as well.
Exactly. You get that max damage now at only 500 range, so it's really easy to actually hit that and get that bonus damage, especially when you're in rocket form. As going to take a little bit of damage. Nice sidestep there.
Yep, not going to get bubbled, but is otherwise in a little bit of an issue here as far as the 2v1 is concerned. The rest of B&K are moving down, though, as we check in on this top lane. Clear just between turrets, as On could be in a little bit of trouble. Was taken for a walk momentarily, but Kellen not going to be able to find too much more alone. And it looks like B&K, they just want to turn their sights towards the Dragons. And yes, we do. I mean, this one is exceptionally close. B&K right now with a slight lead. But as I say that, BLG ticks up to join them. So this is some League of Legends that we have here. It was the weird one in game one, but now we have a real game on our hands.
I mean, Knight is still dominating mid lane. Vikla is in some trouble, but Diablo is up 1.3k. That is your jinx, getting really fed early on. You've got 2 early dragons. It is going to be Chemtech, which is a bit unfortunate, but they do have a number of shields, so it makes it a little bit more powerful, obviously, you know, with the Karma, with the Annie. And at the end of the day, a soul is still a soul. It is still a lot of extra power that they can work towards. And BLG are just trying to get online to where they feel comfortable fighting for this. So I love that BFX have really pushed the pace, took the early dragon, got right back to it on spawn, because, you know, Ezra wants to get to a couple items. They want to get really rolling here before they show up and start team fighting. Whereas a lot of these champions over on BFX side, I feel like are good to go on one item. You know, like they are ready to scrap.
Yeah, especially like the Annie and the Renekton, for example. They are feeling very, very good at that moment. We also have first item completions for the junglers at the same time. And this is where Raptor really does start to take over on this Nefiri. I think Pyoshik, another one of our Nefiri players, but him and Raptor really were leading the charge as far as this champion was concerned. Often picked into Vi because you can just sort of ignore her ultimate most of the time. But we've got another fight brewing here as Knight just doesn't want any part of it, and he just gets away with the ulti.
Yeah, you got to be a little bit crazy, I feel like, to be a very good Nefiri player.
Yeah.
As, you really have to play on that knife's edge, and Vikla down 2 levels.
Yeah, Bin is going to turn up. There is the Grand Starfall as well from Shun, and Vikla, I think, is dead, as he's just going to get fully charged up on that Q, and down he will go. Pantheon grabs another one, and Vikla sitting at 0-3-0. This is not what I wanted to talk about. I wanted to talk about the fact that it's the year of Vikla, but it's not looking like the year of Vikla here.
No.
It's the wrong hemisphere, perhaps. Something like that. I don't know.
Exactly. It's a time change thing. Hasn't
It must
yet
be
ticked
that.
over to the year.
It's something like that. Clear, though, not looking like he's too worried about it. It's just going to eat the fish. And down will go on. Bin is still alive, though, and has that big old shield as he turns up. And I think they're going to have to sacrifice more than just Raptor here, as Clear is likely to be going down. And Viper is able to help Knight get a double here on this top side of the map. You mentioned how scary his Aurora is. Well, his Aurora has all of the money.
Yeah, and likely going to go in towards a Shadow Flame second, I think even. He is going full burst here. Obviously, you need the Merc Treads because there's a lot of CC on the other side. Point and click with the Annie as well as the follow from the Renekton, so you need that. But this is going to be incredible burst. Already 8 stacks on the Dark Seal as well, as they do look for this dive. And great, you killed off the Nami, but who cares? I mean, it's just the Nami, so we're going to full send it on Nami with Flash, with ult, with everything. Viper is hitting the whole time. Bin TP's in. Who's ever going to deal with Bin in this situation? And the carries are just so shifty, so it's very difficult. If you don't kill Viper and Knight off, it's got to be one of those at the start of the fight, or I just feel like you'll never win. Like, there's just no way. On cannot be the prime target.
And here is the Coinbase gold grind, and it doesn't look great for Vikla here. Knight feeling very, very good about the amount of money that he's put together, close to a 3,000 gold lead, which is kind of absurd.
It's a 1%er over there.
Oh, man. It's just how it
Vikla's
goes.
just a common man trying to get by, trying to pay his bills.
Yeah.
The Knight is like, I think I will buy a third Ferrari this game.
Yeah, I'd say that I think common man, but down on his luck.
He's down on his luck,
is Vikla here today.
Rent just got raised.
He used to have money. Like back in the LCK, he was putting wins together. Maybe not necessarily in the final of the LCK Cup, but before that, things were looking fantastic. And, you know, sometimes it just comes and goes, you know? Ebbs and flows, as Nami would say. That's all right. We do have the 2v2 moving over towards this mid lane, as Diablo should be feeling pretty happy as far as the range is concerned, but if Viper is good at hitting these Mystic shots, which in this moment, not necessarily working out, BLG should be all right.
Yeah, I mean, the bot lane is the hope right now, as Kellen.
Yeah, Tidal Wave does come on through, gets the flash out from this Karma.
But again, it's getting, you just don't want to get back into that dangerous spot like last game where it's like, oh, Kai'Sa's on 3 items, great. Yeah, but if your AD carry is the only threat, all pressure will be thrown on that AD carry, and then it's very hard to fight, right?
Yeah.
You know, it becomes quite difficult, and you can see quite a lot of armor already has been purchased up here by Bin. I'm surprised that he actually went in for the Negatron relatively early on. And he doesn't have Tabby, so he's maybe not quite as tanky as he could be, but still, it's going to be very tough to crack. And Raptor just trying to zone them back, get more gold here for Diablo.
Yeah, man, this
really is their hope.
This turret could just be dead, as Diablo is just putting so many bullets in it. Finally, Shun is going to come on forward, and the bubble connects. And Diablo really wanted to kill that turret, does manage to get it from the grave, as in comes the train. Bin to lock down. Raptor here goes untargetable for a few moments and tries to keep himself alive. True Shot Barrage, not enough, but the spear will do it. And BLG, yeah, that was a pretty good answer.
Yeah, I mean, Diablo, we talk a lot about the positives, right? About how good he is at playing on the knife edge. Sometimes he stabs himself with the knife, you know, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And that felt like a bit of an unforced one where, I mean, he's standing in the face of the Pantheon to knock down the turret. He did end up getting it, but he dies for it. Your mid lane turret dies for it. You are going to lose quite a bit. At the very least, they did get a tower back on top side as well, as Bin did move and cleared stayed top. BLG will get a dragon, though, so they're going to stomp that soul stacking. Raptor died. And it is nearly a 3K gold lead now here for BLG, fully in control once again. And you just look at mid-jungle, and that is a problem, because you are getting into that territory where it's really just Diablo against the world.
It is. There's the flash forward here from Vikla, but Knight manages to get himself out of the way with a flash of his own, and underneath their turret they go. So looks like it is just going to be this Drake going down, as Kellen is once again getting a little bit frustrating. There's a Crocodile following here, as on down to about 0 mana, but Shun is going to turn up as well, as Knight teleports back in, and I don't think they really want to be fighting this Aurora unless she's going to miss some abilities. And it looks like now, yeah, B&K just going to leave.
Yep, and there is the Shadow Flame complete now, so Knight's Burst going to ramp up a ton. I think Kellen was just hoping that they could actually stop the base from Knight, but they're going to go for a dive.
Yeah, they're going to look to try and take down this turret first as Knight goes between the worlds and tries to escape. He should be able to, oh, never mind. Taken out here as it's a kill for Raptor after taking down the turret at the same time. Bin forced to flash away, but Ingo's clear, looking for an opportunity. Slice and Dyson manages to pick up Shun, as now Bin not long for the world. The bubble doesn't connect, as Bin takes a bit of killing, but he'll go down in the end, and there is the B&K that we wanted to see from the LCK Cup as they win themselves a fight in the bottom lane.
Nicely done. I mean, they just hard force there on the dive, and on is going to be okay. But mid lane, Viper has just been pushing the entire time. Viper's trying to get some gold back. When you see Viper mid, though, for B&K, there's just no reason to ever stop, right? You're just going to keep going. They got the early kill onto Knight. Once Knight is down, I mean, sure, Bin arrived, Shun is there, On is there, but there's no DPS because Viper is not there and Knight is dead. So they can kind of just continue this push forever. Even though Knight had TP back, look at the tower and look how much Crystal is stacked up. So they can kind of just burst down the tower. They go in onto Knight. They CC him up. Looks for a second like he might get out, but he does end up falling. The tower is knocked down in a hurry. Bin arrives, great, but there's no damage behind you, so he knows eventually he's going to go down. He tries to run away, but it's his flash, it's his TP. It's the TP and flash off of Knight. It's the flash off of Shun. It's a ton of kills for BFX, and it is the gold lead. Basically dead even at this point. It is really going to be all about Diablo versus Knight.
Well, we've got Raptor going in, looking for a kill onto On. He is going to get taken down as Raptor is so deep behind enemy lines, and he just goes untargetable, floats his way out of there, and that is a free one. And the Rift Herald just did absolutely nothing. Shelly just hanging out in that mid lane, had nothing to charge into, and so just the timing on that fight so bad for BLG as Between Worlds Knight goes once again, but this time he is in a whole lot of trouble. Tibbers is getting a whole lot of work done here underneath this turret. And down goes Shun one more time. Plates are just evaporating from this inner turret, and Vikla survives with just barely any health. I think he deserves that one after dying 3 times in a row in the early game. It's Trish He's dead.
Oh, caught
I should never say it, man.
Yeah.
I should never say it until he's safely back home.
That was messed up.
Yeah, the cast of curses, man.
Yeah, well, they do get one back, but still great plays from BFX. Vikla had a really nice peel onto Knight. As Knight went in with the Between Worlds, he throws down the ult onto Diablo. He's looking to try to burst him out, but he got insta-stunned by Vikla, so he couldn't actually follow up with the 2-fold hex, with the weirding. He got no follow-up damage whatsoever. And once Diablo is free, I mean, he just finished his LDR. I was talking about, oh, it could be problematic because he has to get to all these items. He's so accelerated. As we're going to watch this one more time. I'm not sure what's going on, so.
No, on is going out. That's what happened. This is the new version of
I'm just hearing Ezreal's ult. A lot of ults there from Viper, you know, really emphasizing that.
And the last one was the most important as well. As he managed to pick up the kill.
That it's over. I was enjoying that.
Yeah, I
feel like it could be like, you know, an EDM remix or something, you know? Get a little bass behind it.
Yeah.
Get it thumping.
Next time we'll try and spice it up for you.
Well, Diablo has his Hect Optics, he has his PD, he has his LDR, super high damage build. He's very accelerated. Once he gets the IE, well, the clock kind of strikes 10, right? Like that is where it is really tough.
Well, now he is in the front line. Does have to flash as Between Worlds he goes, and Knight is able to take down Diablo. Yeah, that was not where you wanted to back.
No.
And now the Baron is available. BLG, they could just go for it. I mean, Raptor is in the area. He might be able to go for a steal, but that is the best that he has. As far as his options, as Clear is moving over as well. They do get vision of the fact that this is happening. As Vikla trying to charge up that stun, he will have it available. As now Clear trying to get himself amongst it. Raptor able to bounce over this wall at any moment. And so they do have to have their fingers on the smite button, or at least Shun does. As there's a knock-up actually on to the Neferi as in he goes, down to 1900, 1500. That is going to be the Baron secured by Shun. And over the wall goes Raptor. Tibbers not able to help him out there as they get the depth thumbs up, and BLG straight back into the driver's seat.
Really well played there by BLG. Lazy recall from Diablo gets super punished because not only does he die, and that costs you that fight, that costs you the Baron, he lost his flash too. So now they're not even going to have that for the next fight. So at the very least, they will be able to move towards soul points. So that is something for them if they can continue to wave clear through these next couple of minutes during that Baron buff. But I really like how BLG actually secure the Baron. Bin can tank it up forever, so they're not really worried about it. And Shun held that empowered Q the whole time. He was not going to waste that. He was not going to throw that over the wall. He was holding that for the smite secure the entire time. They paused the health for a long time on that Baron. Then he's able to secure it very, very effectively. Gets that from Raptor. And now it is time to see how much gold they can gain with this. BFX definitely not out of it by any means. If they can hold on and keep Diablo safe, that is going to be the key. But no flash on him, and flash on Knight, who is now very close to his death cap, is terrifying because you get hit by 2-fold Hex plus weirding, you're basically dead. Or even if you're not, you are completely out of the fight. So that's all what it is about. And without the flash, it's really hard to be able to actually react to that and dodge that.
Yeah, Diablo is basically going to be playing defense for the next few minutes, as this Rift Scuttler is going to be taken. Raptor a little bit in a rough spot, as now we've got Knight going between worlds, but he's in a rough position himself as Bin makes his way forward. There is the tidal wave as Raptor is out of there. My goodness, the damage is ridiculous, but On is going to get taken down. Raptor, sorry, Diablo getting excited. Shun in so much trouble. Look at this guy, he's just firing from everywhere on the map. A triple already. The young AD carry, there's a Quadra, making a penta for Diablo here at First Stand 2026.
Oh my God, Diablo with a penta to kick it off. That's the game.
That should be it. We were saying he should probably wait until that flash is available. Never mind. Let's just get a pentakill and call it a day from there, evening up the series to bring us to a best of 3 between BLG and B&K. And this is what we wanted to see from this young squad. As B&K, they came to play. Those sillies well and truly shaken out, and the Nexus is also going to be taken down here as well. Wasn't the greatest out of Vikla in the early game, but it is Diablo finishing it off, and B&K able to make their mark in this best of 5.
And this is just, it's beautiful to see them bounce back in that way. They got absolutely destroyed in game 1. Some things were definitely going wrong in game 2, but they continue to stay proactive. They continue to look for plays, to look for aggressive moves. And they find an opportunity here to take him out. Lounge, what do you think about that penta in his early game?
Oh my God.
That was insane. That was insane. So, okay. I want to sum it up here because it's pretty quiet on this side of BLG right now, but look at them.
It happened.
Thriving. They always believed and they were right. So, Ox, I want to come to you first because you had that prediction going. It looked pretty doomed at the beginning of the game, but then they came back. Diablo showing up. That's what we wanted.
Yeah, and this was such a scrappy fight, you know, but they forced so many cooldowns from Knight here. Raptor's going in super low, but he forces Viper in this uncomfortable position, and the resets start to come in. We have the buff, Hex Optics for the extra range. Diablo is aware of the threat from Viper, moves forward out of the way, and then turns it back onto him. So well played, and you just know, Diablo on a pick like this, you have so much faith in him. There was a couple of flubs in this game, but they brought it back.
Classic Jinx moment, guys, and look at that gold graph! I love it. Raz, any comments on that, please? Where did it start going wrong?
It definitely started going around in the bot dive.
All right.
A little bit, because like the game looked really clean from, at least from BLG at the beginning. You can see how steep this was, and then the fall. And a lot of it came, and it started from, I would say, the Aurora having a pretty massive lead, and they were constantly pounding straight through mid lane, and then bullying Vikla. But then the moment they tried to defend the bot dive, it didn't work out.
You know what it is?
What?
It's kind of what we saw from B&K for X last year. It doesn't matter how much gold behind you are when you're playing Annie.
That's true.
You just press Tibbers.
That's true.
That's all you gotta do.
I mean, yeah, you wanna have something stable mid lane, especially when you look at the impact that Knight had on game 1 and even on game 2. But also, again, when you have that late game guarantee as Jinx, especially with Diablo piloting it, you know that there's a potential of comeback here, which is maybe what they were missing in game 1.
Yeah, definitely. I think just them being willing to double down more on fights towards bot side, and also Clear had a significantly better game. Yeah. Because like you can make the case for Vikla, yes, fell behind early. They still, I think, had a better fight in the mid game than they did in game 1. And also, Clear so much better of a game, especially since he was on a comfort pick here on the Renekton. So I thought that was a pretty key piece to this game.
It felt like with the early Narban, they were setting up for the Renekton and having it into Bin's Sion. I think Bin was playing pretty well, but it's Sion. It's never going to be the same as his Jax.
Yes. And I thought they probably would have eased up a bit because the top dive didn't work. So I was like, okay, the top dive didn't work. Aurora and the Sion were basically able to push them off and get a larger lead for themselves. Hell no. They still commit to the bot side dive and it works. And now they got to 2 items Jinx and it got a little tough from there.
So I'm going to ask the obvious question here. Player of the game for this one? It's a tough one.
It is hard. I'm looking at the screen and I'm not too sure.
Really struggling on this one. Perhaps I'm being drawn to the bot lane.
Yeah.
Maybe.
And honestly, they got the action going in the early game. We were wondering if this play was going to have an impact. Turns out, when the solo lanes are failing, having this guarantee that Jinx can do something later is usually what matters.
And an uncharacteristic mistake from Viper, you know, Arcane shifting in there. But even when he was in the LCK playing up against Diablo and Kellen, when BNK4X was a middle of the pack team, they were getting duo kills against the top teams in the league. They've always looked to challenge in the 2v2, and they got a sizable goal lead. Even though we saw mid kind of crumbling, they were able to get a similar lead in the bot lane, and we did see Knight build up the lead more as it went along, but you can have trust in that Jinx in the late game.
100%. And I think Diablo has been really like a firecracker for this team for some time. The biggest difference has been the fact that Raptor and Kellen have been really good jungle support for them domestically, at least from what I've seen. And like being able to say, oh, you are our win condition, you have a lead early in the game, or like at a midpoint of the game, the setup will be good. The moment they had a lead, at least from that bot lane dive that I mentioned, it was just like, okay, we're completely playing around him. The fights will be very easy for us to be able to play through. I thought this was a very cohesive team. Even though, like, there are certain moments where I was like, okay, maybe BLG will still find a way to outhand themselves back into the game. That did not happen.
Yeah, and here, focusing onto Knight first, getting him down, removing so much gold there, and then just pushing forwards. It felt like so many of the good fights for them were just, even though they have those low health bars, kind of dipping in and out, using the health bars as a resource, and you have the Jinx for that follow-up. This was the point where I was like, okay, maybe it's winnable. Maybe the comeback is here.
All right, what have we learned so far? Because absolute dominance from BLG in game 1. FearX showing us that they have the potential to come back if they draft the right win conditions here in game 2. So what do we think about the rest of the series? Your prediction sucks, Raz. That's all I know.
It is what it is.
It's done. It's over. You're in the bin.
Yeah. Look, I'm with these guys. The sadness is there, but like at least we have some competition.
I think that mid lane's still a problem, but there are
Which mid lane? Yours or?
I think it depends on perspective, but I think for BNK4X, there's other picks like Annie. You know, you have your Gallios, your Morganas.
All right.
I think there's a list of picks you can work
back
through.
to your first pick, Twisted Fate. I don't think that'll work out though.
No, but
Stabilize the solo lanes is what I'm hearing here.
yes,
All
just
right.
they need to be stable. Diablo will carry. Just trust in him.
All right. All I know is that we have a series here in the first best of 5 at First Stand as FearX come back in game 2. Let's see what happens next.
As well, anything you can do, I can do better, says Vikla, as he's immediately put into the bubble. The Molten Shield working out quite nicely, and Shun flashes away to keep himself alive, and there is first blood over tonight. Clear looking for an opportunity. Slice and Dyson manages to pick up Shun. Has now been not long for the world. The bubble doesn't connect, and there is the B&K that we wanted to see from the LCK Cup. And Diablo getting excited. Shun in so much trouble. Look at this guy. He's just firing from everywhere on the map. A triple already. The young 80 cannon. There's a quadra. Make it a penta.
Game time, they about to step on a landmine.
Red Bull gives you wings.
So slow.
I told you I was done with basic browsers. Your setup wants Opera GX, and you're holding it back. Upgrade to the gaming browser. Download Opera GX.
The human body was built to move.
not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hey yo, we don't compromise, we don't wear no white flags. We just want in order smoke, so we might clash. And we gon' bring it every time, so I might ask. What your name is really? The name's confidence, the name's arrogance. The name's about to bring some change like it's emphasis. Steady stepping on the scene like where the parents went. What your name is really? I swear they never fade this dog like some skyscrapers. Steady stepping on the scene like some fly papers. And even the aliens be contemplating why take us. What your name is really? Now once upon a time, listen, that's a different story. About to take it to the top, but it's for the glory. All these people bore me, but they all adore me. What your name is really? Take it to the top, never gonna stop like. We just want to know. We just take control. We won't never fold. Take it up, take it up, take it up, take it up. We just want to know. We just take control. We won't never fold. Take it up, take it up, take it up, take it up. We just want to know. We just take control. We won't never fold. Take it up. We just want to know. We just take control. We won't never fold. Take it up, baby. It's funny money, listen, never lose the show masses. 20/20 vision, see the truth like 4 glasses. Student of the game and listen, skipping no class. What your name is really? You wanna win, you gotta grind, and that's the whole story. We ain't never finna lose, listen, don't bore me. Pay attention, learn from all the ones that came before me. What your name is really? Hey, yo, patience is the virtue, listen, you should let it burn. Round and round the world be moving, we gon' let it turn. And humble is the new cocky, and that's what I deserve. What your name is really? Take it to the top, never gonna stop like. We just want to know. We just take control.
안녕하세요. BNKPX 정글 랩터 전화진입니다. 일단 처음으로 이제 해외에서 대회를 이번에 해봐가지고 기분이 좋은 것 같고, 그리고 국제대회에서 잘하는 팀들을 만날 생각하니까 재밌을 것 같습니다. 원래 좀 하위권 팀에서 좀 올라오기 어렵다고 생각하는데, 저희 팀이 또 1년을 같이 하고 그 다음 연도도 하는 만큼 다 같이 좀 너무 열심히 하고 잘해줘가지고 올라올 수 있는 것 같아서 되게 다들 자랑스러운 것 같습니다. 이번 BLG전도 충분히 다 같이 잘하면 할만하다고 생각해서 꼭 이기겠습니다. 저희 팀이 일단 교전이나 초반 설계나 라인전 태급이나 이런 면에서 좀 팬분들이 기대를 하셨으면 좋겠고.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to First Stand here.
I appreciate that.
What?
I appreciate you welcoming us back.
Oh, you're welcome.
Yeah.
We're all welcome. Okay, now I'm confused. Now it is time for us to get into a game number 3. We're beginning best of 3s.
I didn't know that was going to boom you like that.
I don't know. Sometimes things just do. I have, there was a relatively recent long flight, so maybe my brain is still damaged. I'm
Your
not
brain
entirely
is still
sure.
in Korea.
Yeah. And it
the
definitely
body is willing, but the brain is not.
I made it to this desk, okay? And that I'm going to say is a definite win. But that is enough about us. Let's get into this game number 3, because we just heard from B&K. They said if we're able to play our game, we can take down BLG.
Yeah.
Well, they demonstrated that. They've done that already. We've crossed that bridge. But now, BLG with first pick once again. B&K have chosen the blue side, as a lot of teams generally do. So we'll just have to see whether they can actually manage to pick up a victory when BLG has the cards in their hands.
Yeah, I mean, that is going to be the question. I will say, though, I felt like they had BLG had a lot of cards in that second game, and they did pick up the victory, right? Knight was monstrously fed.
And a first pick Karma is not exactly the craziest use of your first pick.
No.
So, you know, perhaps that is going to be a positive thing, but it is a fresh slate, and all of those champions have now been banned away. And so as we get into champion select, we're going to have a whole fresh new group of 10 champs.
It's going to be interesting. I mean, I will say so far, Vikla has not shown up.
No,
but it is tied.
It's the same thing as me with the welcome thing. Did you say welcome to Vikla earlier today?
I didn't. That's on me.
Oh, man.
That's on me. I didn't welcome him.
Oh, you didn't?
No.
Oh, well, then maybe he's still fine. Because that's what broke me.
Okay.
I was expecting that perhaps you just walked up to him and said something, and then Vikla was just like, well, I'm out of here.
That just griefs him completely.
Yeah,
he's like, you know what?
Doesn't know where he is anymore.
Who is this guy?
Well, he's not going to be playing Twisted Fate, as that one's going to be banned away as we are here into Champion Select. Thank you for that one, HyperX, as Oriana and the Xin Zhao both taken away from B&K here as well. One final ban as the Gwen going to be taken away. I wasn't expecting a Gwen ban on BLG's side.
No, it is interesting. Rumble is up, so I would think that, you know, we're going to get it banned here. I don't think that they're going to want to give that over. And to me, I think the Gwen was maybe just saying, oh, okay, I think you might go this direction as an answer. But of course, you know, Galio is there, Ornn is there, so if you want to leave it up, you can have those as answering picks. But it is always difficult just to deal with it in general. Rumble's up, so you have to feel like Rumble's going to get banned. And I think they're banning the pairing with the Rumble instead of the Rumble. So it is interesting. Clearly, they must have a plan. I'm expecting Rumble to be first picked. And Rumble Kiana was that old school combo. Obviously, throw them all in the wall, equalizer over the top. We do have some of kind of like the best setup junglers already gone. But that being said, things like Nautilus and Rel and a lot of engaged champs can set up for the Rumble very, very effectively. Ashe Seraphine feels like the answer.
Yeah, I think they might just slam it. We have seen this actually in like games 2 and 3.
Yeah.
Like just if you're on second pick, just slam the Ashe Seraphine and get yourself a winning lane no matter what.
And you know what Rumble hates? Really big shields. And you know what Seraphine has? A lot of those.
Oh, yeah. That is certainly going to be a little bit of a worry.
Yep. I mean, you hit the equalizer and then massive AoE shielding can come out.
Oh, wow. No Seraphine yet.
Well, they can still go on 3, right? You know, Seraphine usually doesn't get picked away. That would be my assumption, that they would still go for it on 3 and then look for some kind of aggressive pairings here with the Nocturne later on. Nocturne definitely going to need some dive buddies. Obviously, Ori was banned, so not going to be able to get that. We'll see where BLG wants to go. Pretty much guaranteed you need physical damage jungler. Wukong seems like the obvious one because it is CC for the equalizer. It's also a good physical damage engage tool, which they're going to need. And Knight, let's be honest, no one plays AD mids. It's Yone and then nothing else. There is one in the top 20 picks in pro play right now. So you just have to have an AD jungler, especially if you're going AD.
I think we saw a Tristana once.
Yeah.
That was fun.
But not in the top 20 picks.
No, not really.
You have to go down to like 28 or something like that to get another one. It's crazy.
It doesn't quite work. And they don't have a Maokai as well. You don't really want to pick Maokai alongside a Rumble because that is just a bit too much magic damage. But now Knight, oh dear, that is Izari. He is very scary on this champion, and he is going to lock that one away. This 2v2 is actually quite devastating once you get to level 6s as well, as that Seraphine was a guarantee, right? You sort of have to lock that one in unless they do something very strange.
No,
but
I think
we're expecting that this is just going to be the lock-in here, and so they can protect that Ahri pick even further in that mid lane.
Oh, Milio would be interesting. I mean,
that's not what I
just don't feel like Milio blind makes sense though. If you could see the support and it was a really good support matchup, I think maybe there's some merit to it. But Ashe Seraphine is such a strong combo. Seraphine is really good into most of the matchups in 2v2, but also particularly the Rumble. You can ban out anything you're really worried about. Like if you are saying, hey, On might actually play a Blitzcrank, this would be a good Blitzcrank ban when you're looking at Ashe Seraphine, both easy to hook, really effective against the shields. So I would think you're throwing protection bans for your bot lane here for BFX, and then for BLG, you're banning out what Vikla and Clear are going to be playing, right? You're really trying to think where you can get the biggest possible advantage there.
I think if you banned on Galio, it almost does double duty because I imagine Vikla would be pretty keen to play a Galio, right? Galio Nocturne, incredibly powerful combo.
And it's really good. Honestly, it's totally good into both these matchups, right? It can actually be played in either lane. So I agree with you.
High value ban.
Nautilus makes a lot of sense. I would think the other one BFX could be going for is like a Rel, because it really synergizes very well against the Rumble. Obviously, Blitz and whatnot is a possible answer if they're worried about it. There's the Galio you were talking about. Ornn is the other common answer to Rumble that is kind of up and available. So I do agree that that is definitely a possibility. Not going to worry about the Rel. The Bard obviously is stronger in the lane in the 2v2. And when you do have low mobility carries like the Ashe, it's very easy to hit a Tempered Fate on Ashe and then follow up after that.
Yep.
So going to be focusing a little bit more on the laning phase and less on the potential setup of something like that Rel.
Well, there's the Akali, and this is something that Vikla has been pretty good at so far this year, even though it's not necessarily something synonymous with him as a player prior to that. Certainly found a whole lot of success, so you can understand why that one has been taken away. There is a K'Sante here for Clear. Clear has been very good at this champ, and this has been, in Korea, considered an answer to the Rumble that a lot of our players have wanted to go towards.
Yeah, I mean, I think tanks in general, people feel like, especially when it's double AP soul lanes, you build a Kaenic. Once the Kaenic's done, you're kind of chilling, right? You know, you are generally expected to get pushed in. Often the Rumbles will take first strike and just kind of farm some gold off you, and that is going to be one of the issues. We'll see if it is going to be Zeri. I mean, you could go Zeri Lulu. I do think that you're going to lose the 2v2
Zeri
really
Yumi
hard.
has been considered the counter. And I know it's weird, but it works. If they play really well. Basically, what you have to do is hit level 6 and you all in and they die.
Yeah,
that's how it works.
I
Otherwise,
can see
it's
that.
Horrible.
Pre-6, I feel like it's such a bad matchup, though, that I'm always kind of
Name a matchup that isn't a bad matchup into Seraphine Ashe.
Well, I mean, a lot of the good ones are gone, right? That's kind of the issue here. You're also going to have the issue of Knight on his Ahri. Mel, very popular in the LPL, is something that has come out quite a lot. It obviously does have pretty good poke and does have the ability to deny some good engage tools, but there's nothing really over on BLG that you're looking at as like a really amazing reflect other than things like the charm, which is really what you're going to be looking for. So we'll see if he can find some success here. Vikla on the Mel, which I think it's going to be a pretty interesting game. I mean, you have to be so comfortable on whatever you're going to go into Knight's Arion because this is his most played all time, and he has nearly a 78% win rate on it.
He is very good at Ahri.
It's synonymous with this champion, this player. Like, they are, you know, interlinked. They have been so successful for so long. And Knight has been dominating Vikla, so maybe this is the champ, maybe this is the game where Vikla can start to turn around.
Yeah, and we're hoping that that is going to be the case, but it's isolated only in the mid lane. I think that B&K have been able to bounce back pretty effectively elsewhere on the map, and so I think the bottom lane is where our eyes are going to be mainly glued, because if the all-in at level 6 doesn't work for Viper and On, then getting this Zeri off the ground could be a very tall order.
Yeah,
so we'll just have to see how they're going to be able to play it out here. Otherwise, B&K could find themselves on match point. Viper, though, has been really good at Zeri in the past, so if he manages to get towards this mid-game on relatively even footing, I'd be very frightened for B&K's chances.
And this is a big change for, oh gosh, that's not good.
Vikla may start his dying a little bit early this time around, wants to get it out of the way, and there is another first blood for Knight.
Not again.
No, you just got to get it off the table. You know, get it out of the way. He's sorted it out. He's figured it out.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the minions arrive really early now.
Yeah, get that TP off the table as well.
Get the TP
you can't TP into...
Get it out of the way.
Yeah, I mean, you can't TP into 3 players later and give up first blood, because A, he won't have TP, and B, he already gave first blood.
Nailed it. See, that's the best way to deal. I knew you understood. I knew it.
Yeah, well, Viper, to talk a little bit about him, obviously this was the big change for BLG this year. You know, Shun came back, but also Viper came in, and this was a team that had Elk for so long. As early exhaust is going to be just for trading. And so Elk had been with this squad for so long, synonymous with BLG. They bring in Viper. This is a player that has been so reliable across a lot of different teams, a lot of different rosters over the years, has been so effective, and really is considered one of the greatest AD carries of all time. I will say I don't think he's had a great series thus far.
No, not quite.
And has definitely been Diablo getting the better of him, especially in that last game, but game 1 as well. They didn't really create, you know, much of an advantage. He wasn't really a big part of it. So now that they do have the answer, they are able to see the full enemy bot lane, go for their counter picks. We'll see how effective they are going to be.
And see whether Vikla can get it together here as well, as we do see him in the mid lane, and he is going to be all right. This time around, it was a little bit more of like there were too many bad guys in the area.
But he chose to walk into the bad guy's territory. He did walk down the dark alley.
He did. And so that's not necessarily
Get away from
positive.
there, you know? Stay by the streetlights.
Man, there are some scary things happening all over the map as Viper going down relatively low, but On doing his best to soak as much of the harass as he can. Clear just behind the enemy turret, clearing things out, and we'll be looking to pick up the next one as well. This is what we see a lot, is you farm in between inner and then topside and the outer, and then you head over to this one, take this one down, and then you go for a free reset.
Yeah,
and,
turns out
it's working.
Best way to lane against the Rumble, don't lane against the Rumble.
Beautiful.
I love it. And Clear
how are you supposed to first strike him? Oh, he didn't even take first strike. There's the checkmate.
There you go.
From
yeah,
Ben.
that's how you're not supposed to first strike.
Yeah. Just doesn't even do it. We call it the money printer because Rumble just tends to make so much first strike money, it is kind of insane. So they can be even on CS, but there's like an 800 gold lead. it's so dumb.
Yeah, that is
Keem
problematic.
really made it look very broken.
And it scales quite well because it's percentage increase of damage, right? So later on in the game, it's not just the money rune; it's actually they're killing you as well.
Yeah. So you get more for your money.
Yep. I guess that's more money room, you know, because getting kills. There you go. Diablo and Kellen with the push thus far, which is kind of at least to my expectation. And we'll see, you know, if they are going to be able to find this wraparound, though.
Oh, yeah, Shun making his way in. Viper looking a little worse for wear. There's the flash forward. They want to just try and kill him before this one even happens. The flash out of the way is now Viper able to be taken down here by Diablo. Avoids the turret. It is going to be a 1-for-1. But Diablo, I think, pretty happy with picking up the first one here for B&K.
No kidding. I mean, Viper has, I'm just going to say he's played horribly in these first two games, and now in the third as well. It feels like some pretty big mistakes. I mean, you think back to Ana's going to die.
Yeah, he's a Yumi. He doesn't.
His barrier.
Yeah, his barrier's already there. He canceled the auto attack, so that's not great. So he's dead.
Okay, well, he does stay alive.
Outplayed Azael.
He has been outplayed. But I think back to the earlier 2v3 that they had, where it's Viper going too early, and I feel like the same thing happened here. You have Shun behind them. You don't need to go early and even risk anything. Wait till the Wukong is there, then go forward and make him commit to that. And I feel like it's the same thing that we saw from Viper last time around in that Jinx game, where he goes too early. You know, he shifted in. That time he was playing the Ezreal early, a Pantheon coming in behind. He shifts in early, ends up dying, gives over 2 kills, even though they did eventually kill the Jinx. And this time it's kind of the same thing again. So even with that counter pick, getting 2v2 killed, not what you want to see. I mean, look where Shun is. This is what is important about it to me. You do not have to overforce like this. Your Wukong is directly behind them. They have no clear way out. Yeah, you need to bait a little bit, but like, let's be honest, he could have played it so much slower.
Yeah, I do think that B&K were good to start the aggression as aggressively as they possibly could at that moment. But like you say, just hold on a little bit as, a bit of a laugh from On, because that was a pretty unfortunate cancel.
Yeah, it is. And Diablo, it did look like an auto cancel. I think maybe lost vision too. I'm not sure. But either way, I thought he would have had the Yumi there for sure. Ends up going down, but now Raptor is the one behind them. Raptor has just been power farming. Shun is the beneficiary of all that madness on that bot side. You know, still obviously a good play for BLG, even though Viper did die when I didn't think he had to. It is still the Wukong that is getting accelerated, though now Raptor is the first to 6, has been power farming, steals away that Gromp, and now is going to go topside for the Scuttle, and we'll see if he can find anything with that first Nocturne ult, which is so important because it is a ridiculously long cooldown early on in the game.
Yeah, needs to try and get towards some of these Ultimate Hunter stacks, which is, I assume, where he's gone. Yes, indeed. So Clear and Bin fighting it out here towards his top side as well. Haven't really poked our noses in to have a look, but right now Clear is in a pretty good spot. Does have the wave shoving on forward, so I think that Bin should be able to even things out. But still, this is going better for the Cassante than how I was expecting, because Rumble has been such a good laner in general.
And Bin has been doing very well also. You know, even when you think back to last game, obviously, you know, was not nearly as explosive as game 1, but he was just going kind of dead even with Clear on the Renekton, even though he was on the Sion, usually considered to be the early game losing part of that matchup.
There's the charm. Just bonked back there. And we were talking about this before, like, where's the value of the Mel? Well, it's only really the charm, but that's also like their only ranged CC that they really have outside of Prowling Projectile, right? and some harpoons. But like as far as hard CC, the charm is what they're going to be fishing with.
Yeah.
And so I think that the value for the Mel could actually work.
It could. I mean, the question is, will you be knocked up by the Cyclone when you're getting charmed? Will you be able to have that interaction happening?
Yeah.
Can you time the reflect well amongst, all that chaos? If you can, it is going to be really, really nice, right? Without the charm, Ahri just generally doesn't have kill threat. So you're looking to just kind of constantly harass. And when you go forward, not only does Knight have to worry about it being, reflected and losing that damage in CC himself, it can hit you. And then if it hits you, you are charmed into a root, into a full Mel combo, which can be 100-0 once you get later on into the game, especially with the assistance of a reflected charm. So Knight definitely going to have to play carefully around that. But his Ahri has been stellar. I mentioned it early, but he has some of the most impressive stats you will ever see on this champion. Most played in his career, 77.6% win rate, and killer stats. To me, I always think of him as still the Syndra guy because I think about the early days when he was just so insane on that, but he had a ridiculous run where he had not lost on Ahri for such a long time.
Yeah.
It became, to him what LeBlanc was to Faker, I think, for a long time.
Well, let's see whether he can make it happen as we're going all out here towards the top side of the map. Clear, looking for an angle, doesn't find the Q. So Bin is just going to be able to time this one out. Still, I think this Cassante has worked as far as the answer to the Rumble, really neutralizing it so far as Clear shoves another wave in, and BLG looking to start off this Dragon. That level 6 that we were talking about has been now picked up by Viper and On, but they haven't found an all-in angle just yet. As the Equalizer comes down just to clear out this wave, grab some tempo back, and that will happen here for Bin.
Yeah.
The extendo beam comes down into this bottom lane.
Raptor's going to cancel his base. They're going to try to make this go really long. He is there behind him.
Yeah, there's Paranoia. Flash comes on forward here as there is no ulti from Clear, so he couldn't get himself over the wall. So that's a 1-for-1. That's a big one for Bin.
Yeah, that is honestly really good for Bin at the end of the day. It's a trade of flashes. You get a 1-for-1. Your team gets to do Dragon on the bot side. I'm kind of surprised they forced it that hard.
Oh, there's the all-in here on this bottom side as well for BLG. It's Diablo in a lot of trouble, has to flash to get underneath the safety of the turret. There's no kill, but it is still a lot of pressure put on here by BLG.
Yeah, and that is that level 6 advantage for On. He has the ult where Kellen does not. So even once they get the cleanse off Viper, there's no Encore to come through. That meant that Diablo had to flash away. So a good bit of pressure there from BLG, but yeah, I mean, once the wave got equalized on the top side, I'm surprised they tried to force that with no minions. I thought they were just going to kind of harass him, delay the base, and said, Raptor really wants to force this. I thought they might have gone for a really long wave, but instead, Clear goes in, tanks this up. Nice flash over by Bin, overheats, gets that damage down on Clear, who, as you said, he knew had no all-out because they had traded that back and forth early. So just need to get a little bit of damage down on him, locks him into a tower long enough they can get the kill.
Was a little bit unfortunate, but still able to get that kill back. You can see about a 900 gold lead at the moment for BLG. Looking a lot more like Game 2 rather than Game 1, though. So I think we will see a relatively even mid-game. Just have to see whether BLG can get themselves across the line after that, because, of course, they were finding a lot of great advantages in that game as well. I think this time around going to be a little bit more on the ball, as there is a little cat on a book that's kind of away from her friends, which is not necessarily what you want to see, but they're not going to be able to take down On this time around, and he's proven that he's quite slippery on this champion.
Yeah, and Kellen just now hitting 6, so I think that's why he probably wasn't super worried. You knew the Ash Arrow had been used in that last fight. You knew that there was no level 6 on the Seraphine. Now you do have both those tools coming up here, so this is where Viper will have to be careful because you have no cleanse available. If all the CC hits, it can be very devastating. And I think that's going to be something that's problematic in general for BLG, even for people like Bin, who, you're going early tabbies because it is Nocturne Cassante on the top side, but then that means you have no tenacity here against all of the CC that is going to be coming through. The Mel Snare, the Encore, the Roof from Seraphine, the Crystal Arrow, there's the Fear, there's so many tools that BFX have. If you get caught in that CC, the chain can be kind of never ending.
Yeah. Well, let's just see whether they can actually deal with this one. I think in isolated little skirmishes, though, BLG are so powerful with the composition that they have. Ahri and Wukong very, very good at just locking down a target and having enough damage to kill them. And then in the late game, it's just going to be the Viper show. He has to dodge basically everything, but if he does manage to do so, utilizes that cleanse very well, and there's a Mikhail's on this cat, then this Zeri could really take over the game. So certainly some win conditions here, but it will be tough going for the AD carry. And like you were saying, he hasn't had the greatest series so far. Why not just allow him to hard carry this one in a scenario where he absolutely has to if BLG are going to get over the top as far as later on in the series is concerned, in the game is concerned.
Yep, has that Shiv completed. Obviously, he's in a totally fine position, in this game. He's doing pretty well. Just didn't need to give over that kill, I don't think, earlier to Diablo, who has been stellar. And that's the scary thing, right? Is you don't want to give a kill to Diablo, accelerate him when he has been having such an impressive year and even a really impressive series, coming off of a pentakill, a game-winning pentakill, and is going to be set up for success here. You have to think in this game, though there are a lot of threats, so Ashe is not going to be easy to play, especially if you don't have Flash. It's going to be almost impossible for Diablo, it feels like. It's going to be really down to his team peeling for him, because without Flash, Equalizer's going to get dropped on your head. There's going to be Shun coming in with the Cyclone. There's going to be all of these things thrown at you, and that is going to be almost impossible to dodge on the Ashe. But if they're the ones who are starting up the fights, I think equally so it can get very chaotic on the other side.
Yeah, and I think if they're coordinated, even if they're engaged on, right? Like, Paranoia can be such a good defensive tool as well as an engaged tool, right? Turning off the lights can really make things frustrating. And so if B&K are going to be able to get those team fights working, as they've said themselves that they absolutely love it. They wanted to show the world how good they are in these sort of fight scenarios. So let's see whether they can put their money where their mouth is here in this game number 3.
Look at all the vision the VLG are putting on that bot side in the jungle, trying to track where Raptor would have to ult Viper from, right? So they're saying, okay, we've got to keep Viper safe. All of these wards through the entire bot side, wards in the river, 3 in the enemy jungle, a pink there down on that bot side as well.
Oh, arrow connects from downtown! Paranoia comes through once again, it's clear. He can't take the turret for much longer than that, but he doesn't need to, as Raptor will take the last one, and down goes the Rumble. This time, the dive worked.
Diablo setting it up from downtown.
He was actually in the bottom lane. That was insanity.
Yeah, I actually looked behind me. I heard him yell out Kobe on the stage, and the rest is history.
Yeah, there we go. Beautifully done. That is going to be the first turret taken down as well. So B&K a lot more money, but now BLG to try and fight back. There's the Cyclone onto Diablo. He flashes out of the way. A great encore here from Kellen defensively as the final chapter comes down, but I don't know about that timing as Viper throws in his ulti as well, and now Clear comes in with a huge shield, but Knight's down as well. The charm is going to miss though, and Diablo is doing his very best to get out of the way of every ability thrown at him, and nothing's going to stick.
Nicely done there by Diablo. Important sidesteps, but now Vicla's moving down here on the Mel. They want to continue the fight because Raptor and Clear are very healthy.
Yeah, there are so many buttons now on cooldown as well on either side. But Clear also wants to get some value out of this teleport that he just used to get towards his bottom side. Could be a dragon being taken as a Hex Tech is now up and available. Would be able to even out the dragons here, and it looks like B&K are going to settle for that.
Yep, and he had a lot of time because he had that wave push so deep, right? They had taken the top lane tier 1, so they got first tower. He had pushed it all the way to the tier 2. He's going to be losing plates now. It is Vikla looking like he's going to go up and answer that. So there is a cost to this. Bin is going to get some money, but still, you get down towards the bot side, you get that dragon, that's going to feel nice.
Well, you got an exhaust down onto Raptor, who flashes out of the way. Over the wall goes Viper, though, and oh dear, the shutdown comes in. It's not a kill for the Zeri. That is probably good news if you're a B&K fan.
Yeah.
But you're getting pretty close to some certification because Viper is looking terrifying.
He is, and well played, honestly. They're just very patient with the dash. They chase him down, utilizing the exhaust to just hold them kind of in place.
Yeah.
Force out that early flash, and then just slides right over the wall, gets an easy kill. Should not have taken that kill. Of course, Wukong with money is still great, but you want that shutdown on your Zeri, let's be honest.
Yeah, Zeri's probably one of the AD carries that wants it the most out of everyone.
Greedy.
Can really take over the game. Greedy, but for a good reason, you know? Let's see whether Viper is going to be able to get a kill for himself. Does now have about a 12 CS advantage as well. And so that is not what you want. If you're a Seraphine Ashe lane, you probably want to be ahead. And they are certainly not. The top side of the map, though, is where B&K do have a bit of an advantage. And only 700 gold doesn't really mean too much here when we know they have such a wombo combo here on this B&K side. Same is to be said for BLG, though. They can find themselves some pretty devastating team fights if they're fighting on their terms. And I think, like, we talk about this, but I think it's going to be who has the fights on their terms that is going to be able to win. So tempo going to be such a huge thing in this game. As Vikla, I don't know about that position as he flashes to get himself out of the way. There's a paranoia as they just turn it on to Raptor. Does have that shield. Oh dear, okay, that is a lot of damage as they go 1-for-1. Now the flash on in as Viper looking for it onto Diablo, but he has the shield. He had the barrier, and Kellen's able to pick up the kill. Now the cat doesn't have a friend anymore. There's a fight on the bottom side of the map as well, picture in picture, but you've got to see this Monkey making his way out of the pit. Shun is going to survive, and it looks like Clear is okay as well there towards that bottom lane.
Viper just flashed on Diablo, and Diablo's like, thank you.
Okay.
Okay. He just takes him down, and egg on Viper's face once again. The woes continuing a bit for the BLG bot laner. Shun still at the end of the day, he gets the Herald. He's getting really, really strong, but Viper just looking a bit out of sorts as Diablo just popped that barrier. They're going to try to run down
Maybe if you've got a
Vikla.
name that starts with V, it's just a bit of a rough day. As we can see, Vikla down the red carpet and will just be dead. On is going to steal that kill away. We're all about not giving kills over to the right people in certain circumstances. That's sort of how it's been going here. As BNK looking to try and answer here in this mid lane. It's a decent cross map, as the extender beam not going to be enough to take down these minions, so it should be BNK able to open up the map here with this mid lane outer turret.
Yep, that is great. Going to be able to knock down another tower. The gold very, very close. BLG just ever so slightly in the lead here. But BFX fighting well. Viper now does have that second item here, as he's going to have that really powerful initial burst of damage. You pop the ulti, you get all the crits, and then you're going in with on, having exhaust, having ultimate, and you're trying to really put out that pressure very, very quickly. Push Diablo out of the fight, push Vikla out of the fight. And Vikla, his positioning has not been perfect by any means. They're going to look for a dive.
Yeah, he may just be dead as the riposte does come on through, but it's not going to do anything at all. However, he has the ulti down. That is so many stacks, and that's a flash needed from Knight to get himself out of the fight. And Shun's going to be taken out. The revenge of Vikla has happened. And now Knight is going to have to try and get himself out of the enemy jungle.
Might be time to check your clocks because it's looking like it's the year of Vikla.
I'm looking at my calendar. We had a little bit of a moment at the beginning of the day, but it was just the wrong timing. Knight will be taken out. Raptor is able to finish that one off.
Yeah, Vikla used the reflect so early. I thought he was going to get killed for sure, but then Knight missed the charm. I think Knight felt that Vikla was going to continue moving, but Vikla actually, watch, he stops moving here, uses the reflect really early, and then he stops moving to cast the Golden Eclipse. And Knight throws the charm down below him. That was a stationary target, but I think Knight thought he was going to continue moving and was kind of throwing it preemptively where he thought he would go. If that charm lands, Vikla's dead for sure. Unfortunately, Knight does not hit the charm. Vikla survives, gets a kill there. And BLG now, just like that, they were up 500. They are now down 1.2K. And creating a very nice little edge here for themselves.
And look at the junglers as well. And now Coinbase Gold Grind, Raptor versus Shun. It is a decent lead for the Nocturne. And the junglers have been really the main characters of this particular game. And you're looking at a 4-1-2 Wukong. And he's behind.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. I mean, Raptor has been farming very effectively. Look at the CS difference, right? It's almost 30 CS. That is where a lot of that is coming from.
Arrow connects onto the Wukong, who was in the
surprise monkey.
Yeah, surprise monkey. Just going to take some arrows. But BNK not going to get too much joy from that ulti being thrown out.
Be careful where you shoot those arrows, so no one just hit a random monkey in the jungle. Brother's in his home.
They are in the jungle, so there are monkeys. You do have to be careful of them.
You do have to be careful.
All right, so Mountain Drake, it's going to be a Mountain Soul this game, and I think that if BNK managed to get a Mountain Soul, it might just be game over, because I don't know whether anyone can kill Clear.
Yeah, I think that will be really, really difficult. So much of the top side of BLG is all about the initial punch, obviously. You know, with the Cyclone, with the Spirit Rush, with the Equalizer, being able to burst someone down during that moment. And Mountain Soul makes that really, really tough. Bin going to be trailing Knight here. They were going to see if Clear would overextend, but he does not. And even if he did, he is very resistant to magic damage.
Yeah, it's going to take about 12 years to die. We can see already things are a little bit rough, right? Because Ari not exactly a tank buster, as now we've got an Encore coming on forward. Charm comes on down, but it looks like we are going to see the monkey make his way out, and a successful escape there from Shun.
Runs for the hills, will be able to get out of there, and that is really nice. Just trading the Cyclone for both the Paranoia as well as the Golden Eclipse, as well as the Encore. That is
pretty good.
A really good deal there for Shun. And we will see. This next fight, I think, is going to be a pretty important one. I do think BLG will be ready to fight at this next dragon. I think that's where we're really looking for action once again. If they can't just find some sort of a pick, that is where we are going to have to see if they are ready to scrap, because I don't think you want to allow BFX to just get towards Soul Point for free.
Nope. And there's also 2 items on the Seraphine as well. This is where she really starts to become pretty obnoxious in this game, as Vikla does tank a Prowling Projectile that Shun not too keen on making any more engage happen. As the Rich Herald may just die again. Never mind, does manage to get a charge, but there's the final chapter. Not exactly doing too much of anything at all. Clear making his way in with the teleport. Let's see whether this wraparound is going to work, as he finds a great flank angle, pushes the Wukong out of the way as the Q doesn't land from Vikla, but Knight is kind of out of this fight, and Clear is just kind of by himself and not taking damage.
Yeah, not taking damage, but not really doing any either. BLG do get pushed back, but it was the TP off Clear for really not much of anything.
Well, not yet anyway, as they're continuing to fight here. There's the all-out as Shun getting pulled back. The equalizer is fantastic as Raptor is just going to get taken down. The volley is hurting a little bit here, but it's BLG that draw first blood in the fight as Vikla gets in, finds the overwhelm to take down this Rumble as they get vision of Shun, slowed down by the volley. Prowling Projectile onto Diablo as the extender beam. Now, I don't think they want to be diving as Zeri. That's the time where she kills all of you and you lose the game.
Yeah, you got to be careful about that. It felt like a bit of an overforce from Clear. He TP'd in and he just seemed so hungry to try to find something. Then it looked like they actually had finally found something as Shun was staying around. I mean, Shun is just messing with Raptor there, trying to knock that down, has to retreat back, but he used the clone to try to get away. The equalizer here, though, was so problematic for BFX because Diablo can't even walk into the fight. He's got to walk back the entire way around. And Diablo, though, as we're back to live, looking for 1v2.
There's 3 people here, Diablo. What are we doing? That was crazy, but he did almost manage to get a kill. So maybe we say that it could have been worth, and sometimes things don't work out.
Did not work out that time. He does lose his flash and does die, which is going to be really big for the next fight. At the very least, though, they got the flash off of Shun, so they did get some tools out there, as well as it looks like both the summoners from On at the same time. It was very close to getting a kill in what seemed to be a 1v3 as we
very
jumped into
interested
that.
as to how that one started, as I imagine Diablo probably found himself a lone monkey, and then the monkey's friends turned up.
It's never a fair fight.
Yep, doesn't quite work out there. As it's a lot of animals on the BLG composition. Have you noticed?
True.
Kind of crazy.
It is.
Just
Shun is
animals
very
and
low.
Rumble.
It makes more sense how he almost died now, I feel like, as the early flash, Diablo kites out the Cyclone, turns around with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, but, I mean, Viper is there. I feel like he could have just walked out of that one.
I think he could have just decided not to die.
This is very much a Diablo play, as you see the reaction.
Yeah, Rather is just like, oh, not again.
Diablo is one of these guys who hits the sickest outplay you've ever seen, and then is like, ha, you can do nothing to me, and then just walks in and kills himself immediately.
Exactly. Well, they are now just going to walk over to Baron. Let's see whether this is going to work, because right now, BLG seem to have absolutely no idea that this is happening. And in fact, Knight might check it, but this is gone.
It is gone. But we'll see the fight after, because now they know, and BLG are coming, but Bin has his TP. They're going to go.
Yep. Extender Beam does come on down. As we do have a snare, that is going to hold them in position. Final chapter does come on forward as they're looking for the Wukong, but he gets stunned up, just destroyed by Vikla. And now, BLG also going to lose the fight. They get on in there. Knight takes so much damage as Diablo just shoots him. And yeah, they managed to take down the Ashe, but Diablo's not the main character this time around, as it's a triple for Vikla. Make that one a quadra. Oh my God, that's an ace for B&K!
It's the year of Vikla, baby!
I guess it is!
Quadra there starts off the game getting first blood, and he is 7-2-1. But watch Viper again. Viper in this fight here. He tries to go right into the face of Vikla, goes straight in, and he just gets burst. He just dies. No flash. He cleanses the root, doesn't use his flash at all. He's playing these fights way too fast, way too aggressive. Let the people get in front of you and then hit them. You have so many members around you to support you in that spot, but he's just charging in and dying off. Viper gets destroyed by Diablo and Vikla as he just charges into their face. And Vikla now It's Magi's time. He built the Magi's against the Magi Sky.
Oh, that's my boy.
That is confidence.
See, you know what? It's exactly what we were talking about. He got it out of the way early this time.
Yeah.
You know, just do it before the laning phases even happened. It's now clear. We were talking about his immortality. We do have a dragon up and available for BNK. That'd be Soul Point, and Double Mountain is already just so many stats to try and get through on this Cassante.
You know, next game, maybe he could ask Knight for a quick 1v1, get solo killed before the game starts.
That's an in-practice tool.
In-practice tool, exactly. That would be crazy.
That'd be the tactic. We'll have to let Vikla know. As Shun looking for a little bit of a wraparound, should be able to get into position as the equalizer is good from Bin. At the same time, the encore is also fantastic. It's another kill as Vikla goes godlike. They get into the backline. The Mel is taken out as it's a double for the Zeri and make that one a triple. Never mind. It doesn't matter how many mistakes you make as long as you find your window to get that certification. It can work as he does need to be a little bit careful here as the bottom lane are still alive. Bin needs to find some of these harpoons. Look, Diablo just wants to walk up. Yep. It doesn't matter the scenario.
His sidesteps have been so good. Sidestep a couple skill shots in a row there, but BLG retreating away into this tower are going to be able to knock that down. It was a great reflect from this one from Vikla. He got to reflect on the charm onto Knight. Knight got charmed up, got burst down early on. So even with that equalizer that looked pretty much perfect from Bin, this fight is just continuing. Equalizer is back.
Yeah, Equalizer does come down. It's not doing a whole lot.
Knight
his inner turret is also down. Kellen has to tank up the prowling projectile. Bin looking a little worse for wear, but gets that flame spitter onto Diablo. And now Knight is back like you were talking about, but so is Vikla looking to try and take down Bin. He just explodes at the start of this fight, but it's 2 for Knight. Just dashes after them and takes them down in what was the weirdest League of Legends I'd seen in a really long time. Now as Vikla continues the fight, there is a Foxy Lady for On to join with, and now back on over to Viper as final chapter's up again. And now Shun looking for a little bit of an angle. 7 seconds on that Cyclone as you've got Raptor coming in. Does make them a little bit afraid as Viper gets himself back into position. And Raptor is the target they're looking for. He dashes over the Cyclone and Vikla does it again. Viper just explodes one more time. Same thing to be said though as the Mel is taken down. This is one of the longest team fights I have ever casted in my life as they've respawned and they're back into it once again. This time it's clear, going all out against BLG. And Azale, who won?
I would say BFX because Kellen is back. Diablo is respawning. It's their dragon.
I guess
and that was crazy. We saw a fight. I want to say start and end with an equalizer, but the fight kept going after the second equalizer, and the fight now is ending with the third equalizer.
We need to change the name of Final Chapter, by the way, because there were 2, and obviously was wrong.
It's been renamed in the patch notes to add a page.
Aha! There we go.
Yeah, and here it is one more time. They just decided to go back in onto Viper. Viper walking forward, gets tagged by everything from Vikla, gets burst down, even with Shun killing off Vikla afterwards. Clear is here, Raptor is here. They don't have the damage to get through them. Raptor knows it, flashes forward, and they're able to get even more. And now with the bot lane respawning, we assume that in live, they were able to get more there.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited about being able to live. He's been able to live in a lot of scenarios. Currently 14-1 as far as like assists and kills versus deaths. That is pretty ridiculous. 14 KDA, not bad. But let's see with the BLG with almost a gold lead, you could say. I mean, it's there's nothing much in it here at 29 minutes in the game. BNK though, 18-6 as far as those kills are concerned, and they have been team fighting very, very well, and they have the tools to make this one happen. So let's just see.
Yeah, Vikla has lost most of the pages in his Magi's, unfortunately, but he is subscribing to the school of Chovy thought here. Should get a proto belt on everything.
Yep, that's a good way to do it.
He's got it, and Infinity Edge done for both the Diablo and Viper. Damage really has ramped up. Viper has not really looked very impactful in this game, but he is 3K up.
He does have the capacity to win for BLG.
Exactly. Like
in any scenario.
You have one good fight where Viper is not just getting randomly one-shot, and you have people in front of him, and he could end the game.
Oh, there's a paranoia. I'm not entirely sure why.
I think they didn't realize how many members were there, and then as he popped it, they got vision of more of BLG coming in. I think he was saying, oh, there's only one or two here.
No.
Exactly. And then someone screamed, Bin's there, Bin's there, Bin. So they do waste the Paranoia, but it's rank 3. It's pretty late in the game, and you can see it's already, about a third of the way off cooldown. So it should be up and available. I don't think BLG are going to be forcing a Baron in their face or anything like that. So you really are just waiting for this next fight here at the Dragon for that potential soul.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty high value as well. Mountain Soul, as we mentioned, could be pretty powerful on B&K. Any soul is generally very good, but if you're the one team with a tank, you're going to be feeling pretty fantastic to buff, clear up, make sure that he is an immovable object in that front line. He's also so important against Zeri. Cassante is brilliant into Zeri. She loves coming over walls. And then he says, no, back you go. And then if that's on cooldown, she's not going to be able to enter the fight, and then you kill everyone else. That is kind of the theory.
You can see Viper now on the 5 completed items plus the boots, as he just finished up another one. So is that full item ahead of Diablo, who will still have a lot of threat, and Kellen does have his Mikhails. So it's the Reflect you have to deal with for the Charm. There's also the Mikhails now. It is going to be very difficult for Knight, and he has been struggling in this game.
Vikla doesn't have a lot of buttons left, but Viper once again goes in, and his health bar just evaporates. As there's the Paranoia, you can see Raptor still looking for an opportunity. For the rest of BLG, they do collapse around their AD carry, but Clear just says no. Just kills Bin. In goes Shun, and just down to his GA immediately. BK just taking them down one after the other as finally Viper goes in, finds one, but then Diablo stands his ground and murders him. On this time, he's not going to survive, and it's a multi-kill, a quadra for the Cassante of Clear.
Clear saw what Diablo did, what Vikla did. He wants to get involved too. How about a quadra for Cassante and a win for FearX?
What the heck was that? Brilliant team fighting here from B&K. They'll take down this mid inhibitor once again. And one more time, it is just a waltz through the mid lane in order to take down the Nexus. B&K reaching match point in their first best of 5 of First Stand 2026.
What a way to do it, man.
Oh my, that's not how it's never been expected.
Bot gap, it feels like in this one. Diablo is playing so well. Vikla showing up huge after getting first blood at level 1. He comes back, was massive on the Mel, found so many big team fights, and BFX looking good here going in.
Just getting better and better as this series goes on. BLG gonna need to change some things up, and we're gonna do the same thing. Time to throw it over to the analyst desk to break that one down.
Absolutely insane game and completely different turn of events after game 1. Raz, I don't care how you feel. How do you guys feel? I mean, they always believed. You believed as well.
I forgot. What did Raz predict?
I don't.
We don't care
I forgot
about this
too.
now.
I think everyone forgot about that.
No. What we didn't forget is the fact that they keep on coming back.
Yes.
And it came out of a comeback on game 2. Game 3, clean.
Yeah, and honestly, I mean, I was saying we need the solo lanes to be stable. Yeah. We had a quadra kill from Vikla, a quadra kill from Clear at the end.
Can you say that again? A quadra from who?
Vikla.
The redemption story, I love it.
Oh man,
I love seeing
it's so good. The pop-off, right? With how this series started as well.
Yeah.
I was thinking, okay, you're on Annie duty, Morgana duty, locks the Mel and has a great game.
You know what? That's what I love about international stage, is that anything can happen. You can have the experience. You can have been in Worlds finals. It doesn't matter when you come against Hungary rookies, and they showed it once again here.
They could not approach him. That's how really oppressive this pick was. So just seeing how tough it was for them to even get around Vikla, it was wild.
Yeah, and the threat from the Reflect as well. So many times Knight's trying to be aggressive on the Ahri, but has to respect that. And also Diablo on the Ashe, just doing crazy things with this pick. Sometimes to his detriment, but getting so much damage down. This final moment, it looked like Viper maybe able to get his way back in, but it doesn't work out. And it ends up being Clear coming up huge on the back end with a quadra kill as well.
Absolutely.
Still a bit of a crazy game in terms of gold. But yeah, Vikla with the most damage. What a pop-off.
That's the thing. Confidence showing from the rookies, from Vikla especially here, and I love to see a rookie story. But before we dive into the fact that BFX are on match point against BLG, Raz, you have a special guest to talk us through what happened in the jungle.
CVL jungler Philos. We got Drake Hero here. We got Drake Hero. Talk me through it, because even though that was pretty impactful, early game, Raptor really had a hold of this one, didn't he?
Yeah, for sure. Because can you put on the?
Yeah, we'll put it up on there for you.
Can you put the first pathing for me?
Yeah, let's get the pathing up immediately, as you can see right in front of us.
Okay. This first pathing is more easier for what?
Yeah, it's right here.
Thank you.
Perfect.
It's my first time. The first pathing is more easy for Raptor because they clear of the Nocturne and the top and bot lane prio. But Shun has a good thing to see. Look, after Shun knows, okay, I'm gonna lose double scuttle, and the Raptors will have the second smite first. I need to do something on the bot lane. That's a good thing for Shun, but has one problem.
What's the problem?
After the first kill on Seraphine, he stays. And after he stays, now Raptors has another choice. Okay, I can invade the Raptors. After Raptors invade, he knows everything about the Shun pathing. Look, he gonna pick the Raptors. Shun gonna open on the top side because he needs to know what's gonna happen.
Yeah.
And Raptors will do the other Raptor and the Krug to invade the Gromp.
Yeah.
Because now he has the second smite. And that's really important. Because after taking this Gromp, he gonna kick the Shun out of the bot side.
Ooh.
And the bot lane of the BFX gonna have more prio.
Yeah.
And he can still match in the Wukong.
Yeah.
That's too important for the early game for me.
So you feel like that early game for Raptor was what is basically pushing Shun out of that game in general?
Yeah, because I don't think Shun play bad because he picked the only thing he can do.
Yeah.
Sorry, bro.
No problem.
The only thing he can do on the bot side because after he lose the double scab, he knows, okay, he gonna pick the first smite, and if they pick, he gonna pick the Drake, and I can do and I can't do anything.
Yeah.
And he tried to do something on the bot, but he takes too much time on bot. That's the problem.
That's one mistake that blows up into something big. I appreciate it. I appreciate it, Drake Hero, because like that kind of insight means so much. To be able to see small openings like that is what we see Raptor doing in the LCK and being able to get a lot of fandom off of.
And the fact he got the 6 first on Nocturne and had that tempo advantage, he just felt like he had so much control. Any plays you want to make to try and punish, and as Seraphine, who are mobile, you have that looming threat of the paranoia from then onwards.
Yeah. It's been a redemption story for BFX so far, ramping up slowly into this series. And Ox, we gotta give the flowers to the man in the mid lane here from FearX, because from game 1 to what he's been showcasing here with Mel in the mid lane, completely different night and day performance from him.
Yeah, I mean, the dive comes out and BNK FearX don't abandon him. The arrow comes in to disrupt Knight there. The TP comes forward. They're not ready to give up on the mid laner. And from here on out, it felt like Vikla was just revitalized. They go for this Baron rush, and this was such a great angle. Spot a window where there was no vision. And BLG are so late to respond to this. It's actually Knight who spots clear here and gets a whiff of it. But then in the ensuing fight, they try and force us engage to clear the Baron buffs, but they're being slowed, being CC'd, and look at the burst damage that ends up coming out here.
Wow.
Viper just gets deleted.
Yeah. And it's insane. You say redemption story for FearX. It's like a redemption story for Vikla in the same game.
Hell yeah.
Like he started the game down trying to get a ward off on Raptor camp. But then as the game propelled, yes, the charm misses from Nightbot side. That turns into something much bigger. The snowball is actually getting gargantuan for Vikla. Now he's going to what seems like match point for FearX, and he is the reason why it's happening.
Yeah, I mean, he has to put on these glasses to check his performance here. Honestly, coming back so hard here. And I'm actually wondering, where's the momentum now? Because game 1 was an absolute stomp for BLG. FearX on the precipice of winning the very first series against what was a world finalist 3 years ago. What are we thinking here?
I think there's not a lot of respect, at least coming in from the draft, because Ahri Blind is great for Knight pre-Mel. But you always have to have it in the back of your head. I didn't like the fact they go in 4-5, didn't ban it at all. I just feel like there wasn't much respect in that pick for Vikla going into 4-5. Now they're really feeling the harshness of it, because now you're gonna have to claw yourself back in this.
Actually, I want to call back to a graphic that we had beginning of the day. Producers, if you can show me the experience discrepancy between these two rosters, because I feel like it doesn't matter in the end. I feel like young bloods are actually surprising everybody here. Kellyn was the only one with international performance.
Here's the thing. They came in a game 1, no experience. infinite increase in experience after game one.
It's exponential.
That's how that works.
Doubled it.
That's how that works.
After game two, yeah. So
Yeah.
massively increasing the experience as the series goes on. BLG, similar amounts. Not much of an increase there, percentage-wise, is what I'm saying.
And people are going to start looking at BLG now and how they do internationally, because just as last Worlds, it was the same reality in Swiss stage. Now you're feeling that again here. They need to be able to at least notch this one. Push us into a game 5, please.
Is there another jungle on standby? Have they got a honeymoon ready? I don't think so.
It happens, all right? Those games happen for sure. It happens. The next game is going to be even better.
We're looking at the youngest roster we have at first stand here in the likes of FearX. Do we think that they can take next game, guys? I want to ask the fans. Yeah? Yeah? A lot of confidence here. Dan, you were believing in them.
I think so. I think they have the momentum, right? They have 2 chances to get the series completed. The fact that they can take that game 1 loss, which I'm going to be honest, it was horrific. If you can bounce back from that, I think the mental is in such a good spot.
Yeah.
The early games have been so good for BLG. They just need to be able to remain stable. Please. Please get us to game 5.
If you can, but so far FearX giving them a run for their money as they take us to match points here in this best of 5. Let's see if they can wrap it up next game.
Yeah, he may just be dead as the riposte does come on through, but it's not going to do anything at all. However, he has the ulti down. That is so many stacks, and that's a flash needed from Knight.
Might be time to check your clocks because it's looking like it's the year of victory.
I'm looking at my calendar.
And Diablo, though, as we're back to live.
Oh
Looking
my
for
goodness, it's 3 people here, Diablo. What are we doing? BK just taking them down one after the other as finally Viper goes in, finds one, but then Diablo stands his ground and murders him. It's a multi-kill, a quadra for the Casante of Clear.
Game time, they about to step on a landmine.
I'm a boss. I'm a boss. I ain't with the talking, I just wanna reach the top. It's all about the money, out here looking for the crop. Y'all be acting funny when you see just what I got. I'm out here trying to get it, I'ma get it when you not. Been a boss all my life, I'ma go take that flight. Party on all damn night, I'ma be dope damn right. You ain't even know I'm cold, I'm taking over, yeah, I've been that. Money in the vault, I don't care about the internet. I'm a boss, I'm a boss, I'm a boss, yeah, I'm a boss. I'm a boss, I'm a boss. I don't really even care what you thought. You ain't heard about me. I don't really even care what you thought. You ain't heard about me. I don't really even care what you thought. I'm a boss. Yeah, I handled my business, did it all independent. Better check out the digits and get the money and spend it. Y'all be looking and looking, y'all need to mind your own business. Cause I be cooking and cooking, I be all up in the kitchen and I'm controlling it all. Got it locked overall. When you see me, they respect me, that's the one protocol. I'm the one that they call, I'm the real, not a fraud. People claiming they the boss when they know when they don't. I'm a boss, I'm a boss, I'm a boss, yeah, I'm a boss. I'm a boss, I'm a boss. I don't really even care what you thought. You ain't heard about me. I'm a boss, I'm a boss, yeah, I'm a boss. I'm a boss, I'm a boss. I don't really even care what you thought. You ain't heard about me. I don't really even care what you thought. You ain't heard about me.
Welcome back, everyone. Amal is still joined by Azael, and we're ready for match point for BNK FearX. We're going to see whether BLG can bring us to some silver scrapes, but right now the momentum is behind the Young Guns.
Yeah, I mean, and especially after game number 1, there's no world in which you thought it would be BNK getting to match point first, right?
Yeah, and also like not even after like 15 minutes into game 2.
No, or after level 1 of game 3.
Right. I don't know, man. It's not really what I was expecting. I was expecting Vikla to play a whole lot better, but that's not what this series has been about. Outside of, I guess, Vikla later on in these
game
games.
3 specifically.
Yeah, very specifically. But also Clear being able to pick up that quadra kill on his Cassante. Like Clear, even in the LCK Cup, was relatively quiet in comparison to Vikla that was stealing the show and Diablo, who is always just a psychopath. Let's see how this one is going to change as we get into pick and ban for game number 4. The Orianna and the Zinzao are both going to continue to be banned, as the Lucian going to be taken away, as Diablo is a ridiculous Lucian player, and a good idea to get rid of that one.
Yeah, so the question is, will they leave Azir up? You know, you talked about Vikla, his comfort on Akali. That is an option. You could leave the Azir up to try to dare them, look for the Akali matchup. That's something that they can think about. We were talking about this, and so that is going to be the option that they do. They leave the Azir up, and I think that's what they're doing. They're saying, all right, I dare you, pick it, I'll play Akali. But Knight is also going to be happy to take the other side of that. That's the other thing, is that Knight is a player who can play these aggressive matchups too. So instead, they're just going to ignore it, and they are going to go early Lulu. Oh. So then you're kind of daring them to, okay,
take away the Yunara.
Exactly, like take away the Yunara. Are you willing to take away the Yunara? If not, you know, where will they go? Because Jinx is gone. You know, we could go like Lulu Aphelios or something like that if they take it away. So I do think Lulu early here is quite strong. And if neither mid laner in these first couple picks is willing to slam the Azir, then you could go Azir on 3 and then do protection bans. So it gets a little bit weird, right? Where it's like, okay, you don't want to maybe first round it, but then if BLG don't pick Azir now, Vikla can go Azir on 3 and then ban out, you know, the Akali or the Yone or whatever you're concerned about in the next round. So now I feel like BLG, they almost have to go Azir a little bit more. Like, you don't have to, but I mean, it becomes more valuable here for BFX after this round.
Well, Sivir Lulu is going to be the option here for Viper and On. And I quite like that. A lot of DPS out of a Sivir. And then we'll just have to see what else we're going to get.
Thinking. And then, yeah, the question is, does BFX go Azir on 3? Do they decide to take it away for BLG?
Do you punish a blind Gnaw?
Exactly. Are you going to try to go and punish that? Well, you know, honestly, it's like a lot of the picks I would think of. I was going to say York would be the only one that I would think is kind of in his pool that he would be looking for as a counter, because obviously Gwen is banned, Jax is gone, and so this would be pretty exciting. It will be a very different look. Been smacked Clear in game 1, but Clear did great in these last couple games. Was looking solid. York can be a tough matchup for Gnar. It's really all about hitting the Morning Mist. How many E's can you hit? When Gnar is in mini, it can be pretty tough. You can get whittled down by these ghouls, by the harass. And post 6, your trades become very valuable.
And Kellen is a very famous Renata player. This guy has been brilliant on this champion.
But look, what are you picking when you...
Yeah, I don't know why.
You could just spell shield it.
Yeah.
And like there's I think Yunara with Renata is a good pairing. I think Renata is incredibly good when they are showing dive, but we are not showing dive at all.
We're showing let's not team fight ever.
Exactly. So we're showing split push and wave clear, right?
Yeah.
And so I do always worry about Renata's effectiveness when you are not playing against A, an engaged support in lane, and B, just an engaged comp in general. We'll see. Maybe they're saying, you know what, BLG are going to have to draft some stuff that's going to be effective into regardless. Like maybe they're expecting Shun and Knight to pick relatively low range picks. Syndra are going to be targeted. Azir still not banned, so we'll see if either team are concerned about it. Of course, you can try to go it here on 4 if you want, and you know, some of these mid lane bans are just targeting Knight, so potentially protecting for that. Or maybe Azir's just going to get completely ignored, but I'd be very surprised if it gets completely ignored through the second phase.
I would expect so too. I think that it's something that needs a little bit of a look in at least. I think, for me, like, Galio right now is standing out a lot. Shun going to have his Kindred banned away. Nice little shout out there. But one final ban here on the side of BLG. And then we'll just have to see what BNK are going to go for as far as this 4th pick, because that'll really shape what this composition is going to look like. I think that both teams with bottom lane and top side locked in, Gnar can be used as a side lane champ as well. You don't necessarily have to go team fight after this, but if I see a Maokai locked in, then we know what we're going to get, right?
Yeah, exactly. And so it is going to be Victor. So Azir will be left up still. Both teams kind of just playing that game of chicken a little bit with the
Azir
chicken
Nara is
Emperor.
actually a pretty powerful combination as well.
Yeah, it really can be. It does synergize well, but clearly at this point you are thinking, all right, like they are leaving it up because they want me to pick it, because he has a counter pick that he's going to look to slam. And while Vikla was very effective in last game, the 1v1s have not gone his way.
No.
It is fair to say. So would be a little bit more nervous, I think, to be blinding that.
I think the Trundle's an interesting one. This stop spin from, well, actually, he's already locked in his champion, so never mind. It stops Shun from playing a tank jungler,
It does.
I guess.
It does. I mean, we're also just getting further down the tier list. You have to play an AD jungler. That's just pro League of Legends now. It's basically only Yone and then all APs. So if you want to play an AP, you need an AD jungler to be able to pair alongside that.
Ooh, some smoke and mirrors here from Knight. Yet more things that you don't want to be playing Renata into.
Yeah. That would be unfortunate, but it does at least mean that it is blind. So now you have the opportunity to try to pivot here. You know, if you want to go for a different answer, a different counter, you could look towards that, which would be cool to see if Vikla wanted to go. A lot of people talk about some of these counters, you know, things like Malzahar, Lissandra, and you know, so on and so forth. We could just see a completely standard mid lane matchup, but it does at least open the door when you're blinding something like the LeBlanc. Little Zahungle?
Yeah, interested to see what's going to happen here. That Maokai that I was talking about before is a consideration on the BLG side instead.
Yeah, and it's still like, look how low commitment they are. They saw Renata and they say, oh, you want us to fight? Well, that's funny. Just going to be able to press. Okay, so we are going to get Galio as the answer to LeBlanc. I like this. I like it even more so than Lissandra and whatnot that I was talking about. I will say there's not really a great delivery system. Your hard engage is, I guess, Nar getting behind them, and then you Galio ult in.
Trundle wander in. We actually, we saw
the
a similar...
deadly pillar.
Yeah, we saw, like, during the time where it was Orianna Nocturne all the time, Canyon actually came up with the Trundle Orianna, which was... You put the ball on Trundle, and then he flashes into the enemy team, and then they all get Shockwave.
It's so funny how much more we've seen this year of that. I've been seeing so much of that, not even just specifically with the Trundle, but with Xin and with all these champs. People are like, oh, it turns out you can just flash the Shockwave in on anyone.
Just be there.
Yeah.
And, you know, Faker did show us that.
Anyone can be Nocturne as long as you believe in yourself enough.
Exactly.
Just
We've all got a light switch
believe.
at home.
Yeah.
You just switch that back and
Practice
forth and
up.
then play whatever you want.
Exactly.
Easy peasy.
Lock it in.
I'm not sure about this draft from BNK Furex, though. I think that the Renata is really throwing me through a loop.
I don't like Renata at all, but both the comps are pretty atypical. The soul laners on the other side are Yorick and LeBlanc, right? So it's not exactly your most standard game of League of Legends. Both teams have really powerful scaling bot lanes as far as, you know, high DPS carry. I do think it could be difficult with the Renata, but at the same time, you can just kind of walk forward with Trundle pillars and play it slow, right? They don't necessarily have to full send it. And if you are first to an area, then all of a sudden face checking into Trundle and to Renata, into Galio taunt, like that becomes a lot more difficult. And if you get hit by any sort of CC, like if LeBlanc does get taunted up, well, all of a sudden then you're hit by Handshake and Hostile Takeover and all of these tools. So we'll have to find out how the early game is going to go here.
Yep. As so far, they're just checking one another out. Minions taking a little while to get here, but they'll be here pretty soon.
They will, and this time Knight is the one who gets chunked out a little bit here at level 1.
Wow,
trying to get some
that's
damage
the
back.
Evolution?
It is.
Vikla will finally get that solo kill here in game number 4.
The year of Vikla is just getting better and better.
Yeah, it's certainly improving.
Yeah,
and it started off really strong in the LCK Cup as well. But there were certainly some moments where I looked like I had egg on my face when I was saying how great he was, and then we went into games and he didn't didn't have every day that was working out. But we
Not
don't
every
need to.
day can
you
be
don't
a
need
good
to
day.
have every day.
You need the bad to appreciate the good.
Exactly.
You know?
If you don't like him at his worst, then you don't deserve him when he wins Worlds. You
Exactly.
know? And that's what we're going to be talking about later, is what I assume.
Of course.
As right now, Knight and Vikla are just trading damage over and over. I think Knight is going to have a fine time, but Vikla should be able to weather the storm.
If Vikla won Worlds before Chovy?
Oh, God. Before GTA 6?
Yeah. That truly would be the year of Vikla.
Yeah, that'd be too much. That'd
then
be too
it needs
much.
to be, needs to become official.
I mean,
it's not like some people have days. He needs to get a year, you know?
It was already weird enough when Zeka won Worlds before Chovy. We don't need to go any further than that.
We've gone too far. I apologize.
We've gone too far already in history.
Okay, yeah.
As Clear is put into the Ghoulie Wall. Are you a fan of Ghoulie Wall?
It's a first hearing it from me.
Yeah, you don't know the Ghoulie Wall? That's what I like to call that ability. Because the name of it just isn't really... It doesn't really tell me Ghoulie Wall
the
things.
Cage. I don't know what it is.
Well, there's a pillar, and Bin is in a really uncomfortable position now. That pillar placement was amazing as he flashes out of the ring of ghouls. And Bin is now just going to have to try and get himself out of here. Teleports away, and that is going to get him to safety. But
look at the wave.
It's going to mean that he's going to have a little bit of trouble, with this minion wave.
Yeah, the wave is really bad. So I'm kind of surprised he didn't just flash the pillar. Honestly, I feel like that would have worked out way better. You can also just self-cage, in these situations where you just walk back towards your tower and it's Trundle. You drop the cage on your head against the wall somewhat, and it's like, what are they going to do? Flash into the cage? Like, you should be able to get out, but we'll see if Vikla...
Yeah, Vikla is going to channel the taunt here. It does taunt up the tree, but is now running the wrong direction. So I think it might be another First Blood scenario, this time going... Never mind. Okay, Justice Punch. Vikla is wandering.
Buddy. Don't speak too soon.
He's wandering. Oh no, that's happening. Run! Run, Galio! Is it going to hit? It does. He's slowed down, and there is the twisted advance. A very delayed First Blood, but once again, Vikla is on the floor.
But Knight didn't even get an assist, so now you just call Jungle Diff.
Oh, value.
Exactly.
That's the progression. He dies again, but not to his lane opponent.
It's the jungler's fault. Raptor, come on, bro. Knight didn't even get an assist. What are you talking about?
Wait, he just delivered Shun to the top lane, and now Clear is dead. What is that? Okay, and Bin is able to get himself out to safety. That's absurd. Beautifully played here. The Yorick picks up the kill, but that one was all about the Maokai.
Yeah, I've never seen such good jungle pathing from a mid laner.
I know. That's why it's his year.
Exactly.
He can do everything.
He can do everything. He can even jungle path for the enemy jungler.
Exactly.
We've heard about shot calling for your own team. What about shot calling for the other team?
I'm not even in comms, man.
Buddy, look how easy it would be to kill Clear. Come on up. I'll show you.
Hold my hand. It's just over here.
Follow me. Let's go find Gnar.
Oh, goodness. Well, here they are. They found him. Put him into the Dark Procession. Do you like Dark Procession? Ghoulie Wall. They're your options.
Ghoulie Wall's better than Dark Procession.
Yeah, see?
Yeah.
I told you.
Yeah.
Big fan. Okay, well, now the beginning disasters aren't necessarily as bad as game one, but I put them between
It's where we end.
Exactly. It's about whose Nexus explodes.
Yeah.
And right now, it's looking like BNKs are the ones in the most danger. However, it is early games, and they were early times, and those were weird situations.
The before times.
The before times, indeed.
Yeah. Well, Bin it does have a kill, and Shun has a kill, so they are out to a nice little gold lead on their side. 1.2K in the advantage. I really want to see Viper have a better game, though, because it is weird to watch him make some of these mistakes, and to watch him last game with this massive gold lead on the Zeri, one of the champions we were talking about. It's even in solo queue and in pro for sure, when Zeri gets ahead, you often just feel like, well, that's kind of that. Like, let's go next. You're not going to be able to deal with it.
It's the most inevitable champion that we've had. Like, you get a lead and you just win the game.
Death, taxes, Zeri.
Yep.
There you go.
That's how it goes. It seems like Knight also going up towards his top side. And Raptor is going to turn up as well, so it's going to be a 2v2. That dive was a little early from Bin as Clear is looking to try and chase him. There is the heroic entrance as well as now Vikla turns up, but Clear is out of this fight. The Knight is flashing away, didn't want to get taunted, as there is the Maiden one more time. Bin just going to be wandering his way out. They don't want this fight. They are just going to disengage.
Yep. Going to be able to back off. Nice roam there from Vikla to cover and also force the flash off of Knight. But at the end of the day, Bin keeps the Maiden alive, walks out, and now they're going to be able to try to turn this into a nice little invade. Yorick definitely can help kill these camps off very quick, and getting the blue buff is honestly really, really nice here for Shun. Just be able to take that away, hit 6, and does have that 6 a little bit early as a result.
Yep, Nature's Grasp, pretty powerful as well, so hitting 6, kind of the goal here for the Maokai, so nailing that one. As on some supportal combat here towards this bottom side of the map. Kellen finding some angles there with a nice handshake, but Diablo will turn up. Non is just going to get himself out.
Yep, and we'll have to back off at the end of the day, but they crash the wave, so Viper is going to be happy about that, has enough gold for the BF, so goes back, has a good buy. Diablo here just on call, as well as the early upgraded boots, and Clear just going to continue pushing. and does have to get those early steel caps. Unfortunately for him, did not get them. And Raptor is now behind him, but Shun does have the Nature's Grasp, is in the area, could respond to this.
Yeah, you've actually seen that Vicla's found him already. You have a look on the minimap, so they do spot out the tree and look to move away. Raptor and Vicla now looking for this Scuttle Crab at night in good position. Does dash on forward, finds some chains. We've got fights on multiple angles, though, as the Gnar comes through onto Bin. And now you've got Kellen roaming up as well. Let's see whether he can find himself an angle, as Raptor going to be the first target here for BLG. But the King's Tribute, the subjugation working out so well. Knight finally will be able to take him down, as Kellen turns up but isn't able to offer too much of anything at all at level 5. And BNK just lose another one.
Yep, and that is really nice by BLG. They had the earlier push, they had the faster recall and roam from on. He arrives, and BFX, no, they can't really do anything there. They just have to run away. Raptor was able to live quite a long time, but I think mostly because Shun was hoping to give that kill away. He didn't actually want to take it himself, so they are able to do that. And at the end of the day, it's 2K gold lead here at 8 minutes for BLG. This one's feeling a lot more similar to game 1 and 2, but of course game 2, BFX did end up winning regardless. And it kind of feels like as long as Diablo is in a decent spot, you have a chance, right?
Is Diablo alive? Chance we have.
Yeah, exactly. That's the code.
Indeed.
Yeah.
And right now he is, but he's in this bottom lane. Let's see what he can make of this, though, as the Arc of Judgment comes down. Decent polymorph there from On, but I think he knows that he's going to be going down. Hostile takeover, not really working, though, and there's the Wild Growth onto himself. Viper now in a little bit of trouble, but he stands his ground and does get a bit of work done, and Diablo unable to find it in the 2v2.
Yeah, Kellen clearly wanted to go really aggressive in onto Viper. He went for the R flash, tries to get the hostile takeover onto him, but he couldn't find an angle to hit On, and maybe if he had been able to hit both of them, they could have finished off that kill, but still, they do get a couple summoners off of On, but it is in trade for 3 of their own. So not the best trade at the end of the day, though it does seem pretty fine.
Yep, I'll be okay. Gonna look for a reset now. And clear underneath this turret once again. I imagine every time he is under a turret, he is feeling a little bit frightened, because he has been ganked quite a few times by BLG, and it's been quite successful for them. I'm still interested in how this is going to look as we get later on into the game, though, because I imagine like 4-1, 1-3-1, that is kind of what BLG are looking for.
Yeah.
And BNK want to do everything they can to get team fights around Diablo, right? Protect the President is what this is going to be all about. So convincing BLG to stop killing their side lane turrets is going to be their task.
It will. First Dragon going to be taken of the game. This one kind of late, so not going to be a super fast soul or anything like that. I'll also say I really do not like that Shun is going AP this game. I know that it is really, really common, but I just think when you have LeBlanc should only be on a team with solo AP. That is kind of just my take, is that you never want to make building MR valuable for a team against LeBlanc. You don't want people to have even any MR. You want them to be taking so much damage. You want LeBlanc to be able to stack a flat pen and really put on pressure. And so I do think it makes less sense for Shun to be going for this Leandries. I feel like just kind of a supportive tank style build would have been more effective, but because he's against the Trundle, I guess he feels, hey, I can't build tank. I need to go AP.
It's like the two things are working against one another. You know, you don't want to be building AP with LeBlanc, but you also don't want to be building it as a tank. So maybe you just shouldn't have built items.
There you go. You could,
AD. Should have built AD.
You just built support items, which are just OP.
There it is, as Diablo's found an ulti once again.
Nice
but On is just going to cruise his way out of there, on the hunt there for Viper. So it's a trade of ultimates.
Gets a move speed from Viper, sidesteps the zap, and as a result, not slowed up, is going to stay safe. Yeah, I think just going with Zeeks and stuff is just always good. The support items are so OP to me. You know, the kind of builds we see on Malphite and whatnot, I feel like can fit on Maokai in a game like this, because you also have no true frontline, and you still do have Sivir. You need to have champions making space for Sivir. You can send the Yorick kind of forward, but Yorick doesn't really just want to walk in first and die. And lose the Maiden, so could be a bit harder for Viper, who I think has struggled to find space.
Well, Viper is looking for a little bit of an angle here. Aggressively uses the barrier as they look to try and get this Lulu out of there. The flash out with a flash forward from Diablo as he locks down the kill. The immediate trade, though, comes in as Knight says, no, this is not a 2v2, buddy. Nope. And they lie on the floor. 2 extra members of support coming on through, but the cross map is there for BNK as they look to take down some plates in mid.
Yeah, they do get 2 kills, 4-1, but it is, again, Diablo getting a kill back in a 2v4. Essentially, at the end of the day, they got the TP off of Knight. They take some plates mid. Knight, though, going to be able to farm up some plates on the bot side. And again, it is BLG starting off this fight. They have the TP coming in. They have Shun coming in behind. Viper's able to sidestep that hostile takeover, gets the wild growth. Could have just played it a little bit more careful once again. All you need to do is back up a little bit early there. The Nature's Grasp is coming in from Shun, but underestimating the damage of Diablo. Diablo is going to take those skill checks 10 times out of 10. He loves those kind of fights. So if you challenge him, he will go for it. He trades his flashes, gets a kill, and Viper does not walk away with one. So it is still a very nice lead here for BLG. Very heavily focused on mid-jungle, but Diablo still getting paid.
And you saw it in the coach cam as well. Danny wasn't exactly psyched about how that one went, even though they're sitting at 5-1 as far as the kill score is concerned. Almost a 3,000 gold lead here in this game. But they know that like, this is a composition that can come online later on in the game, and B&K can make it work. BLG, I think they have to finesse their way through this mid-game and create a really big lead for this one to really be one that can very easily be closed out, right? Like, I know Sivir great in the late game, but it's about the pieces moving around it that won't provide the same level of protection.
Exactly. I mean, you can either push forward onto the Sivir with a pillar, which is going to be pretty annoying, or if they're diving forward, you just pillar the Sivir out. And if Sivir doesn't have all of these tanks to create space for, it is going to be more difficult. And it's also now 3 out of 4 games where Viper has had all his teammates there, a pretty much guaranteed kill on Diablo, and gone too far forward and made it a trade kill, given over a kill to Diablo. That has happened almost every single game, which is just not something you want to see, even if it's a game that you're winning. As a coach, you're talking about constantly improving. And let's be honest, if BLG is to be the challenge for Genji, you got to play near perfect. Genji has just looked so bulletproof. I mean, really for years, but this year as well in the LCK. They only dropped, I think, 2 games in the entire LCK Cup.
Yeah, one of the games that they dropped was against B&K. But that's it. They have been near flawless.
6-1 in those across those 2 best-of-5s against this team that you are now down against. So, if you are talking about BLG being that challenge to Genji, you're going to have to play at a higher level.
No. There's a really easy way to do it. You just convince Genji that it's the World Championship.
Well, you have to convince him not only that, because we've tried that before, but you have to convince him it's like finals or something.
Whoa, that's a flash forward. There's the handshake as he finds the hostile takeover. Never mind, flash out from On to avoid that one as now the pillar comes in. Great wild growth as Raptor has to flash to get himself out of the way. Viper is still very scary. The flash wizard advance comes in. The bailout isn't going to be enough. Yes, it is! As Knight is eaten by the Trundle. But the nature is grasping and they're looking to try and answer this one back. Viper with these ricochets is trying to take them out, and Diablo, he survives for a while but doesn't even get to the blast cone as BLG will answer.
BLG do answer back there. That was really risky for a moment. When Raptor got that bailout, you just started to think, oh my god, are they actually going to win the fight here? Vikla going back in on, but you got no one around you, buddy.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that one, as Clear is going to show up, but he's back into Minina as he turns up, and Viper is getting another kill. 2-1 and 2 now on the Sivir. And I was saying that he may not necessarily be able to carry in the same way. Well, maybe I'm going to have to take that back. Yeah. This might be where he gets the redemption from the last few games.
Yep, going to be looking for it. And Shun fully committing to that AP build. Knight on 1.5 items here already. This is Diablo just going hyper aggressive. Flash in from Kellen with the handshake.
Polymorph was so good out of On.
The Polymorph buying a lot of time there. And then Diablo and Raptor are just on the run. As Knight comes forward, though, distorts in. I think he double tapped there, or maybe he felt like he had to go back into the Galio ult to get away from Diablo. I'm not really sure. But the fact that he distorted back so early meant Raptor got the kill faster and got the bailout. Maybe he dies to Diablo if he runs up, but I think at least the bailout doesn't come through to Raptor. At the end of the day, it did not matter. BLG get the reinforcements, do win the fight, and Bin going to be able to knock down a tower here, so nearly 4,000 is the gold lead now.
Well, now Knight is going to have to deal with this pillar. Let's see whether he's going to be able to keep himself alive, and they just kill him. He was trying to be a little bit tricky there, but we're going to have a look at the comparison between Vikla and Knight here in our Coinbase Gold Grind, and it is looking pretty good for this LeBlanc, regardless of the fact that she just died.
Yep, maybe Vikla's year, but it's Knight's day. That supersedes.
That's beautiful. That's poetry right there.
Thank you, thank you.
As Raptor is going to be able to grab himself this Rift Herald.
Don't speak too soon, buddy.
Yeah, never mind.
They're coming.
He's going to keep hitting it, though.
I think he will be able to grab it. But Bin is coming as well. And Knight has no DP because he used it to try to get out.
I think maybe they want to find a team fight as a heroic entrance is going to deliver them in. That's phenomenal avoidance there out of Shun as Viper dashes his way back. He doesn't dash, he just wanders his way back. Doesn't have a whole lot of mana though, is now clear. Looking to try and get himself out, and that is the Rift Herald going over to BLG. So like you said, speaking too soon can be dangerous. I'm going to wipe the egg off my face and we will continue the game as B&K lose out on the objective, but they do not lose any of their players this time around.
Nope, they do not, and they will be able to knock down this tower here. BLG getting another outer. Bin is up towards that top side, and Vikla is basing. There's no TPs available, so top side tower is going to be gone as well. Knight is up there to cover, so is Shun. So that is all 3 outers now going to be claimed here in quick succession by BLG. About 5K now in the gold lead, and 3.5 until this next dragon where they can continue their march in towards Seoul.
Yeah, this is the crazy thing because they're playing out this 1-3-1 so beautifully. This is how you have to do it. You have to keep the pressure up completely as Shun might be in a little bit of trouble here, but Knight is lying in wait. Viper with a decent spell shield there as well. B&K know that this map is very dark and there are a lot of very scary things waiting for them. They're not going to be pushing any further forward. Even Diablo is not going to be pushing any further forward.
I don't believe you.
Well, he didn't in that moment. He probably will again.
Exactly. That's where I was going to try to get you with the semantics, you know? The technically correct. As Kellen does have a Mikhails, so it's going to be nice, obviously, for CC coming through from Shun, as well as Polymorph, which can be so big with how aggressively Diablo likes to go. He will be in range of that.
Oh. There's a chain connecting onto Raptor. He gets a pillar down, though. As you can see, Vikla making his way in. Distortion does get Knight out of the way, though, so he is going to be absolutely fine. It was a little bit of a bait attempt, you could imagine, out of Raptor there. They do manage to get the Subjugate out of him, but this outer turret is going to fall, and B&K going to take a bit of a chunk out of that gold lead.
Yep, and that is an objective bounty, so those are up and available. You can see Clear is trying to push up through top side. Viper maintaining pressure in that mid lane, though. As Bin has moved down, he's taking a scuttle. And will continue to try to press the advantage. Though, yeah, closing that gold lead a little bit by about 1K. And it's all going to be, double scout slingshot buy from Diablo. There's, I don't know if that was intentional.
Maybe it is, though. Maybe, like, dual wielding. Hang on.
What does it mean?
They're a pretty two-handed weapon.
Hold them each with one hand and then put them both in his mouth. You know, pull it back with your head.
But honestly, even if he's just got one, what does he do with the harpoon gun?
That's true.
It's a bit perplexing.
Yeah. My immersion has been ruined.
Yeah,
that's the unrealistic part of League of Legends right there.
We did used to have like the classic static shiv rapid fire cannon type build. Maybe he wants to do like something like that.
Nope.
No, I don't think so. He just sold it. Okay.
Just sold it. And Viper with an Infinity Edge. Turns out that is better than the double scout slingshot build. So
Diablo agrees. That's why he went back to change the build.
Wait. You can just do that? You can just get an Infinity Edge like that?
Well, Vikla did realize that he could leave via a flash, but Nature's Grasp is still going to connect even though he buffered the Justice Punch very, very well. Still, this is a very sticky Maokai, and the Polymorph comes on down a very dead Galio now, as Bin is the one to pick that one up.
Yep, going to be able to get that kill. Diablo going to try to push in mid, but Knight has already cleared out the wave. So it's just going to be the trade on top side. Clear going to be trying to knock down that tower, and will not be an objective bounty as that has fallen, but it's going to be some more gold going into their pockets, trying to keep Clear relevant because he's going to have to be able to answer York eventually in these side lanes. Here's TP.
Yeah, BLG making their way up, going to leave Shelly in that bottom lane. She's the one that's split pushing now as Knight gets over. Looks for them distortion damage as Bin trying to get on in there as Shun. That Bramble Smash was massive. The Maiden, the only one hit by the hostile takeover as Shun not really getting a whole lot done with that wild growth thanks to On. As now Diablo doing his best to get the DPS numbers high, but the rest of his team are just getting obliterated. However, we're trying to make our way out is Vikla, but not able to heroically exit that one. The Winds of War from the grave helping out as now Diablo tries to stand his ground, but it does not work. And they just eviscerate them. BLG, a huge team fight towards the top side, and once again, there is a Baron waiting for them.
Right by the Baron, they're going to knock this down as well. That fight was a mess from BFX here, as Diablo, he got blast going over the wall. I'm not sure if that was intentional.
I don't think
so. It looked like they were kind of hesitating there. He got knocked away from his team, And then the hostile takeover from Kellen is thrown only at Bin, only hits the Maiden, when all of BLG were running up a tight corridor right to the side of him.
I feel like there was a better opportunity to use that ability. Let's have a look at it one more time.
Yeah, so I mean, early on, it's going to be a tough fight, right? Diablo's already been chunked out. Raptor flashes over the wall. This is where, why is the hostile takeover not to the right?
Yeah, that angle is so weird.
And why, did that Blasco get hurt early and knocking out Diablo makes it so tough. I think it's going to be a very difficult fight regardless, but they would have had a much better chance if they were together and if that hostile takeover was thrown to the right instead of off to the side there. On then flashes in with the polymorph. Diablo tries to use the flash to outplay Knight. They can't quite take him down. He went down to sub 100 health before the heal came through. But at the end of the day, it is another BLG win here. They're going to grab the Dragon, move to Soul Point. And this one feels all but wrapped up for BLG, which would set us up for Silver Scrapes here in the opener at
Day
First
one,
Stand.
game one, and we get Silver Scrapes. Absolutely incredible. We've already had a pentakill, double quadra kills, and we get Silver Scrapes. That would be exactly what we're looking for.
All kinds of stuff. We've had the
BLG,
year of Vikla. We've had...
Oh, man, it's been the year of just greatness. Maybe that's what we can call it. As, yeah, there's a bit of a chunk towards the end there, but otherwise a very linear gold graph here for BLG.
Well, they got tired of beating them up for a little bit. Like,
Yeah,
you know what? All right, we'll sit down. We'll take a breather.
There was a pit stop in there at some point.
Ouch.
All right, yeah, that's a lot of damage out of Viper as Kellen throws out the hostile takeover. Vikla trying to look menacing. That may keep his bottom lane alive, but maybe not for long as they do manage to avoid the Nature's Grasp. But yeah, Clear not exactly so lucky.
He just flashed into the Nature's Grasp.
Yeah, kind of broke my brain.
I'm not sure if he was trying to like block that for Vikla or what he was thinking, but
yeah, was it heroism? It might have been heroism.
It was attempted heroism. We'll go with that.
It didn't work as the inner turret will now be taken down. It is just Clear that's dead, but the health bars were way too low, so BLG will be able to just push this one in.
Kind of like that movie, you know, watching a movie and someone sacrificed themselves, and you're like, you all could have just left.
Yeah, like
you're fine. like, no, I'll stay behind. Like, what
and
do
they
you mean?
spent
We have
15 minutes having the last conversation. It's like, dude, just get on the
We
plane.
can leave at any time. No one has to die here. No, I'll do it. I love you.
Oh, it's so dramatic.
Yeah.
All right. Some of those are beautiful moments, though. Let's have a look, see whether BLG are going to have their moment as they look to push in a couple of lanes. Handshake is going to connect. That's decent, but the problem is there's not a whole lot of options here as Knight can just dash in with impunity. And Diablo, he's within kill range here. If Knight ever gets in range, that is just a dead Yunara, and then BNK's composition just falls apart.
It does, and we'll see if they're going to be able to find any way into this. It doesn't really feel like there's a realistic chance, though. They don't have any sort of real hard engage. I do think that the Renata has really struggled to find value. Clear going to try to look here for Viper.
All right, bit of a gargoyle delivery here as Vikla comes on in as well, but they don't find too much joy with the knockups as Viper is just kiting Clear out of the way, and he just dies. The wild growth is fantastic there as well as BLG front to back as they put them down again. It's a triple here, make it a quadra for Viper this time as he has finally arrived at First Stand 2026, and BLG will deliver us some Silver Scrapes, the very first best of 5, and we go the distance here as the Nexus will go down.
Absolute banger series. Started it off, your LCK, LPL, 5 games.
That's
We're
what we
going
wanted
the
to see.
distance.
And BLG looking absolutely incredible while they did it as well. Man, I don't even know what to expect now moving to the last game, because in a best of 5, Fearless makes things absolute insanity. And so first pick, whether you get it or not, is not one of these things that we're going to be debating as a big deal as we move into this game. It's about who has the most tools left in the shed. And so
whose year is it?
I think it's Vikla's year. It's Vikla's year. AD, is it Vikla's year, guys? It's the year of Vikla, right?
That's a no from me. That's a Shun's year. I think it's a Shun's year. His Maokai was great that game. I actually really enjoyed this one. This is a good bounce back after the last couple.
We're eating so good.
Yes, we are.
First series in First Stand, 5 games. My prediction is dead, but I don't care about this.
Yeah,
it's
mine's
fine.
gone. Yours is still alive.
Yeah, you're the only one.
Yeah, fair. But now you have to flip-flop because you have BLG, but you've been on a Fear X train now.
I never flip-flop.
No. That's a you thing, Raz.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm just challenging him. I'm making sure.
But props to BLG for coming back because as we were saying, really Fear X had the momentum coming into this game. What happened here? You've talked about the Maokai. It feels like with a champion like this and the Sivir, it's really easy to execute, especially in team fights.
It really is. And I think my early point is just how often he's active early game.
Yeah.
Because after the first Scuttle Crab, what he ended up doing was he went straight mid. And that's what we want to see from Shun. He did that constantly during the playoffs as we can start rolling it. And then he was able to make it really land when he went for the top lane dive. And it was just one full sequence. But like, sure, at some point we'll see it. But for me, my main thing is just how impactful Shun has been throughout the series. Raptor has been a really good jungler. So for me, it's just been about the two matchups.
Well, I think earlier in the series, we saw mid be unstable kind of due to Vicla's misplays, but we saw top, a lot of it was Jun impacting top, making players' life uncomfortable. This game, he did a sweep, he made mid uncomfortable, made top uncomfortable. It's back to B&K Fear X solo lane struggling a little bit because of that, having that impact. And then the bot lane, I think it was smart in the draft, them securing the Lulu paired with the Sivir just meant you had that scaling in the bag. The Renata felt really uncomfortable. We never saw the big hostile takeover value in any of these fights.
Yeah, and it really led into what was our HyperX Reflex replay, which was all in on that Lulu pick, right?
That polymorph.
It was
That's what you want
amazing to see.
Yeah, so I feel like the polymorphs were consistently getting from on. There was just so many moments he's seeking for the opportunity, trying to find angles. This one's a crazy one because he comes on the flank here and he ends up going for the Yunara with this flash polymorph. This is not what you typically expect from a Lulu.
True.
But he's like, look, I'm going for it. I'm going to back up my team. I'm going for the enemy AD carry. He's in. And as soon as we see Diablo trying to dash in and get that damage down, he's polymorphed. So great timing there. Found that angle and allows the cleanup for BLG to come through.
Love it. I mean, they knew who to focus here, honestly, given Diable and the impact that he had in the previous game. You want to hit that polymorph on him, especially during those clutch fights. You know that Yunara is deadly and what she can do in the later stages of the game. But I want to follow up on what you were saying, Raz. Shun and his impact, because back to the team, back to stabilizing BLG, but also setting up the lanes in the early game.
And this has been happening every game in the series so far. This is an early pick on towards Vikla. Now, Vikla on the Mel game really went off, right? And so that's something that you would need to look at as we go into game 5. But for the most part, every game has started with an early death. And a lot of that one has been in tandem with Shun helping out. Now, the chase down is a long one. But it worked out very well for him because he's on the top side of the map as Bin is looking for a dive here. So he's like, hey, I'm already in the area.
You didn't see that moment. He's looking towards his jungle and he goes, wait a minute. I could just go top. Ends up getting a kill there as well. And it's just the fact you're able to deliver kills for both your solo laners, even though he got the one for mid, but really setting the early game in a good stead for BLG.
We're already seeing the fan signs up.
Love it, honestly. They were believing right from the get-go. We're here at Gen 5. I don't know what's gonna happen next, actually. So before we talk about this, who thinks Fear X is gonna win?
Okay, that's a boo.
Okay, no, you should be on this side. What are you doing here?
Okay, he's realized.
I want to ask the BLG fans what happened here, because a bit of a change in how the series went. You win the first game, lose the next two, now you're on the verge of winning. Who do you think it's gonna come down to? Which player do we trust here?
I think that Viper gonna win this game. We're gonna win this game. The Fear X gonna lose. We need to give them some emotion. We need to give some chance so can like make their name. But I think we're gonna win the series.
Okay.
Oh, so they're humble. I like that take.
Is Viper the guy we trust in though, right now? Especially coming in game 5.
He was good in that game.
He was good in that game for sure.
But I think the series overall, he hasn't been in his typical form that we expect. To me, especially last year in the LCK, Viper was so consistent. I think maybe he sees Diablo skill check and he's like, I'm gonna skill check too. And it hadn't always panned out this series.
That's true. I mean, earlier on in this series, it was mostly on like Shun just playing towards top side, so they were just playing on weak side. But then in the Mel game in particular, I thought we got to see a lot of mistakes from Viper. Game 5, I have full faith.
Yeah?
Now we're already getting the FearX fans are loud. they're just ramping up.
It's been a story about the solo games for BLG, and on the side of FearX, stabilizing the solo lanes and maybe
Like
believing in Raptor in the early game, Diabol in the late game as well, and what he can do. What are we looking at on the side of the rookies here? Because maybe the momentum has shifted before.
Yeah, I think in this situation, you know, it's a best of 5. You've been tested and fearless in the picks, but also, as we said, first international. It's difficult when you're facing so much experience, but I think the fact that they kind of got game 1 out of the way, the fact it went so rough, this game wasn't too good either, but I think if they bounce back from game 1, they can bounce back from this. I think they didn't do themselves huge favors in the draft. So just you come into game 5, make sure the solo lanes are comfortable, stable, and get a good bot lane 2v2 matchup.
Okay.
That's been the biggest challenge.
Business as usual.
Because constantly for FearX here throughout the series, they've been behind early. They need to be able to do something to that because the game has been in the hands of BLG for the majority of the series, and it's either them making a misstep on that dive really early on in game 3, or like basically flubbing a team fight. That hasn't happened in this game. I feel like they're a lot more disciplined in how they were able to play it up, and it set up Viper for success. So that is the expectation here, but you never know what you get out of a BLG.
I also think picks like Maokai, when the series has been messy, a pick like that really stabilizes it. It's so easy, so simple. You just pop the ultimate, it just team fights for you, and you just have your AD carries come and just clean up. So I think leaning into picks like those that can just simplify how to play out fights can make a big difference.
Okay. I want to ask you about what you thought about BNK FearX so far in this series. At first stand, as we said, they're the least experienced lineup. They're the youngest team we have in the tournament. We weren't giving him, he wasn't giving them any credits coming into today. They're taking BLG to game 5 today. How proud are you about what they've been able to showcase so far?
Give the kids a report card. How are they doing so far?
I think they're doing great, right? I think coming into this tournament, a lot of people were putting them low in estimation. Some people ranked them 4th, even 5th in tournament standings. Even if they lose this game, and they obviously had a rough start, to take BLG to 5 games, still a huge achievement. This is the first seed off the LPL. They'll have a second chance if they lose this. But the thing is, there's still the potential to win. There's still that opportunity, that chance. Vicla's bounced back massively. The bot lane has performed how we expected with that pop-off moment. So I'm super happy with how they've played.
Raz, I want to give you the final thoughts. You're going to put on your coach suit here. You're the coach of BLG. Going into FearX, the least experienced lineup we have at first hand, what advice would you give your players going into this last game?
Don't get dragged into their gameplay, because Diabol is a maniac. He is constantly looking for hand checks, and I feel like for the most part this series he's been doing well in it. So especially if he's going to find his enchanter pick with Kellen, then play towards what is the weakest side of the map right now for FearX. It's the top side of the map, right? Clear has done well in the last game that we saw from him, but I think Vikla has been someone who's been really struggling to find his foothold in the early games. So trust in Knight. That is my main takeaway.
It is anyone series going into this game 5, first series of Last Stand, and we have Silver Scrapes. Turn up the music, you know what it is.
Viper is still very scary. The Black Twisted Advance comes in. The bailout isn't going to be enough. Yes, it is! As Knight is eaten by the Trundle. Able to heroically exit that one. The Winds of War from the grave helping out as now Diabol tries to stand his ground, but it does not work. And they just eviscerate them. BLG. This Viper is just kiting clear out of the way. And he just dies. The wild growth is fantastic there as well as BLG front to back. And BLG will deliver us some Silver Scrapes. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, First Stand 2026, and we are here for Game 5, the first series of the tournament, and we get all 5 games. I know you guys were missing Silver Scrapes, so we made sure that it was here, the very first game, and also we're doing no waiting. We're getting straight into the draft here for the final game of the series, and this, Azael, this is where I get nervous for B&K Fearex. Because BLG have a lot of players that have been playing this game on this stage for a really long time.
Too many champions.
Yeah, like On can just play a Nivea if he feels like and win the game. Like it's kind of crazy.
It even works with his name. He can just play On Nivea.
On Nivea, I get it.
Yeah.
That's not how you spell it though.
No?
I don't think so.
What if I just want to spell it incorrectly?
That is the American
then that's
way,
how
isn't
I spell
it?
it.
That's wait, no, you're Canadian.
Buddy.
Dang it.
My Commonwealth bro betrayed me.
You do work in the LCS though, so maybe there's something there.
The proud Canadian region of the
Do
LCS.
Canadians speak Canadian English as well as French over there?
Yeah, we speak English.
Do you like, no, but like, is there a Canadian English? So you don't say stuff like schedule, which is like wrong, it's schedule, you know, like that sort of thing?
No, we say schedule for sure.
Yeah, so see,
but
you
we
still
have
speak
a
the
U
American.
in our color, and they don't. They just do OOR. And ours is OUR.
Hey, yeah, we got that as well. That's
see,
cool, 'cause
Commonwealth
that's
Bros.
real. Yeah, no, and we are Commonwealth Bros, exactly. Okay, let's have a look at what's happening here, because there is a first pick Kennen in this game, and with Yorick taken away, maybe this is safer.
Well,
I don't know.
I think Kennen struggles into a lot of range matchups top, but whether or not like Jace, I was gonna say, a lot of range matchup top are pretty tough. Yorick is one of those good melee ones into it. I do think generally, you know, Kennen is a strong laner though, so I'm gonna be interested to see if this Jace does get locked in. I would like it. I mean, it's a flex pick early on, and I do think it's a pretty good matchup into the Kennen. So would be exciting if we did actually get that matchup from Bin.
Pretty good plate collector as well. I feel like you can really get some decent advantages as you get longer into the game, as Caitlyn from Viper will be locked in here. So
I like that.
A lot of range being represented. The Lucian is once again banned away, and Diablo gonna have to dig deep for this one. I think like champions like Misfortune are still something that you could look towards if you want to have a little bit more early game aggression.
I feel like, I mean, Corky's still up,
Yeah,
Callista's
it's a good
still
one.
up, Ziggs is still up, Zaya's still up. AD carries, you can't complain about Fearless. Every AD carry is just an AD carry. Actually, I feel like, yeah, there's some that are weaker and stronger.
Okay, that's a
Ooh.
Zoe.
Okay.
I don't think Vicla's played this so far this year.
Zoe Lee Sin, that is pretty spicy coming out here. Let's see, I'll double check if he has actually played it. No Zoes so far this year. So it's going to be
I think this is
a
an
new
exact
pick.
combination that we saw Gen G style on B&K on in one of the best of fives in the LCK Cup as well, actually. So a very interesting lock-in here, as we are also seeing a potential jungle pick, which would be odd considering the fact that they've already locked in the Caitlyn. This is a flex though. We are flexing all over the place on BLG's side.
Exactly. I was going to say, you know, it could definitely be Poppy support as well. So it could be support or jungle. In the jungle, great into Lee Sin. Super good into Lee Sin. I mean, Lee Sin can't do anything without dashes, right?
Yep.
Your Q is a dash. Your W is a dash. It's very easy to actually shut down Lee Sin. So I already am pretty concerned about the draft from BFX. I'm not going to lie. I think the first 3 from BLG are really, really strong. I think you can round out this composition very easily with kind of whatever you want. And Zoe can work with dive because you can kind of like soften people up and then dive. But generally, it feels a little bit more disconnected. Whereas I think BLG's comp can play at range, can control space, and use this Poppy, whether it's support or jungle, as more of a denial pick and just kind of play counter engage. I mean, the Poppy ult, incredible against Kennen ult. The Poppy W, incredible against everything that Lee Sin wants to do.
Poppy is just kind of perfect into everything that BNK has put down so far.
Ooh, so Elise, this is a bit of a throwback ban, but Caitlyn Elise obviously was really popular for a while, so still respecting that potential of a flex for this Poppy around, and they are going to be targeting that. Aphelios, one of those other AD carries that hasn't been banned. Like I said, they're just infinite AD carries. I don't...
Just go down the list.
You just go down the list.
The Diablo Cogmore. Can we see that? When does that happen?
With what an enchanter do we put?
We've ran out of those a little bit.
A little Sona cog.
Oh, there we go. I mean, Sona is, like, she's been played.
Yeah.
Sona Lucian's not a bad lane.
Sona scales very well.
Well, the Nautilus is going to be taken away from Kellen, so going to deny a little bit of hard engage. And now one more ban to come down from BNK. Could be another support. But I don't know whether you really want to go all in when they are so flexible in this draft.
Yeah.
Just getting rid of strong stuff that you don't want to deal with is probably the right way to do it. But instead, the Bard just going to be taken away.
So they're double banning support. I really don't believe this is ever an Elise jungle. It's like an Elise support and a Bard support.
Wait, was Elise a jungler?
Never.
That's crazy.
No, it wasn't. It was a top laner, though.
Yeah, it wasn't. Well, that was originally she was played top, right? Oh, my God. But the numbers were so silly.
Poppy can just... You don't win support. You can just play Poppy support.
This is a bit of a nice special as well.
This is so good in their comp.
God.
Also, I mean, Zoe R counts as a dash, so you get the passive hit. The fear is so devastating for Lee Sin as you're going forward. You try to take that. It's very easy to turn around.
Instead, it's Morgana.
Instead, so... This is really cool. So obviously we are expecting it to be Morgana support. Kate Morg is kind of a throwback, but it could potentially still be mid.
Yeah.
The Black Shield works incredibly well against Zoe because of the Sleepy Trouble Bubble. You can immune that sleep very, very easily. And I really like BLG's draft. I feel like they're cooking BFX right now.
The only champion we know is going into a role is Caitlyn.
Are we just getting Zyra Khan?
They could.
I mean, if you go Zyra Khan into Morgana Caitlyn, just FF, man. Just FF.
I don't think that's what you want. No.
I feel like that sounds horrible. When you Rakan W forward, it's so easy to actually just hit a binding and then the guaranteed binding into trap. You can Black Shield the engage from the Rakan as well.
Jhin makes me feel even worse. But I just don't like Jhin.
At least I feel like Jhin fits what their comp is going to do, which is run in. So, it's like Jhin can pop ult, the Kennen is coming on a flank, Lee Sin goes forward. That's what you're kind of hoping for, right?
Yeah.
Is that everyone going in at once and try to make it happen. And now we are just waiting for, is this Morgana going to be support, which I'm expecting it's support, and we're picking a mid laner here. But you could really cook, and you could go Morgana mid, Poppy support, and pick Kha'Zix as your jungler.
Yep.
So there's a lot of different angles we can go. This is flexible too. And Jace could even be mid.
Jace jungling?
Jace is mid. No, Jace is mid. So I think it's going to be Poppy jungle, Morgana support, Jace mid, and Camille top is what I'm thinking. But maybe it's
okay. The only thing we know is Caitlyn is not jungling, even if she is theoretically in that position now. Yeah, so far, exactly. Unless it is Camille spot, because that was also a thing.
Yeah.
And into Rakan, this was where Camille actually got her infamy, right? Was being able to just kind of destroy
Rakan. Press hard. He cannot run away.
He cannot do that thing where he escapes.
Very interesting. I do think it makes their 2v2 kind of a lot weaker early. I mean, obviously, Camille does have some really good base damage, and when you go Hail of Blades, you can hookshot in, get some quick autos down. You can put out a lot of pressure. But I do feel like just picking a more standard mid here, and Caitlyn Morgana just feels like we're like hard shut down, not shut down.
You tried to save that so hard that you made it worse.
Exactly, I did.
It was beautiful.
Anything that they wanted to do with the Rakan, right? So but this is very interesting, and obviously it's prioritizing more the mid lane matchup. So maybe Knight didn't have a better pick for mid lane, and maybe they felt
I like the Vex. I thought the Vex was kind of
I thought the Vex was really cool too.
But I also liked the Mega Flex.
Yeah.
So that was pretty cool. Like, only Caitlyn was all we really understood, and even BLG, I think, were figuring it out by the time they'd locked in 5 champions, who was going to play what. On the other side, BNK's comp is strange, to say the least, and I want to see whether Vikla has fixed it. Is he going to be 5 for 5? He could do it.
Did he get solo killed in practice tool before that? That's really what we're wondering.
That is a very good question. As Ben is going to find the Shock Blast. A lot of value there. Making a bit of money to start things off. Never mind, he's going to electrocute.
So it is going to be Hail of Blades and Ignite on. So definitely wants to scrap. And I wonder if he's just going to play like crazy because, you know, when Camille support was popular, it was just full sending it in nonstop. Every time your passive shield is up, Hail of Blades is up, you are just flying in there and looking for damage. And of course, the interaction you're talking about is post level 6, where when Rakan goes in, you just ult the Rakan in. Rakan cannot battle dance away, cannot get out to safety. And nice little grand entrance there from Kellen, well timed, and a good sidestep.
Yeah, avoiding that Peacemaker was kind of crazy. As there is a flash on forward as Diablo with the barriers trying to keep himself alive, lit on fire as they realize that they've just got to go all in if they're going to win this. But there's first blood. Diablo saves Vikla. He's not going to get first blood in 5 in a row.
Let's go. But that was crazy from On. No, he didn't want to wait for his hook shot.
No.
He just wanted to trade summoners. And Diablo is like, I have barrier, bro.
And he did trade summoners, and then he was out, but then he was back in again.
Yeah, I mean, the flash in and just using Ignite Hail of Blades was definitely crazy, and does go in, gets a lot of damage out, but we have to see this one more time because his hook shot was still on cooldown. His hook shot was still on cooldown from the previous play. He literally just flashed on him to use Hail of Blades and ignite him. I think he thought he was going to get so much damage down that Diablo would have to flash out, but he still has no hook shot. Wait till hook shot is up, and you either force the flash, or you can do it that way and then use the hook shot to retreat. It just didn't really make sense. On got very impatient there, wanted to put the pressure on with the Hail of Blades and the Ignite, and gives over a freebie. And look at Diablo's buy. Cloth armor and boots. He's going to rush steel caps, and why wouldn't you against this bot lane?
Absolutely. And now you've got Shun getting a bit aggressive here towards his top side of the map, knows that this matchup's pretty good, and also he's terrifying. It's Lollipoppy as well. That's emotional warfare.
Should be a
right there.
skin. Not for any competitive reasons, but for
I'm so glad
mental
that the
health
splash
reasons.
art changed, but even if I see the new splash art, I see the old splash art, you know?
Yeah, it's with you, always.
Always, forever. Burnt into my retinas.
All right, well, Vikla on the roam.
With a Randuin's in hand as well, which is kind of fun. Bubble is going to connect onto Shun as Battlestar lands as well. Heroic charge though, and yeah, he's going to have to get out of there. Gets shielded up, the double battle dance, and he gets out! That's not the Vikla I know, but Raptor is going to pick up his mantle, and he goes down. On is the one that grabs the kill as well.
Yeah, I feel like Vikla just wanted to hit that Battlestar so bad that he didn't consider what would have to happen after that, right? He runs in, he hits the Battlestar into Poppy, but then Raptor is coming in to try to bail him out.
It's not the year of forethought. It's the year of Vikla, okay?
Yeah. Well, that was tragic, and things going bad
Is it getting better, Is it going to get better? Well, hookshot comes on forward. Lightning Rush is not going to save Clear here as he will go down. There is the answering kill, though, as On is going to be taken out by Raptor. And so a 1-for-1, not too bad with the amount of invested by BLG, but still, it is B&K answering the plays that BLG are throwing out.
Yeah, and I like how Shun was still on 15 CS. He's just not farming. He's just running around and fighting, man. Goes to the invade, and nicely done there.
All right. Let's, Raptor. Gonna face check, and there is a shock blast from Bin as well. Flash out, decent, avoids it to the skies, but once again, On is here, and this time Knight is gonna be the one to take down the kill. Raptor is going to be secured, and BLG continuing to be in the lead as far as these kills are concerned, but the fighting is just not ceasing.
Nope, and Raptor, you know, he's bringing the camps to Shun. He is the camp at this point. Shun does not want to fight, and he is not gonna have to.
All right. Kellen gonna have to flash to get himself out of the way, but the heroic charge is going to be there, and Shun just lays the lollipop down. Everyone is just making drive-bys in this game. It's just a hi, I'm just gonna grab this kill and I'll be on my way.
Yeah, it's not looking very good for BFX after the initial bot 2v2. This is a great start. Diablo gets first blood, everything's looking good, but they're just kind of taking some fights that I don't really feel like they have to, and it is very difficult for their champions in skirmish. Maybe they feel like their champions are not going to function well later on in the game, so they're feeling an onus to make plays. But I mean, come on, it's the first couple of minutes of the game. Vikla, I think, in that topside fight by Red Buff, way overforced, and yes, he gets out, but I think Raptor kind of died as a result. And then Raptor, I feel like, really wanted to try to get something back onto Shun after Shun had taken away, that topside scuttle and kind of just over-chased, ends up getting punished.
Didn't quite work out, but it's very early days in this one. Laning doing okay for Diablo, and I feel like that has kind of been what's been happening throughout this entire series. Has now been in the brush, but Kellen not going to go for too much more.
Level 3 Rakan roam, so not the most threatening there. As he kind of smacked Clear back and on, taking a nice little trade here onto Diablo. Diablo does have the tabbies completed, so that is finished, but does mean he's been kind of on his own for a while and just getting pushed in by Viper, who just rushed a call.
Well, now you got a bit of a 3v3 here towards this top side of the map as Raptor and Kellen lying in wait trying to protect Clear as much as possible. Ooh. Maybe that was the feedback, is let's not allow Clear to die multiple times in a row top lane, and that is how we're going to win this game. Yeah. And so far, has kind of worked out as he has survived a couple of the ganks. However, he did get taken down earlier on.
And he has no TP, and Bin's going to get another plate probably. Bin is already 700 gold ahead. You're losing minions to the tower. And Bin probably going to cash in on another plate. He's already going back to base. So the solo lanes for BLG, as they have been many times this series, very far ahead. But the difficulty, I really think, is just compositionally how some of the champions are going to make plays on BFX. Because
it's just the amount of answers that the BLG has. As that Dark Binding was kind of insane. Although you portal jump and you're going to go back to the right position. As On, he's going to walk his way out of there. Paddlestar not doing too much from that range.
I mean, when you talk about Lee Sin, you always talk about the ability to have that big impact, to have a big play, but that is so tough against Poppy Morgana, because even if you can somehow get past the Poppy, you can just black shield the kick, right? Yes, you're still going to take the damage, but you have to get so clever to be able to find anything there.
Well, there's the black shield like you were talking about. Sleepy Trouble Bubble is not exactly an issue, as flash out from Viper to avoid the grand entrance, but good to get that out of the Caitlyn. Even though she is not necessarily going to be the main character of this game for a little while. Trying to keep her down is going to be very, very important. Is Q going to connect there onto On? There's the bubble as well. Steadfast presence is pretty good. The Paddlestar goes wide though, and now Diablo doing his best to keep the damage up. There's the knock-up, but the follow-up just isn't there. On still ticking. One last one not going to be enough as Knight is able to take down Raptor. Shun limping his way out as well, but all of BLG keep themselves alive. My goodness, On is he's a psychopath, but it's working.
It is, and that's kind of how you have to play Camille support, right? You are a champion that needs to make plays, that wants to be in their face, and this is just looking so hard for Clear. Talked about these range matchups, how difficult they can be for Kennen. Kennen really excels when you have the push and you can harass them as they're farming these melee minions, as they're farming these range minions under tower, and you just can't do that. You're getting outranged, you're getting poked down. And even with these roams up the top side, On is here now as well, so he's just going to push Kellen back. Bin is safe, and he's going to clear out some of this vision for him to just continue allowing him to bully this lane.
Yeah, Kellen is going to turn up and at least try to protect Clear for the moment, but the grand entrance is avoided. He flashes in. Bin is going to die, and that was probably a mistake. But I do like the vibe, the idea, the gusto. Bold. Yeah, Kellen's now really dead. On's going to be able to lock down that kill. And the answers keep coming here from BLG, even though B&K pretty happy to have another kill on the board.
Yeah, they are very happy to be gifted that kill by Bin. That was crazy. I think he could have even just walked back. I don't even know if he had to flash back in that case.
Yeah.
But instead, he tried to flash over, and I don't know if he was trying to make a big
He did
outplay.
Successfully flash over the grand entrance.
He did. And now he's going to be able to force out the TP because they had delayed the base there. So Clear has to TP back to base as he sees Bin coming in from the side. But yeah, I'm not sure if that was a mistake or something he was trying to go for an outplay, flash over, and then one-shot Clear. Maybe that's what he was kind of thinking in his mind. But Clear has ulti, and you're going under the tower, so you're just going to get CC'd up. The wave gets cleared out, and he does get taken down. But still, it is an over 2,000 gold lead.
Well, now a teleport towards this bottom side of the map as Knight is going to be showing up. There is the snap trap as Kellen able to survive here as well. In goes On, but Knight was here a little bit too late. And so B&K able to take down the AD carry and get themselves out of there.
Yep, doing a really good job with that. I like how they handled. Viper had really well-positioned traps, And so Kellen can't be the one to tank. He can't be the one to start it because as he goes in, he's always going to have to walk through a trap to walk out. So they had someone else hold the aggro for him. He goes forward, gets the CC. They do get the kill without losing anyone. Kellen did end up having to flash away at the end, but still pretty well handled there. And BLG going to take a dragon as the prize on the other side. Again, it's that first dragon, so we're not looking for a super fast soul game or anything like that, and it doesn't feel like a game that would really come down to that realistically.
It's not feeling like it. I don't think you're going to need a dragon to convince these teams to fight each other. I think they will just be fighting each other. As Bin looking to try and take down this outer turret towards the top side of the map, that is likely to be a success. And you know what's really cool about having a game 5 with a Morgana mid lane? It brings me back, man. And I know the last time was in 2019, but it's the first time. 2015, EDG versus SK Telecom.
Yep.
That game 5 Morgana, it was a masterstroke by Pawn.
And it was against, so to let you know the story for people who don't know that series and didn't watch that series a long time ago.
It was a bit of an ancient one.
This was Faker on his LeBlanc that he had not lost on. He was ridiculous record. I can't even remember exactly what it was, but say 20 games in a row or
it was
whatever.
Like 26 or something
like that. I can't remember. Between 20 and 30, say, wins in a row on LeBlanc. And in game 5, they leave it open. So, of course, he's going to pick it. And they counterpick with the Morgana. They end up taking them down. They win MSI. And it was a pretty iconic moment for sure. And now we can see that Ward was spotting him out. So Bin knows about it, but is going to be pushed off the wave.
Yep. He is just going to wander his way out, though. And so will be staying alive. The gold lead isn't exactly massive at this point in time. As Diablo here towards his bottom side, looking to try and avoid Shun. And Steadfast Presence wasn't there for Diablo as he dashes on in. The Viper is going to deliver another minion wave towards this outer turret. Grabs himself a plate and another one. And so that will help extend that gold lead for BLG. And I think already this is a composition it's strange. It feels like a very game 5 of Fearless type draft as, oh my goodness, Kellen's just dead.
Yeah, you got locked down by that CC.
Oh no, it's not a time to get sleepy, Bin, as the paddle star comes on forward. And the auto from Vikla is going to be enough to take him down in the end there. So BNK answering very, very quickly. As their support was down, Vikla picks up a barrier and is just going to throw that one out. And BNK realizing that they have to get out of here, they are going to just move up the river and escape.
Good kill onto Bin. Even with the early Hex Drinker as well as the Merc Treads, they're able to kill him through that with double AP. Not the easiest thing to do. It's also worth noting that Clear did not go for a Gunblade build, which a lot of people are doing these days for the 1v1. He's instead going for the Rocket Belt, which is much more team-focused, much more about the 5v5, where you are going to need every little bit you can get. And here it is one more time, just stunned, bound, trapped, pretty much everything. Bin had no flash because of the unfortunate thing that happened in top side, and does try to sidestep to sleep, cannot do it. So nicely done by Vikla. That's really all they needed to hit to be able to set up that kill.
Yep. Rather is looking quite perplexed, and I don't blame him whatsoever. I feel like that would be kind of our facial expressions after a few of the occurrences in this game. Yeah, mild perplexedness.
Well, Raptor's just going to keep looking for plays. Up towards the top side, he is hovering behind Clear, just constantly trying to find angles to be useful on this Lee Sin, which is going to be really, really difficult.
Yeah, avoid the Poppy. If he's fighting where the Poppy isn't, he's doing something right. As Vikla picks up a Ghost Blade. Speaking of picking up a Ghost Blade, that is not where Diablo went. That's kind of fun. This was buffed, I believe, on this patch as well. So going to be building some stuff in the base.
Yep, and Bin is behind him, but both junglers are here.
Yeah, there's the Slicing Maelstrom one more time. Let's see whether Kellen can get here in time as the ulti misses from Shun, and that is going to be the end of Bin. Clear goes in, finds it. There's the quickness as well. As the Trouble Bubble comes down, everyone's joined as Vikla dashes forward and finds the angle. Knight trying to do what he can as he's got the tether out, but Raptor gets out, breaks those chains, goes back in and destroys him. Viper, though, he's going to be able to find some pot shots as On will knock them all out, and Raptor looking for that angle, but Viper just shoots him. A gun is going to be the answer here as Kellen gonna have to make his way out.
Nice initial play there from FearX, but BLG are able to respond to it. Diablo is pushing down on bot side. They're trying to get something else here, but Viper just got paid. Is going to be able to knock down this tower. Will be first tower. All that gold going into Viper's pockets. He's now 1.6K up, even with Diablo getting the first blood all the way back at the start of the game. So Viper is going to be a problem now here. is already on 1.5 items. May just go for a full collector in there. Yeah, he has it.
Oh my God.
So full 2 items right off the back of that. We can see it one more time. Bin does get spotted here. He gets stunned up. They set up pretty nicely for Raptor. Bin lives a long time, which ends up costing a lot of resources to take him down. It was a very quick TP from Knight. And then as Knight arrives, yes, Shun is down, but he knows he has Viper coming. He knows they don't really have any resources, and he nails the full combo there onto Vikla, the binding into the ult, and then everyone piling in here onto Knight. And yes, Kellen is trying to peel Viper, but Viper is largely uncontested. He's walking forward, he's autoing. They just don't have the spells, they don't have the cooldowns to actually really threaten the Caitlyn at this point. So you won the early part of the fight, and someone made Noopsy.
Yeah, I think Shun just, is it? Oh, we didn't even see! As Kellen going in and tries to get himself out. He is going to be successfully able to do that on his dead. As Knight, one more shot will do it. That deadly flourish wasn't enough, but it is going to be the shutdown over to Vikla. Immediately, that one's answered though, as BNK are finding it. It's Viper that's down. Shun is just going to evict Raptor, but Clear is still here. Diablo there as well. That Shun, he runs pretty quick, so he'll be able to make his way out. And in the meantime, Bin is like, I'm glad no one's around me. I'm going to not die and take a turret.
Well, we'll see. They might stay around because they want to try to stop this dragon take here by Raptor. Raptor doesn't really have any support just yet, so Diablo is going to have to come over. Kellen got out of that fight with, I want to say, sub 50 health. Yep. He is back now, though, and has purchased his Mikhails, so that is going to be ready and really powerful. Shun going to drop the Battle Herald.
Yeah, let's see whether Shun can actually steal this one away, as he's not going to be able to do that, but On goes in, finds the Hextech ultimatum, and now Shun is going... But On's already dead, and Raptor can follow this one, and although not anymore, it's well out of range. As Vikla showed up. So it is just On dead and Shun just taking a bit of a ride.
Yeah, and it's a wasted Herald, so the Herald doesn't really do anything for them whatsoever, and they lose the Dragon, and they lose another kill here, as well as the flash and the ulti off of On, so that was a pretty expensive fight. They didn't even get the flash off Diablo, by the way, even though they were pumping everything into him. He knew his limits, knew he was going to be safe in that moment. And BLG are getting pretty fast and loose with this. I think they have the compositional advantage, but they had a big early game lead, and they just keep fighting. And kind of against all odds, Raptor is now really fed. Raptor is 1.4K up. He is becoming a bit of a problem. Yes, there's all these tools to stop him, but if you're just fighting non-stop, he's pretty powerful in these skirmishes.
Yeah, and if you wait for the cooldowns, then there are angles where you can make it happen. It's just quite difficult to play the Lee Sin against a composition like this. Let's have a look at the Coinbase gold grind, though. Viper versus Diablo, and Viper is still well and truly in the lead on this Caitlyn.
Absolutely is. But some early stacks here for Diablo, as he's going to be having some bonus AD. The more you can fight, the more kills you get, the more AD you do get on the activation of that item, on the proc of that item, whatever you want to call it. You have bonus AD for, I can't remember what it is, 30 seconds or a minute or whatever it is after you get a kill. And as there, it has fallen off. But the next time he gets a kill, you retain all the previous stacks. So the more action you have, the more AD you are going to get. And Jin already, thanks to his passive, gets a tremendous amount of AD. And as much as people think about it as kind of an early game champ, I do agree for the most part. But once you get into the full late game, Jin starts killing everybody because you just have infinite AD.
Yeah, I feel like you're good on like one item, like the one item spike feels fantastic, and then you wait until 4 or 5, and then he becomes good again.
And then on 6, you just randomly look at your AD. Whoa, I have 1,000 AD. Turns out that's pretty good.
That's where you're looking at your character sheet, just having a great time as you walk towards the Nexus.
Clicking it,
yeah, that's the theory. That being said, Caitlyn on maximum items is also absolutely devastating. She's just got such long range on those auto attacks. As now Bin, he got a little bit tired there momentarily, but Vikla doesn't quite find the paddle star, goes to sleep. Bin is going to be able to at least survive. On was trying to get on in there, but Raptor did tag in there with a Sonic Wave.
And Knight now has a rocket belt here for himself, so a little bit more mobility to be able to, either dodge a skill shot or to get in there on these fights.
As Hextech ultimatum comes down, as On is underneath the outer turret in mid lane. He is going to die, but he takes Diablo with him. Now Clear looks for the angle. They do take another kill, as now Clear is trying to find even more. The Sonic Wave doesn't quite land, but that W did so much work out of this cannon. Viper is going to be able to take him down in the end, as Vikla needs to do what he can. Viper finally will fall, but not before picking up a triple kill. And Vikla always had to go back to that portal jump, so Bin is going to put him in the ground. And BLG, the last team standing in that one.
Yeah, it's an ace at the end of the day here for PLG. They full send it onto Diablo, and you start thinking, hey, maybe they could actually turn this around. In comes the cannon, but the TP, unfortunately for him, is not that deep. He flashes forward, but most of the ult wasn't really connecting in onto Viper. Then Kellen has to flash in because he can't actually W forward. He can't use the Grand Entrance with the Poppy W up. So they're committing so many resources to just get through to him. And in the meanwhile, Bin and Shun are just crushing everyone who is trying to fight past them, who is trying to get in onto the Caitlyn. And the fight goes heavily BLG's way.
And I think as soon as fights are actually underway, B&K's composition just doesn't work as well as BLG's, right? B&K need to be fighting around windows where they land a trouble bubble, get a pick, something like that. They're looking for a pick here on Tonight, but he has that black shield. There's the tether as well as Shun's going to make his way in. Doesn't quite get the stun onto Kellen, as now they look for it. There's the slicing maelstrom from Clear, but he's likely to go down as it's the Caitlyn in once again. And the consistent damage that we were talking about is Viper in this game. He picks up a double, and I think he heard the people talking about the first 3 games of this series, and he is looking absolutely fantastic in this one. 8-3-3.
And that could very well be Baron. Are they going to start it? They're not going to elect to just yet. I mean, they killed Raptor and Clear had no TP, so I thought they might have looked for it, but they want Vikla.
Yeah, that is Ace in the hole coming on down. Vikla is very dead, ladies and gentlemen. Over the wall goes on, and that is Viper able to grab that pod shot to make it 9-3-3.
I mean, he's going to have an E on base, so that is incredibly difficult to deal with. It's Hextech Soul that would be on the table. This is just their second Dragon. I don't even know if we're going to get there, but he's over 4,000 gold ahead individually. We're 21 minutes in. He's going to base. He's going to have IE, and he's going to be on his way to the next item there, where you're going to start seeing defensive items coming through, luxury items coming through, and if you can't one-shot Viper, you really have no chance.
Is it like IE Last Whisper on this next back? Like, oh my goodness, it would be absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, he is just so fed, and this is the problem. They have to spend so many resources to kill off one person. This is how every fight is kind of looking, where, yeah, they kill Knight, but again, in comes Viper. He kind of just walks up, and he's just going to right-click people. He doesn't have to do anything fancy. He's just picking up kills for free because every resource is just being spent to kill one person. In the last fight, it was all being spent to kill him, but then that meant that Bin and Shun were uncontested. In this fight, you're full sending everything on to Knight. You do kill him, but you can't deal with the Caitlyn afterwards.
Well, now B&K know exactly what they need to do in this game, and that is kill Viper,
and that is
or they
look
will
for a
lose.
remake.
That is, yeah, well, that too.
That is hope for a chrono break.
Yeah. What bug can we exploit in order to get this one thrown in the bin?
You can choose who you want to kill, but you are 7K down with quite a compositional hole, I think. And
hey, more than half of that gold lead, though, is just Viper. So if they start the fight with him dead, then it's only a 3K gold lead.
And I'm not sure how the LCK feels about Jin, but
I hate
in the LCS, we are not a fan. It is the fastest pick this and go home quick champion of all time.
Yeah, it does kind of work. And also the very sad second item collector when you're this far behind just doesn't feel like it does much of anything at all.
At what point does he get IE, you know?
Well, it's not
maybe next
third
game.
item.
Maybe next game.
Maybe next. Yeah, I hope it's. Yeah, probably. Yeah, there's at least another series. There's a lower bracket, okay? So
Exactly.
he has a chance to buy an
That's
IE.
the build order. It's, yeah. Here you go. Collector second, rapid fire third, IE next game.
Next game on a different champion.
On a different champion.
Yeah.
Hey, he can go back to the Jin. We don't know.
That's true. It's
we'll
not
see.
fearlessly banned in the next
No,
series,
it's not.
unfortunately.
Much to the LCK fans' dismay.
Indeed. Well, Kellen possibly caught out here. Does have the quickness in order to get himself out, but Viper is absolutely on a rampage. And Raptor with not much of an opportunity here. Hexgate gets Clear out as he was looking for a flank angle, but it didn't quite work. Some pot shots being taken here by Diablo, but they're not really doing anything at all. Yeah, that beach ball just a little bit sad.
Saving grace.
Sitting there alone.
They can't do Baron at least in front of the Zoe, as well as the cannon having flash and ult.
True.
So it's not going to be Baron. It's just going to be one kill, but of course does mean they are falling further and further behind here. Kellen with a bit of a weird build here, going for the Oblivion Orb next. I don't really feel like healing is that big of a deal, but I guess it is Double Sundered Sky, so that's kind of maybe what he's thinking. You know, it's Double Sundered Sky. There is, you know, some healing there from runes as well on the Caitlyn.
The fleet footwork.
We've
got to counter the fleet footwork, man.
Yeah.
Very important.
His feet are just too shifty. We can't let him get away with this.
And if he can't run really fast due to the fleet footwork, then we can kill him.
He will no longer have fleet feet after this Oblivion Orb is applied.
Someone needs to tell him that the movement speed is still there, even if his healing is lowered a little.
The skies will not be sundered, though.
True.
Well, they will, but
right. Actually, yeah, no, they will. They'll just
still
less sundered. Less sundered.
Yes.
Semi-sundered skies. Good alliteration. Didn't know about that one. That's all right. Having a look here at the gold. This is looking like a pretty BLG gold graph.
It is. It's been a very up and down series.
Yeah.
Very surprising wins have come in a few times here from FearX, so we'll see if they're going to be able to.
I think game 2 was definitely back and forth, right?
Yeah.
And then we had a pretty shocking end to the game, but otherwise it was pretty business as usual.
And this one is going to need some X factor. It's going to need that incredible Lee Sin kick, Viper getting one shot. It's
Show us whose year it is, Vikla.
That 5-man cannon ult.
Yeah.
It's got to be these types of plays that give you a shot. If I'm FearX, I'm waiting for that perfect moment. I'm not fighting this next dragon. I don't think you really want to care about it. And you probably just try to hope that they go for an ill-advised Baron or something like that. That you can really punish, or you can get a random Elder Dragon steal later or something that is really going to flip the game on its head. So I wouldn't be surprised if they just give this next dragon, because they have no vision in that area. I just don't think it is the hill to die on in this game. I think when you're this far down, you get one fight at best, and that one fight has to be, you know, the best possible opportunity you can find.
Well, this inner turret is not long for the world. That will be taken down. Some Deadly Flourish poke is coming on through, but the Shock Blasts are hurting so much more from Bin, sitting on 2.5 items for the moment. As BLG, they will just fall back towards this dragon up in 10 seconds time. And BNK, electing to go for a reset.
Dark.
They are not fighting this one. Hex Gates will get them back out onto the map, and they're looking for a little bit of a cross map towards the Baron, perhaps.
Yeah, there's double vision wards over there, though, so they are spotted in the area. I don't think there's any chance they can actually steal this away. They just don't have any damage, right? Like, who's going to kill the Baron, even if you go for a Baron sneak? Your Jin's not going to do it. Your Zoe's not going to do it. Your Kennon's not going to do it, so it will be very, very slow. But they just give up the dragon. They try to clear out a little bit of vision, get what you can on that top side, which is, unfortunately for them, very little. And you just try to live to fight another day. See if you can find something in one of these big fights coming up soon.
Well, that damage graph is pretty Viper-focused, as we can see here. Steadfast Presence does get Shun in, but that does wear off, so Raptor is able to safeguard his way out. BNK are just doing their very best to put out fires here, but unfortunately the Inferno rolls forward. BLG now looking at this top inner turret. Shock Blast does go a little bit wide there momentarily, but Shun just kind of by himself is a wall that BNK cannot get past.
He's level 15. He is higher level than Vikla, and he is not threatened.
Hextech Ultimatum does come down, and I think that no, never mind, not going to die. Just going to take a nap, and the Deadly Flourish, sorry, is going to get blocked, and so he survives once again. The curtains have been called, but I think we know whose curtains they are that we're going to have to worry about in this game. As BLG just going to make their way out. They've taken the inner turret. That is good enough for them.
Yep, BLG fully in control, picking up some of these defensive items as well. You can see Knight is working in towards a Banshees. He knows the game has not been about him. He is not super fed or anything, so just grabs the Arden Barrier, has the Black Shield. Knight's Vow completed now for Shun. Just slap that on Viper or even Bin if he's going to be your dive buddy.
Yep.
And really you're just playing that supportive style at this point. Viper picks up a QSS as well as some Vamp. And so now you have to get through Black Shield, you have to get through Arden Barrier, you have to get through QSS, you have to get through so many tools to even try to find a pick here. So the job for FearX gets that much harder.
It was already looking quite difficult for Vikla, and now it has become even harder to try and find those bubbles to win the game, as the Baron has been started. And as you can see, the map is very dark. They do get a little bit of vision here, though. And so BNK will spot them out, stop the Baron for now.
And Diablo does have another Scout Slingshot. So
All right.
He's got the
Worries me
slingshot
every time.
locked and loaded. So now
it's the David versus Goliath, you know? There it is. That's how you know that they understand they need to try and take down the Titan.
Buy a Mage Eyes.
Yeah. No. Buy a slingshot. You need a slingshot. It's in the story.
5 slingshots.
Yeah. As many slingshots as you can.
Sell that Oblivion Orb and get a slingshot.
Yeah, what are you doing, Kellen? We didn't like the Oblivion Orb anyway.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I don't think they have enough slingshots. 2 minutes time, and then the game is really, really difficult. Hextech Soul is kind of absurd, but Caitlyn's range means that she can just kind of proc it all the time and forever, especially with a rapid fire cannon done, and a Mercurial Scimitar is completed at the same time. So there is just kind of... it's going to be difficult to kill Viper, let's just say that.
Yes.
Black Shield will be there as well from Knight.
Yeah, he is so fed and has so many tools to protect him. You got to find a perfect angle, but they need to get there early and start getting some vision. I feel like that is mission number 1. You know, try to find some deep wards. Hope you can get a perfect TP flank from clear. You need to really have that perfect setup to have any hope in the fight, because if you're walking in with no vision, you've already lost. It's just going to be a trap line from Viper. It's going to be Black Shield on whoever you engage on. You have to come from behind them, because look at that. That's one shot.
Yeah.
One auto onto Vikla, and he loses half his health.
Well, On going in once again as Kellen, speaking of, yeah, he is just very dead. Shouldn't going to be able to help lock down that one. Shock Blasts are doing so much work. The flash out from Raptor is going to allow him to stay alive. But without Kellen, it's going to be so much more difficult to defend against this Dragon. He will be up pretty quickly, as his death timer is not exactly the highest, but BLG wandering back towards the Baron, and I think they should be able to take it.
Yeah, I mean, there's no flash on Lee, no flash on Zoe either, and they're going to do this really fast here. And well, Clear is going to spot it, so maybe this is where they draw the line in the sand.
Let's see whether they can find the angle. The Raptor's not going to be able to get here, so they're not going to be able to steal this one away. That is going to be the Puppey locking it down. On taking a fair bit of damage, though, and BLG, they do not want to overextend. They're happy to take their prize and move on forward. I feel like that's the evolution that we were looking for. They were taking every single fight forever, and now they take the objective, they walk away, they look to use that money in order to close this game out.
Yep, exactly. They go for the quick reset here, back on the map, trying to play for this Soul. FuryX have got to fight this now. You just can't give up Soul, I think, at this point and have any realistic chance of coming back. But maybe they're saying, you know what, we have a better hope of just waiting and hoping that it goes to Elder. But I just don't know that they're really going to get another chance to actually have a fight. They have no vision in the area, though, so it is just going to be a given up Soul. Not even going to try to contest, but now it is going to be Hextech Soul. It's Baron, it's 10K in the lead. So by the time they actually take a fight, I just think there's not going to be any fight to have, you know? Everything is going to be finished as far as these luxury items, as far as these defensive items are concerned.
Well, it is feeling like a priceless moment here for BLG as they do hit that coveted Soul. Out goes On as well. He is going to be able to keep himself alive. I just don't see there being much of an angle to get back into this one for BNK FuryX, unless there is some sort of miracle. That inhibitor did not last very long at all.
Kelvin almost got one shot by a Caitlyn auto. He lost about 90% of his health.
Yeah. Headshot rapid fire cannon combo is just kind of absurd when it does come on through. Shun just clearing out all of the vision here as well. Even the turrets just dead. Vikla, speaking of which.
Yeah, I mean, they just, whoa, that was actually close.
That portal jump scared me a lot.
They just can't even walk forward. They're just giving up everything. I mean, you can't give up every tower, everything, though, and expect to really have a shot, but there's not really a clear way in. They have no vision. I mean, look at the map. There's no wards at all. They have nothing on the map, so they have no way to go for a TP, and you cannot win a fight where you're walking straight at them. Just look at these shock blasts. It's crazy.
Well, Clear is looking for an angle here, but Vikla is very dead. And there's the Dark Binding connecting. Clear in by himself. And will be able to do a bit of damage, but I don't think he's killing anyone. As the rest of BNK, they try their very best. Diablo stays alive, but he's the only one able to post that as Raptor is going to get caught. Tries to do some funny business in order to get himself out. But I think that was the last gasp here for BNK FuryX. And BLG, in 5 games, will be able to take the first best of 5 of this tournament and look to continue on in the upper bracket. It's not the last you've seen of BNK FuryX, but It was a long one. They made sure that BLG fought for it, but it will be the LPL first seeds taking the first series, the first stand 2026.
BLG get it done at the end of the day here. Very dominant final game, very dominant first game.
Yeah.
Some speed bumps along the ride though for them in the middle.
Just watch the ends and you'll be like, oh yes, this is the BLG that I was expecting.
It's like a sandwich where the bread is the best part.
Yeah, exactly. And look, that just means you're really good at making bread. I think that's absolutely fine. Sometimes it doesn't matter what you put
Excellent
in it.
bakers in the LPL.
Yeah.
And first seed gets the job done, but I will say it won't inspire confidence against, a potential Gen G matchup down the line. Lounge, what do you think?
You say speed bumps, potholes maybe, a lot of them.
That was wild. That was the best series I've seen at first hand. And I don't care that it's the first one. Honestly, amazing series, amazing showing from BFX here. But God, the resilience from BLG clutching it at the end.
Also, super cool draft that came out. With all the flexes, didn't really sure where it was going. And then playing Rakan, Lee Sin into Morgana, Poppy, Camille, that just didn't seem like a good time, and they didn't have a good time really in that game.
It was very rough to play against, and we got to see Ons Camille. That one was a good one.
Ons Camille, Morgana from Knight.
Yes.
I love the honestly, I love the creativity coming from BLG here.
And we got to see a good amount of discipline and a lot of damage from the Caitlyn. And I wanted to get one question in from a specific fan who had faith all along.
He did.
And I gotta ask you, who do you think was player of the game for this one?
Viper,
of course.
Dang.
The GOAT. I told you everyone.
Because the fans didn't hear you loud enough.
Viper the GOAT. I told you guys that we're gonna win and Viper gonna be the GOAT, the MVP, and I think it's gonna be.
Do you align with them? Do you agree?
Oh, sure.
There you go.
Of course.
Yeah.
One more thing.
Oh, one more thing? Okay. What do you got for us?
All
Okay.
right. Oh
my God! There it is. Over. He had his chance. He was waiting. He was biding his time. The FearX fans are waiting.
That's BM. That's BM, but that deserves credit to FearX, honestly, again, for their first series. But as he said, Viper, you can always trust him in clutch moments, especially on picks like Caitlyn.
Yeah, I mean, coming in this game, it felt like there was so much setup for him to do damage, so much setup for the traps as well. And I mean, I think probably game 5, my Camille flashes in level 1 and dies immediately.
Yeah.
I'd be a little tilted, but no, he's just level-headed, locks in, and just started doing absurd numbers as this game went on.
It's fun.
He really
on and
did.
off. We know it.
True, but also I felt like he was on for the majority of the game where they were playing towards topside fights and there was just a Camille constantly there. The early scrapping that we know and love from BLG was starting to show itself. Like, that's the BLG that you should have confidence in. The fact that it took 5 games, especially with the early game dominances that they've had throughout this entire series, it gives you some pause going into the next series for them.
It's the first series at the end of the day, and they've all traveled, everybody's tired, and I love the showing that they had here. We've been talking about Viper, we've talked about On. Who's the Oppo player of the series, though?
Ooh, we had a few votes here and there.
Yeah? What do we think?
I mean, I guess you guys chose Shun, didn't you?
I was thinking Shun.
I said Shun as well.
Because the
That's a lot
impact
of
he
Shun.
had.
It's a lot of Shun.
Coming back to your ex actually works, Raz.
But I went for Knight, and Knight ended up picking it up because guess what? I got the power of the casters that was aligning with me.
All right.
So Upper Player of the series ends up going to Knight, and Knight, I felt like, had constant dominance throughout the early games for their mid lane. And so Shun, yes, could play through mid. So I think it was big credit for, you know what? A handshake between both Shun and Knight that sealed the deal.
Mid-jungle.
Mid-jungle synergy.
Power,
That's going to be the
Mid-jungle
conversation
power.
with this team.
One of the big questions coming into today about BLG was, do they finally have the stability that made them one of the best teams in the world? What are the takeaways from this series when you think about them?
I don't think we have that answer yet.
No?
Especially when you think about it, a lot of this tournament is looking at Gen G as the favorites and BLG is the team that people think have the highest chance of taking them down. If this had been a clean 3-0, I think people would be like, yeah, there's a good chance. But there was a lot of issues, hiccups along the road.
Yeah.
And I think we still need to see cleaning up of that, right? And as you said, day 1, series 1, you get a bit of a pass, but
Stage jitters and everything. It's going to take them a bit of time.
when you eventually face Gen G, being that they're in the other group, it's not going to be double elim. It's going to be single elimination. You won't get a second chance.
On the other side of the rift, BNK FearX, first series ever on the international stage.
Yeah.
They managed to come back and take them to game 5. And that's how it started.
That's how it happened.
They had to work for it.
So as a reminder, yes, the Alpha player of the series does end up going towards Knight, as we said earlier. But it was an interesting thing for me it was an interesting for me because like I was the biggest hater apparently. I came in saying it was going to be a 3-0. I was completely proven wrong that FearX had some dog in them. And so I feel like I had to be shaken in confidence. You guys had faith in them. You guys from the FearX side of the fans had faith in them. Whoa, okay. The series is over. The series is done.
The tournament ain't.
Yeah,
that's true.
Something I want to ask them before we tell us though, because that was the first series. We might have 5 games coming on the other side of the break. Team Secret Wolves taking on G2. Who do we think is going to win this one? G2?
G2.
G2?
G2.
I love
That's
the
a lot of
rooting for
G2s.
the LEC team. We're going to see this on the other side of the break. That's all for us here for now. We'll see you on the other side.
Game time, they about to step on a landmine.
Can I help you, sir? Here's the bill from the dealership where I got my car, and I'd like you to beat it with a better deal on one of these fine cars. Not how it works. Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal today.
We have to improve in the world because this LCP last year CFO very high, right? Very high. They win a lot. Unless I win, right? They world win. The first time also win. They win a lot. They very high level. We try to like that. In the world we can win. And now we win LCP, win the world. Yeah. Just lose. No, we have to try to win the war. So we have to work hard. And I think the important is we mental.
And that's words from World Championship head coach from 2019 at like Warhorse. You'd be like, hey, just because CFO is not there doesn't mean you don't have a different expectation. You still want to do well on an international level.
Yeah, and now
See G2 arriving for our second best of 5 of the day. They've actually been sitting around for a couple hours because they're here in case of a sweep. So they're gonna have to warm up now, get onto the stage.
Okay.
Welcome back. I'm subbing in for Laura so you can get a little bit of a break. I will say, to preface this series, anything is possible.
True.
Doing some prep, both of these teams are willing to do a little bit of a throw. So just really quick to prep you, these are both from the finals that they played in their respective regions. First up, it's TSW. Here's the before photo that I pulled from one of their games, where they're up a massive amount of gold, 60,000 gold to 50,000 gold.
I like
minutes
that.
of the game. You think this game will be over like 3 minutes later, right?
They have Baron and everything.
Wrong. Next screenshot, instead of a 10,000 gold lead, it's gone to a 5,000 gold lead. Their 80 carries dead again.
Yeah, it happens. That happens sometimes.
They did manage to win this game, but they went from 10,000 gold to 5,000 gold lead 5 minutes later.
Just a little throw.
G2 had a slightly worse throw. Let's pull this one up. This was from a rather interesting game they played against KC. Look at this, 44,000 gold to 39,000 gold, 5 kills to 1, 24 minutes. What happened from this point? Actually, let's switch to the next part. Their Nexus is dying.
Oh, that's not good.
That's problematic.
That's a little bit worse.
Yes.
That's a little bit worse.
A little bit worse.
So just saying, if we have a team with a 5,000 goal lead, a 10,000 goal lead, keep your eyes glued to that screen because anything can happen.
Yeah, Eddie dies sometimes. So we got you should watch out for that a little bit. This team is also incredibly bloody. Specifically, Team Secret Wales is a bloody team. The second bloodiest team in the world when it comes to playoffs.
Yeah.
I mean, Team WE is, I guess, #1, but they're not here. We don't want to talk about them. This squad, because a lot of the times, like when you think about this squad, you think, oh, is it just like happenstance? Are they bloody without reason? That is not the case at all. They're playing Pun, their new top laner. I guess he was with the team before, but they were using him as more of like a tank facilitating role. Now he's been unleashed playing Volibear, Set, and everything. Let's just run the replay, because what I've loved from him is how he is now incorporated in some of how they're playing on team fights. So as we run the replay, as you can see in the mini-map, he's doing a wrap around this whole Rift Herald fight, and so don't see him coming, especially with Talia coming through. You'll think, oh, have an idea. No, complete fog of war. Just goes, finds an angle on the enemy AD carry, even though she throws that Enchanted Crystal Arrow, buffers through it on the ultimate. And while this is all happening, they're waiting on Eddie, who oftentimes, can be late, especially if he dies once in a while. And so, this is a really good indication of the creativity of picking up in a fight when you don't have that extra man. And so I love this one. I picked it out just because it showcases A, deep champion pool that he has, and B, the willingness to find a different angle. And then you go into the next fight. This happens sometimes as well, where DCG, they're looking to look for a bot lane dive. Now, in the past, maybe they just run Varus and Nautilus underneath the turret and see if they can live in a 3v2 setting. Here, they're waiting on Gwen, who gets the full push topside, ends up walking straight through. BS says, okay, I can buy some time, recognizing that not only is Gwen going to be on the way with TP, but also we're going to be having a collapse from both our mid and jungle, Histo and D-Ray that's making a way to kind of punish the 3 members that are pushing through. And then, while all of this is happening, yes, BA buys the time, gets the kills, and Gwen can still TP topside to still get the full wave of experience.
It's so hard for top laners to be involved in the game post or pre-role quest completion. That's a really good example. But in the mid lane, we also have Caps.
Yeah.
The best player in European history and maybe the largest mismatch. You have some clips about Caps.
Yeah, Caps has been really strong in lane, and I think Skewmond, not the most active ganker, but really does a lot of work to set up Caps so he can play lane really aggressively. We see in this clip, Caps has some priority, so he gets a ward down on this banana brush. Bot lane as well, they have this big wave going to crash in, so Labrov can move into the enemy jungle here, and he can get some deep vision down as well. And this is Caps about to hit level 6 here, so he moves in aggressively. Goes for the shockwave. Vladdy actually plays this pretty okay, dashes out of the shockwave and trades back a decent amount, but he ends up in a situation where he's chunked, he doesn't have his dash, he's vulnerable, and we have Skewmond and Labrov moving over to threaten a dive. So Razok's like, okay, I have to defend my mid laner here, goes aggressive on a Labrov, but Skewmond's like, cool, we'll just go aggressive onto you. Force him out the jungle, chunk him out here, and even though they don't end up getting a kill, he has to flash away, and they end up getting a plate mid, they get Scuttle, they get Dragon, and they can retreat because they already have the vision set up. And I think this is when G2 looks their best, when they can link up around mid, allow Caps to play as aggressively as he wants in the matchup, because he really likes to push those advantages.
Yeah, I am expecting, personally, a G2 victory. I think they're likely the stronger team. We have the MasterCard fan prediction. Also, fan predictions, everyone is still on G2 side. Is anyone on TSW side?
Anybody?
We got 2.
Okay, we got 2.
So it's 2v20 based off of rough count. Let's see the MasterCard fan prediction and then get our predictions up as well afterwards. So the MasterCard fan prediction for this game, heavily in favor of G2. Slightly lower ratio than we actually have in-house. My prediction is 3-1. Ox and Raz, how are you feeling this is going to play out?
I went 1 G2 as well.
3-1, yeah. I think there is chance for, maybe a game here. G2 haven't been super clean. We saw that in LEC Versus, right? Didn't have a strong start to it, but I think overwhelmingly just had a stronger display so far this year.
I do need to inject some doubt because we're way too on the side of G2. G2 doesn't actually have the best record against Vietnamese teams. So there's been a lot of different names of the league. They've been the GPL, they've been the VCS, now they're part of the PCS, the LCP. There was also PCS for a time. Against the VCS, G2 was actually 2-4, even though the LEC overall was 21-10. They lost 4 games to either the Fengvu or the Saigon Buffalo. And then last year at MSI, they were 3-2 against GAM. So adding that up, the 2-4 and the 4-3, 6-7.
I hate you. I actually hate this, man. I hate this. You made a good point, though. You didn't have to end on that, but you made a good point. It's a very aggressive team. So, like, you can get slipped up. So there is a chance, especially if you're talking about Jungle Escumon. Histo is just as aggressive. He's incredibly, like, a standout jungler to watch out for. So I'm looking forward to that in Game 1.
Yeah, and as we have a little bit of extra time, we always expect Caps to show up internationally. Last year at Worlds, D-Ray, we were calling him Dire at the time, but D-Ray is the correct pronunciation, the mid laner for TSW, struggled mightily. But if he's improved on that play, a lot of that was champion and meta read last year. That could neutralize that. And then I would say the bot lane, Eddie versus Hans Sama, could be a way for TSW to get a bit of an edge.
Yeah, I think generally G2 bot lane's been a little bit of a weak point, but I think mid jungle is just so important. We saw it in the last series. That's where the main fight is going to be, and especially with it being a new patch, a lot of mid laners nerfed, maybe you can get an edge if you get a good pick there.
All right, G2 heavy favorites, but you never know when G2 plays a full Vietnamese team. Casters, take it away.
Thank you very much, analysts, and welcome back, everybody, to our second matchup here in First Stand 2026. Our first series went the distance of full 5 games, and now it's time for G2 Esports and Team Secret Wales to take the stage. I'm Captain Flowers, joined by Vedius for this best of 5, and I'm hoping we get the full distance in this one, too.
I mean, it's an absolute pleasure to be here alongside you, Clayton. Every time we cast together, we get bangers.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping that we get another banger today. G2 making their debut at First Stand last year. They weren't the representatives. They made it to the final. They ended up falling short. This year they got revenge against KC. And then when we think about the representatives from the LCP, CFO was the name that everyone expected. But then, after losing their crucial mid and jungle combo, going over to JDG, it's now Team Secret taking up the mantle, being that representative. And we know that speaking to some of the pundits and experts and avid fans of the region, can they fill the shoes of CFO is going to be the biggest question that we have, because CFO, I mean, they stunned the world last year.
Yeah, CFO exploded onto the scene. They impressed everybody at First Stand. They continued that international appearance, sort of like, whoa, kind of a bit of whiplash for people that weren't really expecting the Oysters to fly as high as they did. But now there is more of that expectation.
Absolutely.
Everyone else in the region, is it just a one-team region, or can the others now step up and be that same sort of underdog, scrappy powerhouse that can show everybody else that it's not just going to be a free win if you're up against these guys. G2, though, very much a veteran squad, has represented Europe time and time and time and time and time again, and I'm sure they're excited to be back here doing it once more.
Yeah, and eyes are on G2 because this was the roster that brought Europe back to a Worlds quarterfinal last year after many years of falling short of making it. This iteration of G2 is able to make it there. They've kept the 5 members the same. So if you haven't been watching much LEC throughout the start of the year, this roster is exactly the same one that you saw them at the World Championship, the same roster that made it to the Worlds quarterfinals where they ended up falling short. And the question is, have they gotten better? I mean, that's going to be the main priority of, well, actually, by keeping this roster together, the expectation is they've improved, and their regular season left a lot to be desired. but once playoffs rolled around, they locked in and they were ready to go. So let's see how locked in they are today against TSW.
All right, jumping into Champ Select, powered by HyperX here for the first time in this series. It's G2 selecting first pick, as Team Secret Wales will then elect to play off of the blue side. And we're immediately seeing G2 ban away the Akali and the Nautilus, while Team Secret Wales are going to take Orianna and Cassante off the table.
Absolutely. So G2 doing their research, targeting both DRA in the mid lane and BA on support. BA and Team Secret, they love their engaged supports, being able to force fights when they want to, being able to make action happen. A lot of it's being driven by their jungler and that support combo. So by removing the Nautilus very early on in the draft, they're removing one of those options. Meanwhile, TSW targeting at Caps. Shouldn't come as a surprise. This man was undefeated on Orianna throughout the entirety of LEC Versus, and it's a scary champion to give him. Removing that Rise from his hands is also a very smart choice. And this is something that, to many longtime G2 fans may be surprised, Rumble in the top lane, something that they were not playing really prior to this year, but this split we've been seeing Broken Blade actively on the champion a lot more. Kind of up to your discretion as to whether or not you think he can pilot it at the same level, or like international ready Rumble. We'll have to wait and see.
Well, Broken Blade on the Rumble will at least give them a big point of power to play through in the mid game around those topside objectives. Whenever I see a Rumble drafted by anyone, anywhere, I'm always expecting you to want to play around Rift Herald specifically. It really shines in those types of situations. Over on the other side, Team Secret Wales, they're going to pick the Jarvan for themselves, which is a top-tier jungler on its own, but it's also something that pairs really well with the Rumble, dropping the Cataclysm to trap people on top of the Equalizer, so it's a good denial there, too.
Absolutely. I think we call it the hot pot combo.
Yeah, we've got the same thing.
Exactly. The Rumble plus Jarvan ultimate is always a scary combination. The Ornn going to be the response. Very safe from Pun on the top side, just wanting to weather that storm largely, prioritize early magic resistance, getting through the early pressure that a Rumble can have, while also offering similar teamfight value, because that Ornn Horn is just so impactful in the late game fights.
Yeah, the laning phase versus Rumble for tanks usually just amounts to, all right, sit back, maybe take a beating for a little while. Once Kanik Rookern comes online and the shield can start eating the flame spitters, it just becomes a lot easier to breathe in those matchups. So Pun piloting the Ornn, like you said, in this one, and Skewmond is going to go for one of those AD junglers that you always want when you draft Rumble as your top laner. So Vi locked in here, and what goes better with Vi than one of her classic best friends in the mid lane? It will be the Ahri for Caps.
Yeah, going for the first pick, Ahri. I mean, we've seen a bunch of nerfs to the tried and true mid laners that we've been seeing a lot throughout the split. Things like Azia's been nerfed, Talia's been nerfed, and so that does raise the priority of certain other mid laners that weren't touched, Ahri being one of them. We've already seen it come out earlier today from Knight into the hands of Caps now, paired alongside that Vi. It is a devastating combo for sure. But you can see both sides, like Team Secret, they're going for a lot of team fighting, a lot of early agency. Aurora known as an early game champion just because of her ability to bully you in the laning phase if she can get up close in your face. Jarvan with really nice gank setup. They have a lot of skirmishing power in the early game, with the Ornn kind of being that late game insurance. I think Kai'Sa now needs to be something that both these teams think about. G2 pairing the Kai'Sa alongside this much dive, very common in Europe. Just giving you that extra backline access. Forget focusing the Ornn and the Jarvan, ignore them both, go straight to the backline alongside the Vi, something Team Secret should consider banning, but it's G2 that actually banned that one away, and for the same reasons that Team Secret is thinking about.
Yeah, Eddie, a known Kai'Sa player, very adept on the champion. G2 does not want to allow that to go over to the Team Secret Wales side, as we will see the Nico banned out alongside of it. Another one of those champions that can provide a ton of AoE power, a big explosive burst with the ultimate. Also makes players work on their counting skills.
Absolutely.
Having to double check every minion wave, make sure there's not an extra one in there, so we will not see any of those shenanigans here in this game. And now the Nami also banned away, getting rid of one of those powerful laning enchanters. You talked about how Team Secret Wales likes to play around BA on engage type of champions. It's why the Nautilus was banned out from G2. So Team Secret Wales is saying, all right, if we're wanting to play something engaged, we don't want to just get bullied the whole lane phase long.
Absolutely, and it also just makes things like both Lucian and Corki harder to play in the laning phase. Yunara is also still up to compare with a number of powerful range supports, and it's going to be taken away by G2. So I mean, you look at Eddie's two top most played throughout the year, Kai'Sa and Yunara, now both taken off the table. But also by them banning away the Nami, it also makes it a little bit harder for Team Secret to play things like the Ezreal and the Corki and pair it alongside the Nami, which we know can be a very devastating bot lane 2 versus 2. But it seems that the Corki is still going to be the direction, provides a lot of mobility. Into something like Vi, you do want that extra bit of mobility so that once you see that ultimate flying through, you have that W to help create a little bit of space. But you've got to be cautious about how much space you create, because if you're too far away from your team, then the Ahri and the Vi are going to be looking to lock you down.
Yeah, I always prefer to see champions that have built-in escape or mobility mechanisms against Vi, because you can turn her ulti against her, make her go too deep. Once you see that red line tracked onto you, she must go in. So we'll see how well Eddie can try to avoid that pressure from Skumond, as G2 will pretty swiftly lock in their bottom lane combination with the Ezreal and the Bard.
So they want a bit of self-peel and range for themselves. The beauty of Ezreal in this composition is not only is Ezreal good into things like Jarvan and Ornn because of your E, your dash ability, but also it's a very safe AD carry that paired alongside the Bard, Labrov is now free to roam. And what's more devastating than a Vi-Ahri combo? Just chucking a support in there. You know, adding that extra dive, buddy, adding that extra threat onto the Rift. G2's composition possesses a lot of damage threats. Rumble, Vi, Ahri, Ezreal, if any of these champions get ahead, it can be very difficult to deal with. Team Secret kind of largely running with 2.5. Jarvan still being able to do damage, but not quite to the same kill threat that many other junglers do possess. Aurora and this Corki are going to be those primary threats. And it's important for Team Secret to keep them healthy, keep them alive. And that's why I love what the Analyst Desk was setting up around these junglers. Histo and Skumond, big central parts for their team. They are the engines, they're the driving forces, they're the things that make things happen. And I think that whoever gets this mid lane ahead is going to be the one driving this game 1.
And when I look at G2, I see a composition that's really going to have a lot of pressure on Labrov to have good tempered fates, because they only really have single target engage / pick with the Vi and the Ahri, right? Over on the other side, you've got Jarvan Cataclysm. You've got the Ornn Horn to follow it up. You've got a lot of this big engage power, and I think G2 is really going to need those tempered fates to set up good equalizers afterward to make sure Vi and Ahri can get the targets if they want to. So pressure on Labrov here for this one with the Bard. It's one of those champions that when you're good on it, man, you look so good. And when you're bad on it, you're getting 9 reports. You've got to make sure you are dialed in here for the G2 support in game number 1.
Well, I'm excited to see what they can do on the Rift. I mean, Jack gave us the summary. So Vietnamese teams versus G2, a pretty extensive history. There have definitely been situations where G2 have fallen short in past iterations of the roster. And I'm wondering how they'll show up today, because already a flash comes out from D8.
Yeah, the mid lane scrap going back and forth here. And honestly, I really like level 1 fights with the changes in 2026, because I feel like it makes it that much more impactful when you can't just recall, go back to base, regenerate all your health, and the trade doesn't mean anything. It does end up costing potions. You can see D-Ray already has consumed those in his inventory right now, sitting on only the Doran's ring, as Caps is now going to do the exact same. So all that regeneration already dealt with.
Discussion around who is actually the strongest performing throughout the regular season and domestically. And it was D-Ray who was really challenging that top spot. It was just that when the finals rolled around and the international competitions, Honky was performing, leveraging the double range bot lane.
Wave, as Pun seems to not really be struggling at all with Broken Blades Rumble here in the first couple of levels. Generally always going to be a great sign when you have the powerful scaling of that Ornn like you were talking about. Meanwhile, mid lane, it's D-Ray who gets a visit from Skumond, but he does not drop.
I mean, Caps committed the flash to make that play, and he still wasn't able to find anything. D-Ray putting attention straight back into the 1 versus 1, already looking for a bit of trade. He knows he has that slight health advantage, which means that Caps has to be super careful when he approaches because of situations like this, actually choosing to run the bone plating to help mitigate some of that burst. But once the bone plating falls off, you can see how quickly Caps drops in terms of HP. In terms of the farm, though, pretty even in the middle lane. Things pretty steady across the board as both junglers have made their way towards bottom. I think that Histo is going to have to path his way back up to top, but he's looking to contest this crab. His bot lane does not have prio.
Okay,
control level 4 though.
Yeah, he's got the extra level advantage over Skumond, and immediately, as soon as he sees the G2 jungler on the approach, goes in for the EQ combo. Labrov on the way now. Histo's got to be a little bit careful here. Down to 200 HP, but he does not get stunned into the wall by the magical binding here just yet. Histo on the run. D-Ray's about to fall. BA reinforcing, trying to shield him up there with a battle dance. Over the wall goes Histo, but into the ground goes the mid laner. D-Ray falls, and Caps gets first blood.
Skewmon, that was some crazy Vi mechanics right there. He angled the Q in a way that allowed him to, after he flashed, connect onto D-Ray, even though BA was body blocking for him. That was such an ambitious contest from Team Secret. The fact that they didn't have that bot prio meant that it was easier for Labrov to arrive first. D-Ray actually stayed for an extra wave, whereas Caps went back to base and already TP'd in. So G2 was already in a better position to contest, and Team Secret end up giving first blood. But I really just want you to watch Skewmon. So on the minimap, you can see Labrov arrives first, Caps has just TP back into lane, D-Ray still at 50% HP. So Team Secret really can't take this fight anymore. They have to retreat. Histo flashes away. Now, in this retreat, watch Skewmon. He's channeling his Q. BA is in the way. He's going to go up. Flash still connected.
Oh my goodness.
Beautifully done by Skewmon. Sets up for the kill to go over to Caps, and that's first blood on G2's shoulders.
Such good play there from the G2 combo, mid and jungle. Labrov and Hans Sama now going forward. Labrov goes for the flash stun into the wall, but Eddie still gets away for now. Labrov and Hans looking for more. BA still with most of his health bar, but another Mystic shot from Hans could take him down to about half. BA with the grand entrance all the way back out of the fight as he and Eddie are once again getting familiar with the sights, smells, and sounds underneath their turret as their opponents continue to maintain lane pressure.
I mean, Labrov trading his flash for Eddie's worthwhile trade. That is absolutely certain. While all this was happening, Histo did steal away some camps on Skewmon's side of the map. Skewmon now going to make a return visit himself to steal away what camps he can. Histo, though, level 5, hovering around the bot side of the map. And there's not a lot of vision here for G2.
Meanwhile, back in mid, D-Ray going to go ahead, go between worlds, looking for the solo kill on a Caps, but he does not hit the two-fold Hex, so he will not have enough damage to truly threaten the G2 mid laner. He saw his opportunity to go in when he had level 6. The Ahri was still only level 5, but missing that Hex means that it's not going to turn into much of anything. Caps still didn't even have the flash, so there's no chance to blow a summoner spell there. So D-Ray just going to have a little bit less, kill pressure for the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, I mean, the idea from D-Ray was to leverage the fact that, that level advantage. And if he'd been able to connect a few more spells, there's a real chance that he might have been able to find a kill, but unfortunately for him, he couldn't quite connect onto Caps. Caps, though, feeling pretty happy with his situation, has already looked to upgrade the boots. Something that we're seeing a lot more just this year due to the changes to the role quest that you get those upgraded tier 2s. Meanwhile, Dragon is now an option on the board. Pings have come down from Team Secret. Histo continues to fish for enemy jungle camps. Skewmon, though, pings on the map himself saying, hey, I think they are fishing through my jungle right now. Just be mindful that he's on the top side, and that's exactly why he's starting this Dragon off. Good awareness from Skewmon, trying to punish on the cross map. Pings have come through. I mean, he's pinging him on the Scuttle Crab right now. He doesn't even have vision of him. Look, the pings just continue to come down. So just really great awareness from the G2 side.
Yep, and we still don't have level 6 on either one of the junglers just yet, so not quite enough playmaking to make anything happen on the other side. Histo does now have the Cataclysm available. We'll see if maybe he wants to try to do anything against Broken Blade up there in the top side. He is heading towards that direction as Pun summons up the Ornhorn, goes in for the stun on Broken Blade, who flashes away from it. However, the second cast still lands on him as Histo is ready to keep this one going here with the Cataclysm. Broken Blade tries to get away, but one more Dragon Strike seals his fate. Team Secret Wales ties the game.
Yeah, it's a difficult gang to escape from, and Team Secret, they just comboed their skills beautifully, made the kill look easy. Broken Blade with a very early flash limited his outplay potential, and it means that Team Secret now on the board. Caps finding some nice trades in the middle lane himself, but overall, we think about ways in which these teams want to win, right? And for Team Secret, you've got to remember that D-Ray and Eddie are the main damage threats. They're behind, but not monstrously behind. The gold advantage largely just sitting on Caps thanks to that early kill. Hans Sama only marginally ahead. The fact that you get Pun in a good position means that you're going to have a solid front line, but we need to see Histo turning some of that attention towards the bot side of the map. Doing so, though, with the grub spawning in 25 seconds, will leave that objective open for Skewmon to turn his attention to. And for any fans, again, that don't really follow Skewmon much, if you watch Inspired, very similar in terms of his approach. Very methodical, very strategic, likes to clear his camps, make sure that he's as efficient as possible. But he's also going to punish the jungler when he can. And look, remember he stole that early Gromp from earlier? He's back on it, just as it's respawning, stealing away those camps. He's going to look to steal away the wolves as well, deny that farm and experience away from his stuff.
Meanwhile, over in mid, you could see Team Secret Whales again trying to make moves on Caps, trying to put some pressure on the Ahri. If nothing else, at least force out the Spirit Rush. But Caps, calm, cool, and collected, was able to sidestep just to the side of the grand entrance, avoid any of that pressure coming out from Team Secret Whales as Lebrov makes his way into the enemy jungle. Very easy to put down some of these wards, keep an extra eye on where his toe is going when you have the magical journey to be able to escape, when you can use the cosmic binding to stop anyone pursuing you. His toe now once again looking for the pressure onto Caps. Team Secret Whales really focusing on these solo lanes here early on.
I mean, it was Raz that said Team Secret Whales, based on playoffs, second bloodiest team in the world. They love to fight, they love to scrap, but G2's not really giving it to them. We're finding a couple skirmishes, a couple small fights here and there, but Team Secret haven't really found the fights that they've been looking for. TP comes back through from Caps, the bot lane. Ooh, Lebrov, hang on a minute.
Yeah, Lebrov goes on a magical journey, but it might be a little bit too far. BA and Eddie, now with some firing time onto Hans Sama. Lebrov stays alive, but only with 100 HP as his toe kills off Skewmons here from the top side. Pun going for the Ornhorn, knocks out Broken Blade, but Caps might be able to find not just one kill, but maybe two. Broken Blade about to die. Double kill over to his toe. Caps wants to get something back, and he's already found the kill on the D-Ray. Wants to get another one to his toe to recharge the Spirit Rush. Flashes over the wall. Has the Foxfire. Tron for the double kill. Caps with one more Spirit Rush. He makes the fight work out. The game stays tied 3-3.
Now this is a little bit more of what I was expecting. A little bit more chaotic energy on the Rift. On the bot side of the map, Lebrov makes a very questionable play, ending up in a very poor skirmish that cost him his flash. Meanwhile, on the top side, Skewmon is on the objective. It looks like G2's going to collapse first, but the one shot that comes through from D-Ray to find that kill, but Caps isn't going to let it go without a fight. Broken Blade isolated in the pit, doesn't have his flash, so Hizdo turns his attention over to Pun to help him out. But Caps is full HP. He gets a refresher on the ultimate. Hizdo tries to escape. Caps commits the flash, and overall, it ends up being a 2-for-2 with 2 grubs still remaining.
Okay, so 1 grub for G2 is the only thing that ends up falling up there. The other 2 still up for grabs. Next, Drake spawning in under 90 seconds now. Remember that G2 did collect the first one just that last time ago. Caps up 1.4 thousand gold individually. I feel like for a lot of fans, this is, if you only watch international competition, you don't tune into as many regular leagues, like Caps is the guy that kind of defines Europe when they go to these international events, and this is what you would expect to want to see if you want to see G2 make it through this stage.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Caps is the player that EU often puts their hope and faith in. He is the man that is represented us so well. Lebrov call out, no flash.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot committed here as they want to go ahead and use the Rakan ultimate. Lebrov does get knocked down. BA takes the kill, though, and this actually brings up an interesting point, Vedius. You talked to me yesterday before this series about how Team Secret Whales will sometimes just go for plays because they can get a kill, but the timer won't line up with everything they're committing for the real fight after. They go ahead and they expend those resources. That's BA's quickness. That's a really huge team fighting tool that now won't be available for this Dragon that's spawning in 8 seconds, and Lebrov is already back on the map. So I'm curious if Team Secret Whales, will this impact their ability to fight for that?
Oh, it absolutely will. The advantage that G2 have right now is that Hizdo's moved back up towards his top side. They don't really have any control over this bot river. The vision's quickly being cleared out, and Skewmon's going to start this one off. I'm going to keep my eyes on Hizdo, see whether or not he's interested at all, and it looks like he's not. They're choosing to make the cross map. And domestically, when I was watching the finals, my impression of Team Secret is that they were prepared to just fight you at every objective. They are showing a lot more respect here to G2. They're not just blindly going in for every fight that they can take, and instead they're being a little bit more tactical in their approach. The kills are in their favor, 4-3 after finding that extra pick onto Lebrov, and knowing that a fight around Dragon isn't going to happen, Broken Blade just drops his ulti in the top lane to clear that wave out.
And I feel like that's something that comes to a lot of people's minds when they think about Vietnamese League of Legends, is really scrappy, really explosive, really like kill-heavy games. But Team Secret Whales is one of the squads that can play more of a macro game, that can try to just avoid some of the fights if they feel like they need to. The loss of the quickness that we mentioned is kind of a big thumbs down for wanting to take one of those team fights and having a chance of winning it. So sure, they'll just take the last 2 remaining grubs. Still 2.5 minutes until the Rift Herald is going to spawn. So I would anticipate the next couple minutes of gameplay gameplay here should be pretty slow until we have something big to fight for, as Team Secret Wales does have control over this top side. A big wave crashed into the turret. Eddie and BA just racking up some plate money here. G2, though, still ahead over 1,000 gold as a team.
I really do love what Team Secret is doing, though. Their vision control has actually been fantastic. While they didn't have a lot of river control, their deep vision was excellent. The top side was entirely littered up. They had one deep ward on the enemy blue buff as well, so they could spot out Skewmon as to where he was at. The mid lane is continuing to trade as the trade of ultis, means that no damage will really come through, no kill threat's going to come through there. But by supplying all of that vision on the top side of the map, it meant that the bot lane could rotate up there, secure themselves a couple plates. They ended up getting 3 in total. And while the gold is, I mean, the gold advantage is basically just sitting on caps. That's what the gold difference is. And in terms of itemizations, it's not that significant. Oh, hang on a minute.
D-Ray does find himself in range of the buy ulti, but BA's trying to protect him. Skewmon ends up picking up the kill, and BA might be number 2. G2 brought more men to the party, and BA falls to the charm. Caps is on a rampage, and G2 is up 2,000 gold. Pizto tries to get something back. He goes in for the EQ engage. Cataclysm to follow it up. That was a little bit audacious coming out from the Secret Wales jungler, but Lebrov has to flash away because the magical journey was misplaced. Now Skewmon taking a ton of damage from Eddie. His toe's very low. Hansama wants to get the kill. Eddie's underneath the enemy turret. He misses the rocket. Team Secret Wales, what are you doing? Caps, unstoppable.
Caps is just making fun of them now. He doesn't have his ulti, so I think there isn't much of a play here. But Skewmon saying, no, trust me, we've got this. Connects the ulti, the max range charm, just as the airborne wears off as well. BA doing what he can to provide safety for his mid laner, but it's not enough. And then again, Caps with a max range charm to secure the kill. Picks up 2 to start things off. Hizto then says, I need to get something back for my team. I have to try and get a couple kills here. Nice use of the EQ to get out of that situation. But the moment Eddie arrives, they're saying, hey, we've got kills. Binding connects from Lebrov. A flash out from Caps. Hans Summer arrives, and look at that charm. Eddie thinks he can flash auto, and Broken Blade flashes top.
Yeah, Broken Blade flashing out of the way, also dodges the secondary knockup coming in from Pun, but now Between Worlds should be enough from D-Ray. They will secure the kill. Meanwhile, bottom side, BA's in trouble, and a last little bit of damage needs to find him to the Mystic Shot, and Hans Sama finds his 2nd kill of the game. So even though Secret Wales find their mark up here in the top lane, they'll also get the first turret right after. G2 is going to respond with a kill of their own, as well as a turret take of their own down here in the bottom lane. Since Caps is on the split push, they've got the 1 Void Growth with a little bit of extra damage, and G2 remains 3,500 gold ahead. Hizto does secure the Rift Herald, however, and that's honestly a pretty good thing. Remember back in draft, I was talking about I always want to see Rumble teams fight for Rift Heralds.
That's true.
Well, if Rumble's dead, he can't fight for the Rift Herald, so Team Secret Wales takes it.
Flowers.
Yes.
So, Caps.
Okay.
I don't think he's bought a Mejai's all year.
Well, he's bought one now.
This is the game to do it. I mean, 5-0-2 scoreline. Hans does pretty much have the same gold advantage he does, but fortunately for Eddie, they're matched in terms of spikes, both sitting on the Trinity Force and the tiers stacking up. But G2 feels much, I mean, the gold is obvious, but I mean, I like that Team Secret is trading where they can. They secured that top tower, they got the Rift Herald that makes it easier to contest on that middle wave to secure that next outer tower that they likely want to lock down. But the Dragon, 45 seconds away. It'll be the 3rd one for G2. It'll put them on soul point, and the pressure is starting to mount in Team Secret having to fight G2 when they have this gold lead.
And you talk about they're both stacking the tiers, but critically, Hans Sama already has his turned into the Manamune, and depending on how much firing time he gets onto minions, enemy champs, whatever, he's at 321 stacks. You only need 360 to evolve it into the Muramana. It's very possible that that could be evolved in time for this next Dragon fight, which would be a nightmare for Team Secret Wales to deal with Muramana, Trinity Force, Ezreal alongside this turbo-fed Ahri, and this could be a serious issue. Meanwhile, it looks like Lebrov might be looking for an angle on D-Ray up here in the top lane, but he can't get there in time. So Team Secret Wales, at least they are going to force Hans back in the mid lane. They'll establish priority over the Dragon Pit first. Caps is nearby, checking to see what he might be able to find. Teleports are up for Broken Blade and for D-Ray.
Wards, very deep wards. Already the TP is going to be committed from Broken Blade.
Okay, he immediately arrives, but there's the Tempered Fate to stuff the engage. Pun gets the Ornhorn, but not on any value target. Broken Blade's in the middle of everybody, and the burst damage comes through. Team Secret Wales already found 1 kill, but now Pun is soaking a ton of damage. Skewmon takes him down. It's a 1-for-1 thus far. Lebrov wants to get away, but he misses his Cosmic Binding. A double kill over to D-Ray. A dunk from his turn. summoned up here in the mid lane right after. G2 loses the fight, and Team Secret Whales come to life right when they need to.
A fantastic punish from Team Secret onto a terrible TP from Broken Blade. He just TPs into the face of Team Secret right in the middle lane. Team Secret don't waste any time. This is their go button. Jarvan is standing waiting, connects the EQ. Lebrov tries to buy time. A good ulti from Pun. Zones 3 members away. Caps only just now arrives to the fight. Connects a charm onto Pun. He's tanky enough to... I mean, he does end up losing his life, turning in for 1v1, but then Tira's like, okay, I see these low health members. I think I can get something back. His toe doesn't waste any time either, getting a kill of his own. I stand corrected. Dire secures that one.
The twofold hex.
The triple kill comes through. And while that gold lead is still there for G2, it's dwindled. 3.4 before, 2.4 now after Cap secures another tower.
Yeah, Caps just taking the turret in the face of Pun, who now has to try to escape as Lebrov and Skumon both arrive. Charm hits Pun, but as soon as BA shows up, G2 knows they don't want to try to overforce this, killing an Ornn. So they'll go ahead and back away. Still that 2,500 gold lead. I think even more critically for Team Secret Whales, besides just chopping away a third of that lead that G2 had, they stopped the soul stack as well.
Absolutely.
If G2 would have secured that Drake through winning the fight, they would have then had that pressure for the rest of the game that Team Secret Whales would have had to respond to.
It really also felt that Caps was just blowing D-Ray out of the water. He was accelerated, this Ari was getting out of control, stacking up the Magi, but then D-Ray triple kill, death cap. He gets himself a death cap, and so the Dark Seal also stacking up for him. I'd be surprised if he goes for a Magi this late, Hans.
Okay, BA below half health. His toe flashes away. If that charm would have hit him, it would have been certain death as G2 forces down the tier 1 turret, but now D-Ray ready to get some damage here on Hans. Pun takes the kill, and the G2 AD carry is already down. D-Ray is low. Skumon looking for a little bit more damage. Lebrov goes in and finds the kill on the enemy mid laner. Skumon got to try to get away now as his toe looks for more damage. Eddie is incredibly low, and Broken Blade on the flank burns him down. Pun in the middle of 4 now, has to try to get back. Capped at only 400 HP as G2 have found yet another, and they just out team fight Secret Whales.
A scrappy affair in the middle lane as Hans Sama gets caught out. Isolated from the rest of his team, Team Secret see an opportunity to perhaps convert this into something more, but the G2 collapse is swift. So you can see ulti invested from Caps fishing onto his toe. He loses a lot of HP, but that's not enough of a deterrent for him because D-Ray goes in, targets out Hans Sama, he gets blown up by Pun. No opportunity for Caps to really involve in the fight as his toe rejoins, but now Team Secret overstay their welcome as we're back into the action.
D-Ray with a quick burst onto Caps there, about half the HP from the Ari. Sidesteps away from the charm here too critically, but D-Ray also low now. One more charge on that Spirit Rush is enough for Caps to be able to walk away. They don't want to overcommit onto the Ari while he still has that. Meanwhile, Broken Blade going for a teleport, and it's G2 looking for the counterpunch now. D-Ray low, his toe low, Hans Sama's the focus, but they can't find the Ezreal this time. Broken Blade with a Flame Spitter takes out the mid laner right afterwards, and G2 pick off 2 critical kills. The enemy mid laner down, the enemy jungler down. Baron is on the rift, Ezreal.
Absolutely, I think this is an easy objective start. With no jungler, no smites, there's no way for Team Secret to contest this objective.
And Hans Sama's Ezreal staying alive, so they have the DPS to take this down super easily. He was the focus once again. This is exactly what G2 want. Caps and Lebrov can zone everybody else away. Skumon, Hans, and Broken Blade have plenty of damage to secure this objective. 6,500 gold lead. Baron at 21 minutes into the game. G2 has everything they could want here.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a messy affair. You can see that Team Secret prone and key to look for picks, look for plays where they can. But G2 now, with the gold lead that they have, are successfully punishing these plays. The TP collapse after Team Secret tried to find a pick onto Caps is so effective from Broken Blade. Cuts off their escape route. The 3 members get that initial kill onto his toe. Broken Blade converts it into another, and now Team Secret don't have the resources left. TS just tunneling a little too hard. If they get that pick onto Caps, maybe they can be the ones to threaten that Baron. But now it ends up costing them so much.
And since Caps doesn't fall, he just continues adding more and more pages to his death note. 18 stacks now on the Magi's. This Ari is truly a problem. He's also getting closer and closer to level 16. Still most of that EXP bar to go, but considering D-Ray is only level 13, 15 feels plenty good here on the Ahri as G2 now mounts a multi-lane assault. Bottom lane, it's Cap, Skumon, and Labrov forcing the wave into the tier 3 turret. Meanwhile, back in mid, Broken Blade dealing with the tier 2 at the same time. G2 4-1 split now with Broken Blade in the mid lane, everyone else down here bottom. Team Secret Whales has to respond to trying to keep the base integrity intact, which means the tier 2 mid is sacrificed, and we're up to a 7,500 gold lead.
Yeah, I mean, with the gold that G2 have, with the lead that they have, Team Secret are basically hoping for a miracle at this point. They need to find a miraculous pick. They need to have G2 overextend underneath the tower. They need to find some opportunity to slow G2 down in order to really stay relevant in this game, because with the advantage that G2 have, it feels like that we already need to be thinking about game 2.
Yeah, this is real tough. I guess if you're looking for silver linings, if you're Team Secret Whales, you're saying, all right, that previous fight that we won 5 minutes ago made it so this isn't Ocean Soul plus a 7,500 gold lead.
Absolutely.
But that's about all you've got right now. The map is owned by G2. They've got that wave all the way pushed towards the inhibitor turrets in 2 out of 3 lanes, and now you can see the G2 pings going onto the tier 2 turret up there in the top side. They want to remove the last standing structure outside of the enemy base. His toe down to a quarter HP. He's going to have to go all the way back to base, but the Tempered Fate finds him in the middle of the EQ combo. His toe still tries to get away, but Caps says no. G2's already found 1 kill, and now they want more. Eddie uses the Valk over the wall, but Skumon is ready to chase him. The Corki's under pressure, but Skumon had gone too far. Never mind, he's doing all right. Pun drops, and Skumon survives. The Triumph keeps him alive as D-Ray barely hobbles away here as well. Labrov, Skumon, D-Ray all at death's door, but it's his toe and Pun, the only 2 who fall in the fight, and Broken Blade will take that tier 2 turret with 5 seconds left on your Red Bull Baron power play. G2 has cleaned everything off the map outside the enemy base.
That was a very close one, but the binding connects from Labrov, the charm follow-up. You can see the pick power of this composition, but this is where I think G2 maybe committed it quite deep. They're throwing everything at the kitchen sink as to his toe. They finally land the stun, they finally get the kill, and they're looking for more. Ulti from Skumon, an ambitious charm from Caps to try and follow up. The rest of Team Secret doing everything they can to keep their members healthy and safe, and just barely is Skumon able to get away with his life as Team Secret lose 2. They'll only lose a tower is the good news, but their base is quickly falling apart as G2 set themselves up for another Baron spawning in 2 minutes' time.
I know it's only a minor rune, but every time you see someone live because of Triumph, it's always one of those just sweat pouring down the forehead types of moments. Skumon barely getting away there. And look at the individual gold leads for every single role. They're just about the same. It's not the story of any one individual. Everyone's up about 2,500 gold, except I guess for the Bard, who's only a measly 1,000 up over his opponent. But it's all set on the gold graph right there. It's just pure red as G2 have absolute control over the game. Skumon and Caps looking for Pun now, but the counterattack from Team Secret Whales is there. Tempered Fate to protect the G2 players. Labrov shows up and keeps Caps alive. Skumon continues the pressure forward as Pun dies, covering the retreat. Team Secret Whales lose 2, and now it's a 5v3 push coming out from G2 down here in the bottom lane. Caps wants another charm, but he can't quite find it. Team Secret Whales, they're scrambling, trying to stay alive. Skumon goes in, but he's pretty far forward. His Guardian Angel's going to protect him. He will res. They will not be able to secure the kill on that one, and it buys enough space, it buys enough time for G2 to take the tier 3 turret, take the inhibitor right after, and finally crack through the base defenses of Team Secret Whales.
They're playing it safe, they're playing it smart. They're waiting for the Baron to respawn. They don't have to overcommit right now. Instead, they can reset, spend what gold they've got, and get ready for that objective to close this one out. That bottom lane play, I mean, at first I think Caps wasn't intending for there to be a play, but they see how much damage he's able to do, and they think maybe we can convert this into something. But then the turn from Team Secret was looking very scary. Labrov kind of creates a reset opportunity, buys them time with a good ulti. Caps gets away to safety, and then once the equalizer drops, the fight gets divided in 2. Team Secret have to retreat. G2 find a bunch of kills, and then they're able to secure themselves an inhibitor.
That's the smile of a man who just had his 25 pages saved by a clutch Bard ultimate, and then they get to take the enemy inhibitor as a result. 20 seconds left on the Baron. I would presume that G2 is going to play for this objective and then look for the end of the game after that. If you're Team Secret Whales, you're pressed with a very hard decision now, Vedius, because if you allow this Baron to go over, the timers are going to line up perfectly that G2 can just take the Baron, reset, spend the money, and then secure the soul. control and straight push into your base. But if you want to contest the Baron, then now you're fighting in neutral territory with a 12,000 gold deficit.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's not looking good.
It's the lesser of two evils.
Team Secret is in what one would call stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah, that seems appropriate.
Yeah, and so right now they are just two-manning the Baron. Hans Summer and Caps acting as gatekeepers, preventing them from even entering the jungle. Vision will be completely denied. The Baron is quickly falling. Lebrov has to be careful, but he's going to magical journey his way to safety.
Yeah, he only loses, what, 10% of his HP there, and then heals back most of it with the Caretaker Shrine. As Team Secret Wales, now they've given up the Baron. They continue retreating back towards their own base. 15 seconds on the Drake, and all G2 has to do is send a single player over there. You can secure the Ocean Soul for free, or maybe they don't even want to bother. Maybe they do not care. They would rather just 5-man press this mid lane right now as they go for the tier 3 turret. They should be able to find plenty of damage onto that one with a Baron Enchanted Cannon minion. Pun going for the Ornhorn. Tempered Fate onto Hans Sama to try to protect him from the follow-up engage from Team Secret Wales. Skewmon is into the back line. G2, Hans Sama's already down. Skewmon in a little bit of danger now as Team Secret Wales look for a little more damage, but Caps is already godlike. The Whales don't have the damage. G2's just stronger, and everybody's dropping except for Eddie as G2 get 4 for 1. Team Secret Wales, they'll throw everything in the kitchen sink at Hans Sama, and man, they'll get him, but at what cost? G2 marching on to the Nexus turrets now. Lebrov goes on a magical journey through the Nexus, forces Eddie to flash back into his own fountain. He will barely survive the Ahri burst as G2 will march straight in. This game felt like theirs the whole way through. They were constantly finding opportunities, constantly counterpunching what Secret Wales brought to the table, and G2 take game 1.
22 kills, and Caps finds himself involved in 19 of them. 7-0 and 12, the final scoreline. An impressive performance, a little bit scrappy at times, but a win nonetheless.
Caps is certainly my player of the game for this one. Analysts, how y'all feeling?
It's unanimous.
Yeah.
That was international Caps for sure, Rez.
That was insane. It was like roles reversed there because I expected Team Secret Wales to be the one pushing the pace of the game, maybe G2 trying to respond. No, Caps was all over the place, built that book early.
At 16 minutes after he styled all them in this 14-minute fight, which we have comms for.
Oh, let's listen to this.
If we're ready for that.
Okay, so. Guys, I have TP advantage now. He's playing cookie, guys. He wants to go on. I'm coming. He's playing really cookie. Don't flash hots, Java. Yes, sir. Guys, I have TP advantage for Dragon. Good job. Oh, you got styled on. Nice, guys.
He got styled on, flashing into the charm.
Yes.
Point blank range, and then he just completely took over the game.
Even before as well, the first play we had, he had the Dark Seal, so we just got stacked so early, so much momentum. And I feel like this pick is such a momentum pick.
Yeah, and even from the very start of the game, they wanted to play around Caps. They do an early gank for D-Ray, which does set Skewmon a little bit behind. This is going to delay his level 4 and make him late to Crab. But it's okay. I think this is kind of similar to the clip we played in the pregame Ox in the sense that everyone's connected, because even though they have a level disadvantage with junglers, Bard is in River way before the other support, and it is a 3v4.
Yeah. Starts getting damage down. Caps is reset, bought a Dark Seal, TP'd back in, so he's full HP, and that beautiful charm that comes in. Immediately, TSW are just like, we can't fight. We have to run away. And unfortunately, one of them is left in the wreckage.
And I want to give credit to Lebrov because I felt like he was constantly there for the fight. Mr. President, get behind me! Maybe he didn't still want to take that. But no, being able to stack from here on out, Caps really was starting to get a lead. After this kill, he was like 3-0. You're like, okay, so even though we started the game wanting to play through Caps, we are absolutely going to continue playing through Caps. And so the defense was starting to be levied here, but then Bard was also here, so they also got 2 picks right off the mid lane.
Yeah, and I think we're seeing in this highlight reel, Caps was the one playing the best. He's player of the game, but the Vi ultimates set him up extremely well. The Bard ultimates were clutch in many situations to keep him at Zero's death. So big time player of the game for Caps.
And then from the side of Team Secret Wales, I'm glad that the replay ended there. Because if it continued on, Histo was like, wait, I can come in. It was like lemmings from Team Secret Wales side, like constantly one after another dying.
It was. They did have one highlight, though.
Okay.
Which if you're going to take silver linings out of a game like this, there were situations when they could fight back. It was around 17 minutes in this fight. They were down about 4,000 gold before this fight, but you could see their trigger pull can still actually be quite effective as they got some shutdowns in this fight, Ox.
And especially into a composition with like an Ezreal Ahri, if you're just hitting skill shots on the front line, you're not getting that reset quick enough, you can see how, TSW can find that window. And Cap's just kind of off to the side, not really able to make too much progress. A triple kill comes in for the Aurora, but this was the sort of one moment of hope in a game which really was G2 favored.
Yeah, AWS post-game breakdown. Surprisingly, actually, the 25,000 damage from the Aurora is more than I would have expected. They were still getting a lot of burst outs, so the fights ended up being pretty close, but still, 32,000 damage for Caps, that's over 1,000 damage per minute. And by the end of the game, a 15,000 gold lead, pretty insane.
And the pace being kept up by G2's side, another big credit goes towards Broken Blade because his TPs were really good. There was a topside fight where like Ahri just TP'd out, was gone, but like another TP was coming through, and it was from Broken Blade in general. So like I felt like he was always trying to incorporate himself a part of the play, whereas the Ornn wasn't there. That one good fight that was great for them was because Ornn was ready, and so it was actually a team Secret Whales play that they had initiated. So they're going to go back to the drawing board, maybe get Pun on a pick that he is more comfortable on.
I was just going to ask that, Raz. G2 smashed them here. You were telling me last year Pun was the tank player.
Yeah.
And then they let him play the weird stuff, yet they come back to internationals and they throw him on Ornn.
Not happy.
No one really had a lot of map impact. What pick do you want to see from him in game 2?
Definitely want to see something like my favorite pick from him is if he gets the chance of Volibear, especially with the small buff that he got, perfect. But in general, if you go towards more of a common pick from him, Gwen I love. So like he is great, I feel like, if you put him on carry options and a counter pick, but these teams are just so similar. Weird counter pick top laners, mid jungles are also something that you want to see out of both teams. So it's like Team Secret Whales going up against a team that's kind of mirrored in a sense.
I think part of the problem as well was that Jarvan got a lot of the gold. Like we have on one side, Caps got so much, the other side Jarvan. Jarvan into Ezreal Ahri, it's really hard to make that impact stick. It's so rare that you're able to combo and connect onto them. And I think even in the fight that we saw that they won, it was still Hans, Sammer, and Caps were able to get out on the back end of that.
LCP fans will not be happy because a critique towards this team at Worlds was that they were not playing the draft that they were comfortable with, and they always felt like the draft wasn't great for them.
I see.
Immediately game 1 into G2, they're going to be saying the same things with the reasonings that you pointed out. So game 2, you have to see something that's A, more comfortable from Pun's side, but B, you're playing Jarvan, you might want to have a reason for it.
Really promising game 1 from G2, and this is after a little bit of fan criticism was against them. They were saying, okay, they're only here 3 days before the event. Are they not worried about jet lag? But G2 has been ruining their European sleep schedules, trying to sleep on the Brazilian time zone for a week.
What?
It's pretty fresh.
It's the same time.
You learned about this, how close it is?
Yes.
It's pretty close.
Hearing from the G2 side, they feel like they're condition gaps in a good way. Meanwhile, Team Secret Whales are like on a 40 hours something.
You're not buying into the G2 propaganda
how they have to get over
planned for this, Raz? That this
I'm
is
not
all
buying
part of their
it.
preparation?
I'm not buying it.
It's like 3 hours difference. It's not that big.
So they've been going to bed 3 hours differently. It's still worth some credit, right, Ox? Either way, they dominated game 1. TSW is going to have to do something magical in game 2 after this.
Still lands on him as Histo is ready to keep this one going here with the Cataclysm. Broken Blade tries to get away, but one more Dragon Strike seals his fate.
Yes, sir. Guys, I have the advantage for Dragon. Good job. Oh, you got Snyder.
Hansama's already down. Skewmon in a little bit of danger now, and Team Secret Whales look for a little more damage, but Caps is already godlike. The Whales don't have the damage.
Nice, we're good. I guess.
Game time, they about to step on a landmine.
Red Bull gives you wings.
When I was a player, if I was to like make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Secret Lab on Stage standard initiative, aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
is what I got. I'm out here trying to get it, I'ma get it when you not, Been a boss all my life, I'ma go take that flight. Party on all damn night, I'ma be dope damn right. You ain't even know I'm cold, I'm taking over, yeah, I've been that. Money in the vault, I don't care about the internet. I'm a boss, I'm a boss, I'm a boss, yeah, I'm a boss. I'm a boss, I'm a boss. I don't really even care what you thought. You ain't heard about me. I don't really even care what you thought. You ain't heard about me. I don't really even care what you thought. I'm a boss. Yeah, I handled my business, did it all independent. Better check out the digits or get the money and spend it. Y'all be looking and looking, y'all need to mind your own business. Cause I be cooking and cooking, I be all up in the kitchen and I'm controlling it all. Got it locked overall. When you see me, they respect me, that's the one protocol. I'm the one that they call, I'm the real, not a fraud. People claiming they the boss when they know it ain't all. I'm a boss, I'm a boss, I'm a boss, yeah, I'm a boss. I'm a boss, I'm a boss. I don't really even care what you thought. You ain't heard about me. I'm a boss, I'm a boss, yeah, I'm a boss. I'm a boss, I'm a boss. I don't really even care what you thought. You ain't heard about me. I don't really even care what you thought. You ain't heard about me. I don't really even care what you thought. You ain't heard about me. I be leak. I don't really even care what you thought. You ain't heard about me. I be leak. I don't really even care what you thought. You ain't heard about me.
I play for G2 and I'm Caps. Yeah, I'm definitely very excited about coming to my first stand. I think last year was tough loss against KC, and KC ended up doing quite well at first stand as well. So we want to come here and do even better this time. I think the start of the year was very tough for us. I think we had some things from last Worlds that we really want to improve on. You have to take one step backwards before you can take 2 steps forwards, and we're definitely struggling a lot with some of the concepts. But I do think we've gotten a better idea of those ideas. And then also when we get a bit more time on the patch, we start like really coming up with some great ideas. I'm super excited for what we can show here this time.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to First Stand. It is our second series of the tournament here. Remember that every single series of First Stand is a best of 5. And after game number 1, G2 was looking dominant against Team Secret Wales.
I mean, it's true. There was a lot of dominance, but it wasn't clean. Like, there was the TP in the middle lane, there was the questionable Bard portal in the bot lane, there was Broken Blade with his very early flash when they should have known Jarva's on the top side. So, as an EU analyst, I have a lot of question marks still aimed at my EU brothers. Yeah, I got some notes of things that they can improve on. But I think the key takeaway for me was I think the early game went a little bit too slow and controlled for Team Secret. I think, but we talked about it yesterday, I think the way in which Team Secret beats a team like G2 is you drag them into the mud with you.
Okay, everybody's in the swamp.
Exactly, and I think we saw a couple points of that in the mid-game where we had a lot of scrapping, we had a lot of skirmishing, we had a lot of fighting, and I think that that's where Team Secret is actually trading kills. Bear in mind, like, throughout this game, they weren't falling behind in the kills department. It was just Caps kept getting kills, and the objectives kept going their way. And when we look at the end of the game, G2 only lost a single tower.
Yeah.
And remember that it was Team Secret that ended up getting the Herald, right? And so finding these scraps, being able to convert them into objectives is all we need to see a little bit more from Team Secret if they want to go toe-to-toe against G2. Because if you just kind of let them play their more control-y game, then G2's just going to run the Rift.
Okay, let's see how aggressive then Team Secret Wales can make this second game. Because they lost game number 1, they of course get their choice of how they want to play the second one. They've chosen first pick, which means G2 get their side selection. So G2 will be playing from blue with Team Secret Wales having that first pick. And the Wales are going to go ahead and ban out both Varus and Pantheon, as G2 this time will be the ones taking Orianna off the table.
Even though Varus did get nerfed, I mean, it's still just, he's the guy. Still Varus. It's that guy. And so they're going to take that one out of the pool. I think Pantheon just globally has risen to power so much. His ability to attack the side lanes. The early skirmishing power that he provides.
The shield.
I'm a little surprised Team Secret wouldn't want to prioritize it themselves. But it seems that they've got something else in mind. It's G2 now that turn their attention to Orianna and Rise. They're saying, you know what, we don't want to have to deal with these champions. They're very strong. If we can't first pick them, then we don't want anyone to have them. So we're going to be dipping a little deep into the pool. I want to remind everyone at home that Caps is an Anivia enthusiast. And typically he used it as an answer into Rise. But in the finals, we did see him bring out into an Aurora, and he's no stranger to bringing out some unique picks himself.
All right, the Nico will be the third ban in the first half here from the Whales. This is one of those picks that was also banned out in the previous game. It is so difficult to deal with. It can completely change the landscape of a team fight all on its own. And along with the Orianna, the Nocturne is also going to be banned out here by G2. But this Akali, this was banned in the first round. First ban, I believe, in the previous game. But this time around, it's left open, and D-Ray is going to lock that in. Blind Akali slammed, first pick of the whole draft from Team Secret Wales.
I mean, you can see that Akali is one of the bans that is just most against Team Secret Wales. Teams do not want to give it over to D-Ray. We saw it in Game 1. G2 was like, we're not going to give you your Akali. But this time around here in Game 2, they've said, you know what? Bring it on. Bring it on up against Caps. We'll see what he's prepared for us. I hope we get to see some cool counter pick. Things like Malzahar can be really miserable for an Akali to play against, the amount of wave clear that you have. But I'd be surprised if Caps chooses to actually bring out a Malzahar of all things. Is he really going to play it safe? Are we going to get something like... we're getting Galio.
Well, I mean, Galio's, he's so good against Akali because you just taunt the Shroud, right? I know I would have also liked to see something more spicy, but when you have the counter right there, it's hard not to just pick it.
It's understandable. But there is that Nautilus over as well. So two of the champions that we saw banned in Game 1, because remember that Ashe immediately suggests Seraphine.
Yes.
Ashe Seraphine seems to be the combo that we've been seeing a lot of so far this year. And so by already locking in a hook champion, I think that you're setting yourself up for success, because into Seraphine, you want something you can engage on quickly. You want the ability to burst her down if you can. And so now they just need to pair it up with a strong AD carry. They do have the Kai'Sa available to them. We know that Eddie is famous for his Kai'Sa. Nautilus Kai'Sa is a very tried and true combo that we've seen multiple times. Not a huge amount of range, though. If they want a little bit more range and a little bit more wombo combo, Misfortune's going to fill that role beautifully.
All right, they'll lock the MF there for Eddie. We'll see how well they can weather the storm against what we're expecting to be that Ashe Seraphine. I feel like these days when you see Ashe locked, like you already said, it means Seraphine is coming. I would be very surprised to see G2 say, nah, we're going to pick something else and let Seraphine get banned in the second half of the draft. But no, we're not going with Seraphine at all. Instead, we're going to switch it up. It's double Freljord bottom lane with the Ashe Braum combo. How are we feeling about this one?
I mean, it's a lot more defensive. Right now, G2 need to find other ways of actually starting the fight off. But into a champion like Nautilus, Braum is just fantastic, right? He is such good anti-engage. The moment you hook in, you're going to get CC'd. The chain CC from an Ashe plus a Braum, it's a scary thing to deal with.
Plus, the Unbreakable is so good against bullet time. You can just block everything Misfortune wants to bring to the party. It's the Braum or Yasuo, the two champions that Ornn and Misfortune just hate to have to play against because they just say, no, you can't do the thing that you want to do. So I honestly really like this pivot here from G2 when they see the Misfortune to just instantly slam the Braum and say, no, you get to play against the champion you hate playing against the most. It could be a good and frustrating answer into what Team Secret Wales want to do. But second half of the ban's coming through now as G2 is going to ban out Renekton, targeting one of those most blindable top laners in the game of League of Legends. They'll also take the Trundle off the table, which at least lends me to believe that they want to get something tanky up there in the top side or potentially in the jungle. They don't want Trundle sapping those stats. Xin Zhao the ban from Team Secret Wales. And Zehen. Both of them. It's the same guy twice.
Skumond is not known for his Sejuani, but a part of me feels like that it could be coming through now. But I'm also trying to think of other things that Trundle could be good into. I mean, with Jarvan already taken out of the table, Aatrox. Okay, that's more of a Skumon type of champion. So just a little bit more carry potential. I think Aatrox is a little bit slow to start in the jungle, but once he gets going, I mean, what a monster he can be. Again, though, G2 don't have the easiest way of starting fights off. I will say that Akali, looking at this draft right now, It's hard to play, brother. It is a hard Akali game.
It's not great.
I know Akali very well. She's my favorite champion. She's pretty much the only champ that I can play personally in solo queue.
Okay.
And into Galio, Braum, Aatrox, like, you're not a happy camper. You're really not excited about that. Now, this Olaf, it's top lane. I'm expecting it to be top for Pun. We've known him for playing
a couple times.
Yeah, we've seen some unique picks come out from him in the top side of the map, and it looks like that they're just going to do it blind into that top side. The question is, are they expecting this Aatrox to go top, or are they quite happy to play the Olaf blind? Because Broken Blade, I mean, he has his own fair share of unique picks, and it looks like he's going to go with the Kled response.
Okay, I was really hoping we would get a game like this in this series, knowing that both of these top laners are willing to just pick wacky stuff.
Absolutely.
We're getting the Olaf into the Kled response from Broken Blade. Both of these champions, they just go in. And if they're doing well in the game, they can go raid boss status and be an absolute terror. If they're doing poorly, it's a food delivery service for an extra 300 gold to whichever carry gets to last hit them. So this could be explosive up there in the top side. I am looking at a lot of pressure on the Hans Sama this game. The same thing I said last game about how I needed to see Labrov hit good tempered fates, and I think he did. Hans Sama's going to need some good arrows in this game, because like you said, the G2 engage is not particularly the most explosive. Kled is going to help with
exactly.
it. But the arrow is still the thing that provides the lockdown. Bear trap on a rope is not a powerful engage mechanism.
Well, for Team Secret, we said that they needed to bring G2 into the mud.
Yeah.
And with this type of composition, you've got a lot of skirmishing, you've got a lot of pick potential, you've got a lot of just running at your opponents and starting off a fight. And I'm excited to see if they can pull it off. Olaf, Nefiri, Akali, they love 1v1s, 2v2s, 2v3s. They're all about finding those outplays and opportunities for skill expression. The question is, can they do it against G2, who are no strangers to finding outplays themselves?
And talking about that Nefiri, I think you can get so much value if you're confident and capable in your timing on call of the pack. You can dodge away from the arrows, you can dodge away from the impact of the heroic entrance from the Galio. There's just a lot of high value things that if you dodge that, now you're in a great spot to run rampant. I love the Brazilian crowd, man. They're so fun. They got the thunder sticks, everything's ready to rock and roll, and I'm ready for this game too.
Yeah, and remember last game we talked a little bit about how Team Secret looking to be the successors of CFO, right? We talked about how for this team, it's a lot of kind of responsibility falls on their shoulders. Hang on, I have to enter a pun.
Yeah, it's a level 1 battle to the death here between the top laners as Broken Blade flashes away and Pun with the undertow flash auto secures the kill, establishes dominance in the 1v1, 1 minute and 10 seconds into the game.
Oh, Broken Blade thought that with the Ignite he would have the advantage, and he flashed away thinking that the Ignite would finish off the job. And then he thought to himself, hang on a second, I think I need one more auto attack. So it starts off with a positive trade for Broken Blade. He knows he has the Ignite. He's just hitting away, Pun slowly getting more attack speed, fully stacks the Conqueror, and now things start to go his way. He needs to pick up that axe. He does just that. The Ignite comes down. And then it's at this point he thinks auto flash away, but the pot is ticking away. He realizes I need one more auto, and the moment he hesitates, that was Pun's window. Axe, flash, auto, boom, gets himself first blood.
Ignite at level 1 only does like 50 damage. It's very hard to rely on it for a kill through a potion, even if that potion's healing is reduced. Beautifully done from Pun to secure that kill there in the solo lane.
Well, it's a kill.
Caps might just get solo killed by D-Ray, and he lives! He lives with had to have been single-digit HP. Team Secret Wales, 2 minutes into the game, have secured double solo kills. All right, D-Ray, that was a greedy as hell back. I don't know.
I mean, he had to get that back quickly. I mean, the fact that Skumon, I guess he just sat there and said, I didn't see him walk past the wave. I reckon he's still in this brush. I can't blame him for just wanting to get back to base ASAP, and it's not the end of the world for him. He still gets that first blood. He gets it over Caps as well. A huge confidence boost of him is Flash in the bot lane.
Yeah, now Team Secret Wales is not happy with just the solo lanes. They're looking for some 2v2 dominance as well, and they will force the flashes out of both Hans and Labrov. So now G2, the only flash left on this team, is in the jungle.
Flowers.
Yes.
This mud feeling mighty thick, my friend.
This is a muddy early game, and
yeah.
Team Secret Wales are loving it. This is exactly what we wanted to see.
Absolutely. Just skill expression, individual opportunities to outplay your opponents, and they're doing just that. D-Ray getting that level up in mid lane was just the perfect timing for him. He knows that against a Galio in these early skirmishes, Galio could only do so much, and the fact that he was able to hold the wave in a nice spot, get that level up, connects the E upgrade into a kill. I was shocked that he lived. I really thought that tower was going to kill him, but he's got to be feeling pretty good about how that one played out.
G2 still, though, very close in goal to their opponents. Getting that kill back on D-Ray did help keep things from getting further out of control. Up there in the top lane, looking at the matchup between Pun and Broken Blade, I feel like Kled is one of the most useless champions in the game if he has to play from behind. I know that Azael plays a lot of Kled. He's talked about how difficult it can be to play the champion if you fall behind early. And if Pun can keep up this lane control, this lane dominance, it could be a big problem for G2, who we already discussed do have limited options in terms of how they're going to engage, how they're going to take these fights.
Absolutely. We'll see how things play out as the first dragon is spawning soon. Look at this vision coverage on the bot side of the map for Team Secret. They are very much focused on having a lot more control around these neutrals this time around. They conceded those first two to G2. They were only really able to contest the third one. This time around, though, they want to change things up. Get that early vision, make sure they can keep track of what Skumond is up to, make sure that they can be ready to try and contest this objective. And it looks like they're going to do just that. Ping's coming down onto Histo, expecting him to be on his wolves. Level 6 nearing for both of these junglers. It's that classic 5-minute 30 mark they were waiting for that tick up. And at a very valuable experience point for the junglers.
It looked like D-Ray might have canceled an auto there, and that's why he didn't get the first turret plate. So if so, a little bit of a minor mistake, but should still be able to collect on that shortly thereafter. Tries to get away from the Galio taunt. Cap still finds it, but he's still the one worse for wear. As Broken Blade goes for the bear trap on a rope, pulls Pun back. Undertow misses. Pun still not really afraid of this. Kled does manage to dismount him, so no Scarl means that Kled's significantly weaker and also significantly slower. Both top laners closing in on that level 6. Olaf with Ragnarok is no joke. Hex Flash from BA not going to find an angle to make any plays down here on the bottom side of the map, although you can see Histo making his way towards this area as well. This Scuttle Crab, this critical third crab is about to spawn. This is the level 6 crab that, at least in North America, we have teams just completely torpedo their entire game over this crab.
Good, sir. You're about to see it right now. Here we go. It looks like the crab is just too far away.
Yep, a Hex Flash coming in from BA. Immediate dredge line onto Skumond, who, remember, does not have level 6. There's no World Ender available, and D-Ray's coming in for what could be a perfect execution. Caps over the heroic entrance. Skumond still alive with 100 HP. D-Ray takes him out. LeBron very low. D-Ray tries to go back in, but he's going to 1-for-1 here with the enemy support. Hans is free firing, and Eddie gets a little bit of damage back. Both AD carries at death's door as Caps tries to become an alcove gamer. Winds of War take his toe very low. Justice Punch is not going to connect onto the enemy jungler. BA's now the one in trouble. He goes for the dredge line to buffer through the taunt as the Winds of War nearly kill Eddie, but close isn't close enough. Lebrov is back in the mix, and it's another bloody battle, but Team Secret Wales is 1,000 gold ahead.
Yeah, I think that ended up being a 2-for-1 in favor of Team Secret, and the biggest reason as to why was Histo getting that level 6 and Akali having the level 6 as well. I love that we are seeing exactly what I want to be seeing from Team Secret. Go for the scraps, go for the fights. They know that their jungler has a level advantage. Skumond has to flash away quickly. The health bars are low enough for D-Ray to threaten an assassination. The magic shield, though, is annoying, which means that he can't quite get that kill until now. Secures it, gets stunned up, ends up getting another on the back end. Caps comes really close, but look at Eddie here. He confidently turns his attention, lands auto-Q auto to push Hans Sommer back. With the level advantage that he has of 5 versus 4, means that Hans no longer can involve himself in the fight. The TP comes through, but it ends up being a win. Hang on, Misfortune just died.
Yeah, back to live, and we missed a kill.
Why is Lebrov here?
Yeah,
what's he doing down there?
Lebrov is deep behind enemy lines, killing the enemy AD carry. So, all right, we'll hopefully get a replay of that and see exactly what in the world happened, as you do see Broken Blade maybe looking for a chance to make something happen in mid lane, trying to play around D-Ray, potentially being too aggressive. Grubs are going to spawn here in about 10 seconds as Caps finds himself trying to use the taunt to get away here, but a beautiful arrow coming in from Hans, and now what could have been a good play, all of a sudden turns around. Skewmon picks up the kill on the enemy mid laner. Yes, his toe gets one back, but he's gonna die here too. G2 get a 2 for 1, and the enemy jungler, oh my, he has to die. There's no way he gets away here. I refuse to believe it. I absolutely refuse to believe it. There is no way in the world he gets away.
He's getting away. He's going to execute.
There's no way.
He's going to execute.
There's the timer.
That's enough time. That's enough. He's done it.
He's called the pack a little bit. No shot. His toe. I stand corrected. A 1-for-1 at the end of the trade. Hans Sama now, though, targeted by the depth charge, but a TP comes in to reinforce G2. BA's on the run, but the constant slow from Hans makes it difficult. Nice job from Labrov getting in the way of the dredge line. There's no escape for BA. They give the kill over to Hans, and G2 brings the game back to even.
Where are we starting this replay? Bot lane. Okie dokie. Labrov follows Eddie all the way to his tier 2. He knows that he's on vision. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, Eddie. Oh, no. Anyway, we turn our attention back to mid lane. Caps finds himself in a 1 versus 2. Declared ultimate. Oh, the arrow from Hans. Perfectly placed. D-Ray does not get a chance to move. At least Histo is able to get a kill back. And you'd think, oh, well, it's a 1 for 2. But Broken Blade, he's got nothing up. The Fog of War means that his auto attack gets cancelled, and then he doesn't have any skills to find a kill.
Yeah, that was crazy,
It was embarrassing.
man.
It was awkward and embarrassing. We're going to move past that.
Okay.
As we turn our attention to
turn the page.
900 gold lead in the top lane. A 25 CS lead. Akali, 870 gold. Team Secret Wales have their carries. They have the people that we're looking at to run rampant in this game, and it's going to have to be these solo laners that step up to deliver us a game 3 with a tied score.
The two men who got their solo kills before 3 minutes into the game are the ones who have continued to build those leads as the clock marches onward. Meanwhile, for G2, Hans has become the hero of the day here in this second game. 2-0-1 on the Ashe, the clutch arrow to save the play in the mid lane. As now, G2 might have found their mark on the enemy bottom lane. D-Ray escaping some pressure in the mid lane at the same time, dropping the smoke to get away from Broken Blade and Caps, as they will now also head towards the bottom side of the map. Eddie and BA in some trouble. Eddie's your first target. Obviously, Misfortune's already down, and BA should be easy pickings afterwards. G2, they sent the whole crew, and they got what they came for. 2 kills for nothing. They'll take the gold lead.
I'm going to be honest. Broken Blade very much a spectator, as Pun is just getting more gold in the top lane. But G2, I think, executing upon their plan nicely. Abandon mid, focus on bot lane, and just put Eddie behind. A very clean dive. Labrov, once the jungle arrives, throws the ultimate out, and the Galio ult is quick to follow. Labrov is going to be the one tanking that tanking the tower. I think so anyway. Does it end up swapping? Oh, it swaps over to Skewmon. My apologies. I thought that initially that ulti from Labrov would get that. Now D-Ray, a little bit low.
Good job sidestepping the winner's bite there.
Yeah, testing the
It's
water.
always funny when Akali's do that.
Yep.
All right, top side. Broken Blade in a bit of danger here. Look at the farm. That really tells the whole story of the top lane, how it just went to hell in a handbasket straight from level 1. Pun, 102 CS to only the 62 of Broken Blade, as now Pun will go ahead, continue his retreat. He is almost completely out of mana here on the Olaf, does not want to risk any sort of a fight, and that's the right read because Skewmon is lurking.
Yeah, I mean, when you're in a lane matchup like this, sometimes the best play is to just leave, get out, try and see if you can do stuff elsewhere on the Rift. Broken Blade playing with fire. Punk's man is a little low.
Yeah, but here's the Hound's pursuit. They look to burst down Broken Blade, but he remounts. His toe needs more damage, and he cannot find it. Has to flash away from the third strike of the Darkened Blade. Skewmon there to reinforce his top laner and guarantee that Broken Blade doesn't fall further behind.
Yeah, BB, he likes to ride his bicycle, and he will remount at every opportunity. Gets back out of there, cycles his way to safety, especially with the help of Skewmon. Prime, poised, and ready to offer that support. G2 now for the first time in this game, finding a small gold lead. A lot of that being driven by Hans Sama, but Skewmon doing his fair share of work, and I think he has become one of the most impressive players on G2. Of course, people naturally talk about Caps, the kind of superstar of the roster.
Kind of always, it's a given.
But Skewmon, considering last year was his debut year to the LEC, a hot prospect. He ended up taking Yike's spot. The fact that he's consistently been able to have impact in these games has been nothing but impressive to watch.
Yeah, Skewmon and Caps are kind of, at least when I watch G2 games, they are the engine. They are the ones who make things happen. If Skewmon and Caps are not on the same page, if they're not having a good game, it seems far harder for G2 to find a way to get to the enemy nexus, as Skewmon will secure that second Drake of the game for G2. It's not even 13 minutes on the clock, Vedius. This is a nice early pace for Dragon stacking, and Team Secret Wales is going to have to respond here soon.
I mean, we saw that early vision control from Team Secret. We saw that their game plan was to be ready to contest these objectives, but they've kind of been dragged into fights that have, as time has gone on, not really gone their way. Obviously, the early skirmishes very much in their favor, but that bot dive really swung the momentum.
Okay, Coinbase Gold Grind popping up there, showing us the story of that top lane. And man, it's still looking really good for Pun. But meanwhile, down here in the bottom lane, D-Ray could be in some trouble. Smokescreen going to protect him, still takes the damage from the third strike of the Darkened Blade, as Eddie in danger, forced to flash away, but the flash follow from Lebrov means that G2's bot lane duo find their target. Another kill goes over. It's a 2,000 individual gold lead for Hans Sama. The name of the game for G2 is Ash.
Eddie is having a rough one. He has been the target of so many plays. He has been shut down, removed, eliminated, and this Braum pick really working out. Freljord coming up clutch as the TP now committed by Pun.
Okay, there's your Olaf, the full Ragnarok dive onto the Ashe. Ashe stays safe by kiting, but you cannot kite away from an Olaf in ulti. Hans does do some fancy footwork there, being able to vision juke him through the brush. Pun has now lost the Ragnarok, and G2's going in for the counterattack. Skewmon wants to burst down the Fed. Olaf and Broken Blade falls. Hans Summon's unstoppable. BA dies alongside his top laner, and Eddie and his toe try to escape back to the tier 1 turret. A game that was so close for so long is now so far in favor of G2.
I mean, you wanted it to be the scene from The Lord of the Rings. You wanted it to be Pun turning to his team and saying, and you have my axe. And it felt like coming into this fight, his axe was going to run rampant. There was no way for Hans Sama to be able to escape. But you know what the clutch play was in that? The exhaust, the spellbook from Lebrov. Look at how he drops it onto Pun right at the start of the fight. So CC's not going to get you anywhere, but you can mitigate how much damage this Olaf does, and then you've just got to run away from his ulti. If he can't hit you, he can't keep it going. Nice flash from Hans. He creates that space, and then the arrival of the Galio ulti allows G2 to make the turnaround play. They punish, they punish, they punish, and at insult to injury, Hans even gets that kill onto Pun.
Yeah, getting the shutdown on your already fed carry, absolutely huge there. The timing on Hans's flash was also perfect for looking at the rhythm of how he was throwing the undertows, flashing right as the undertow came out, like you said, to drop that 3-second timer, make it so the Ragnarok could not continue. So G2 with a 3,000 gold lead. Hans's individual lead is tied up with the actual G2 team gold lead. And remember, even though this is G2's first time at first stand, they have 217 international games. This is an org that has seen international competition time and time again.
Yeah, I won't mention the fabled year, as many EU casters love to do, but there is a reason for that. Yeah, the organization has definitely been around for a while, and that experience for these players, and especially young players, often proves dividends. But credit to Hans, he played that play very, very well. They hold on to a healthy gold lead. Next Dragon in about 1:25, and that'll be their next major objective. A lot of outer towers still remain on the Rift, so there's a lot of standing gold for both sides. But you can start to see how this scrappy sort of skirmish heavy style comp from Team Secret works when they can find these isolated fights. But when G2 start to group up and they find the 5v5, it's a lot harder to execute upon those individual playmaking power that a lot of this comp does have.
All right, Pun versus Broken Blade, the next episode. But Broken Blade, he's still just fine. And honestly, I feel like there's sort of a feeling of relief for Broken Blade, because when you're a Kled and you're super far behind, you feel like you're telling your team, I'm sorry guys, I won't be able to dive the enemy AD carry. I just don't have the power budget. And they're like, it's okay, the enemy AD carry doesn't exist. He's further behind than you are. So you're kind of just okay with it, right? As long as you don't continue chain dying or something. And honestly, Broken Blade has still only died the one time. The biggest thing is he's 0-1 and 0, so he hasn't been able to participate in any of the kills either. But now they might be able to change that as they immediately find the counterpunch onto Pun. Broken Blade stays alive for now, tries to escape from his toe, but the Nefiri makes it a 1-for-1 trade. Problem is, Scumon's way stronger in this 1v1. Afterwards, the arrow flies through. His toe sidesteps it, gets away for now, does stay alive. Second cast of the Hound's Pursuit, and he wants to re-enter the fight. Immediately rethinks it though, continues his retreat back towards the tier 2 turret. So even though we get a trade of top laners, again, it's the Olaf that's been ahead the entire game, being traded for the Kled that's permanently behind. Caps versus D-Ray here on the top side. Flash into the brush from both. Caps with the Winds of War. Perfect execution from D-Ray. They're both so very low. Caps waiting to see if D-Ray overplays his hand, but it will not happen. So a close fight, but nobody dies. Problem for Team Secret Whales is G2 is looking for Soul Point, and they've already secured it, but the Whales have decided they want to fight. Teleports coming in from everybody. Hansama going to be under pressure. Pun and his toe have found the enemy carry, and now Scumon's got to try to do something, but he does not have the World Ender from the previous fight. BA dies to Caps as G2's now found in the taunt. A lot of damage as his toe takes out Scumon. Now Team Secret Whales need to find more. Caps falls too. Lebrov's going to die next. G2 crashed the car straight into the ditch. It is a disaster with the Dragon fight as Team Secret Whales erase the gold lead.
The double teleport commitment from Team Secret allows them to come in from multiple flanks and pick apart G2. Broken Blade has found his toe. He's going to chase him over the wall.
Okay, but it's a 1-2-1 Kled. He just doesn't have the ammo to take him down.
My goodness, Team Secret, they fight back. They do lose the Dragon. That is going to hurt them later, but for now, they find a good fight. And Hans, remember, he's got no flash. The ulti connects. He's forced to use the barrier early, but here comes Pun and his toe. Such an easy pick. The Kled does arrive, but the fight is already scattered. Look at how G2's clumped into this little ball, whereas Team Secret have so many angles with which they can attack from. Eddie's able to survive, the skirmish is going their way, and they pick apart G2 piece by piece. Team Secret with a massive teamfight win.
Absolutely huge, but I do like that you mentioned the Dragon going over to G2. That is going to mean a lot as we go forward. One more Dragon means Hextech Soul for the European team.
He's dead.
Which is a massive power spike. Broken Blade though with a remount. And that's the danger of Kled. He can bait you into very, very dishonest situations with that remount. As you can see, our lane economy snapshot here showing the top side of the map is all Team Secret Whales, but the bottom side is still G2. Broken Blade wants his kill onto Pun. Bear trap on a rope, and he's caught himself a Viking. His toe, BA, nobody from Team Secret Whales is around to try to save Pun, and I do believe that Broken Blade is going to feel pretty good about that one.
While all of this is happening, Caps is solo in the top lane, securing a tower for himself, getting a little bit of gold back into his pocket. And Eddie, he wanted to push out mid-wave, but he's so paranoid, he's so afraid of G2's potential collapse that he just has to stand and watch as Hansama pushes out that wave. A nice idea from Team Secret, threatening that dive on the Broken Blade. They get that pick, they get a tower, nice swing in gold, but it ends up failing. They can't quite execute, and it's G2 that's back in the driver's seat.
G2 back up to nearly a 2,000 gold lead. 2.5 minutes on the clock until that Hex Soul spawns. Death's Dance purchased now for Scumon, second item fully completed. It's such a synergistic item with the Aatrox kit. Since you're a drain tank to begin with, it makes it much more difficult to burst him down and kill him, especially when you look at the enemy team and the most fed player is an Olaf. This Aatrox will be a monster, and I feel like the one fight that we really saw Team Secret Whales find big victory in was because they were managing to get Pun and his toe on top of Hans as soon as the fight began, and I think it's going to be much harder to do that against G2 in the future.
Well, as long as they can find these nice TP flank wards, they'll definitely have opportunities, but also the time Hansama outplayed Pun was because he had Flash Up, he also had Exhaust on his support.
Yeah.
If those two things don't exist, I'm telling you right now, Pun is not going to be perturbed by anything that you have in your way. He does not care about your CC, but his toe, it will steal away.
Crab, ooh, flash for flash. BA wants to go for the flash dredge line on Scumon, but immediately Skew is ready. to respond with a flash of his own. However, that is now a pretty critical summoner spell down on the Aatrox if we do get a team fight here 60 seconds from now.
But so this is a small thing that we're seeing a lot from Team Secret in the mid game specifically, where they're kind of fishing for picks over jungle camps, but they kind of then leave parts of the map exposed, and that's given Broken Blade an opportunity to actually shove out this top wave. Remember that early on, the CS difference between the two top laners was 30. It had built massively, especially given Broken Blade lost in the early skirmish, but now he's pretty much closed that gap. He's done a good job of closing the gold lead, and it's just an opportunity with which every time Team Secret commit to this play, the rest of G2 back off, and then they get something else on the map.
1,500 gold separates the teams still, so that has been frozen in time for the last 2 minutes or so. The last time I checked in on it was about at that 2.5 minute mark until what will be Hex Soul for G2 spawns. Now only 15 seconds away as everybody from both sides is preparing for a fight. Pun has gone through the Hex Gate. Lebrov is your target here at the start. Pun is already Ragnarok. He wants to go in after Hans Sama, but they're just going to burst the Olaf down. Bullet time flying in over the top, but it's not hitting anybody of major value. Lebrov with the flashback over the wall. His toe's unstoppable. D-Ray tries to get away, but the Akali is getting focused. Skewmon and Broken Blade looking for something, but Hans is already down. Skewmon running out of World Ender as his toe also has to be careful. You can't lose your jungler here. You've got to make sure you maintain dragon control. Meanwhile, keep your eyes on D-Ray. He's going back to the base, but he has the Unleashed TP ready to rejoin. Eddie with the flash for the kill onto Skewmon. G2 is dying again. Remount comes in from Broken Blade, but he can't hit Eddie here with the bear trap on the rope. The damage comes through. Eddie lives. Team Secret whales. Eat him alive.
They find an ace against G2. The gold lead just doesn't matter to them. And I genuinely thought that Pun had driven way too deep into the backline. He dies so quickly with the numbers advantage. I'm thinking to myself, oh, G2's just going to clean up this fight, get Soul, and get this game. But Team Secret, and Histo in particular, finds the targets that they need to, pick apart G2 once more, and win out on the fight. So keep your eyes on Pun. Such a deep commitment. Nice taunt from Caps to keep D-Ray out of the fight. Now 5 versus 4. The bullet time pretty good, but Histo finds his way into the backline thanks to Lebrov. That gives him easy access onto Hans Sama, and then the fight becomes scattered.
And it's exactly what I was talking about when we loaded into the game, the call of the pack to dodge heroic entrance right after he gets the damage onto the Ashe. When Hans is out of the picture, the painting looks ugly for G2. They've got the wrong colors, the wrong canvas, the wrong landscape, and if Hans isn't there, there's no way it's just a happy accident. This is exactly what you want to see. Unless you're G2, because Caps did not look happy about that one.
There are so many damage threats on the side of Team Secret, and the MF did so much at the back of that. D-Ray now isolated in top lane.
Yep, trying to get away. Nice use of the smoke to dodge the aggro there from G2. And honestly, Vedius, I feel like this is a story of bad starts into good recoveries for both sides. You already mentioned Broken Blade recovering well from the massive early deficit, but remember that Skewmon was very far ahead of Histo early on in the game. Now Histo has a 1,500 gold lead. D-Ray has maintained his lead over Caps, and although Hans Sama still has a lead over Eddie, the team fight damage for that last encounter, Eddie hit 8,000 or something ridiculous. The misfortune is still contributing despite being so far behind. So honestly, credit to both sides. They both had some rocky starts in different roles, but they all seem to have recovered pretty well.
I mean, I'm going to be completely honest with you, Flowers. How does Ashe live in this game? Like, it just feels so damn hard.
It's pretty tough.
When I saw this comp initially, I felt like Team Secret had this very scrappy-orientated comp that wanted more skirmishes. But when the fights play out, their whole goal is just full send it onto Hans. And as you highlighted, if they take Hans out, so much of the damage portfolio just disappears. There are so many damage threats. Eddie was so far behind. He's now in a much better spot. Both AD carries, same itemization. The Infinity Edge, Hans was like a couple hundred. He may have even had the gold for it, but he couldn't base because the Dragon was about to start. But now both ADs find themselves on very similar itemization. So Team Secret in a much better spot, with a very solid lead. They still have to be cautious about those dragons. Soul is still only one objective away for G2 to pick up. And if they can get that, I mean, these team fights could look very different. But we'll see as they hold on to control for now.
And it's what I talked about earlier with Skumon and Caps being the engine of G2, right? You look at Caps, 1, 4, and 8 here on the Galio. It's also, you know, a very tanky Galio build. You've got the Hallowed Radiance. Hold on, we don't have time to talk about Caps anymore because immediately BA and his toe are looking for an opportunity. LeBron takes a little bit of damage, but you don't want to full commit onto a Braum of all things. So they do force the retreat out of G2, as now it's control over the topside river for Team Secret Wales. Remember, there's no Drake for the next 2 minutes, so all the focus should be around this Baron area.
The biggest thing is just XP. Team Secret lead the charge in that department as they have level 16 on Pun, level 15 on D-Ray. And getting those extra levels in your ultis can be so valuable ahead of any fight. I imagine that Team Secret will continue to hold this level lead once the next dragon spawns. A quick base coming through from D-Ray. Very curious as to what he's going to pick up. Just sitting on that needlessly large rod could go in many different directions. Okay, he's working towards Death Cap Flowers. That's what he is.
Yep.
He said, I just need more AP because I'm a kill Hans. That's
he wants that burst. As long as Hans Sama cannot breathe in the fights, as long as that Ashe is under pressure, you're going to have a good time. As you can see, we've got the exhaust prepared by Lebrov on the Braum, so they're looking to try to stop this dive onto Hans Sama. But again, exhaust is a single target ability.
That it is.
Let's count. Vedius, 1 for the Olaf, 2 for the Nefiri, who just hit level 16, 3 for the Akali, that are all going to only be going for you. The exhaust placement is tough.
Absolutely it is. And I'm telling you right now, exhausting an Akali doesn't do you a huge amount. Because if the moment she gets exhausted, she presses W and she just waits.
Yeah, just sit there. All right, sure, time out.
I'll take a breather, and then when it runs out, sure, I'll then come after you. We'll see how things play out, because you can really feel, I think for the first time in this series, G2 really feeling that pressure. Team Secret's top side looking dominant. D-Ray now, level 16. Dragon, 13 seconds away. The timing couldn't be better for him. Level 3 ultis across the board of that top side for Team Secret. If he could get the death cap before the fight, he would be even happier, but I think he's a ways away from it. There's a bit of a skirmish is happening.
Yeah, top side, we've got a 1v1 between our mid laners, and Caps is winning it handedly. D-Ray down to about a quarter HP. Now Pun's got to be careful to not get caught by anything else. Enchanted Crystal Arrow misses, goes right through the uprights there, aiming for anybody on Team Secret Wales. As now the 4v4 really starts to break out. TP coming in from both mid laners. Bullet time getting a ton of value though from Eddie, as Pun has to try to get away. Lebrov is almost dead, and so is Broken Blade. D-Ray makes his way into the fight as his toe jumps back over the wall at the chicken pit. See Darkened Daggers flying out from his toe as the re-engage comes through from Broken Blade. Caps gets the kill there with the taunt as D-Ray jumps into the fight, hiding in the smoke now with a heroic entrance. Very much on the edge is D-Ray as G2 tries to get away. Perfect execution going for the kills as Eddie's already found one. Skumon dies, double kill back over to Misfortune. It's a bloodbath here in this 5v5 battle. It's 2 dead on either side.
I'm genuinely shocked that Team Secret was able to make that fight work, because the start of the fight looked horrendous, but Pun was able to get back to base, TP back into the fight with full HP, has the shield on top of it, and they turn it in for a 2 for 2. And I feel like G2 did exactly what I did in that fight, and their eyes were glued to D-Ray, because all I could focus on was, is this Akali about to kill Hans Sama? Because, and D-Ray did it perfectly. It didn't matter if he succeeded or not, but the pressure, the threat that he was able to put over onto Hans and the rest of G2 meant the rest of Team Secret was free to do whatever they wanted. So we look at the start of this fight. Pun gets absolutely melted. A hook onto one of the worst targets, a nice use of the wall from Lebrov. You think that this Olaf is out of the fight. Lebrov doesn't fall, his toe's committed very deep. D-Ray's lost half of his HP. This looks like a great start because Hans Sama is full health. But the TP then comes back through from Pun. He rejoins. Oh, we're back in the action.
Yeah, we're already back into the fight as Lebrov's in the middle of everybody. Loses half HP. D-Ray on the flank looking for an opportunity. His toe call of the pack, dodging away from some of the CC. But now they're bursting down Skumon. Aatrox is already out of the picture, but it's a 1-for-1 as D-Ray dies. Hans Sama taking the kill, but his toe finishes off Lebrov. Broken Blade is targeted, flashes away, staying alive for now with a bullet time over the top. Nearly kills him. Hans Sama trying to escape as Caps kills Pun. His toe wants a little bit more, but G2 is kiting.
Another even battle, 2 for 2.
Both these teams have entered the arena and they both leave bloodied and battered. A 2 for 2, 18 kills to 19. This is the type of game that Team Secret were looking for, and they are thriving right now. They do not convert it into a Baron. That is the single saving grace for G2. But Hans Sama, this must be so stressful for him in these fights. As we look back at the start, a hook connects onto LeBron. The damage looks good from Team Secret. Pun is just ripping G2 to shreds. Hans is terrified to approach. Caps and Hans turn their attention onto D-Ray and they take him out, but at the exchange of Skewmon on Histo on the backline, he gets himself another kill. I don't know how Caps was able to actually get, oh, nice taunt.
Yeah.
Able to just, oh wow, okay, the Winds of War. The Baron now started, here we go.
We're already back, and G2 has the Baron down to half HP. Team Secret Whale trying to stop it. Baron getting burned very low. It's secured by Broken Blade of all people, as now a beautiful arrow connects on the BA, but into the back line. Keep your eyes on D-Ray. Histo tries to jump in. Call the pack, keeps him alive for now. He tries to get away, but he's down. D-Ray dies too. G2 get the Baron, and 2 incredible picks. Now it'll be 3. A double kill for Skewmon, and it's now a 5v2. This game balanced on a razor's edge, and it's G2 that find the winning cut.
For the entirety of this game, it was Team Secret that was faster at pulling off the fight. G2 felt like they were always on the back foot, but G2 were the ones deciding to start off that Baron. They successfully protect their AD carry, they secure the Baron, they secure the fight, and they may be looking to end the game.
The Samurai find the lethal strike, and Team Secret Whales are now left bleeding. The Nexus turrets out of the picture, the Nexus exposed. Eddie just trying to get back to the safety of the fountain, but it will not matter. G2 go up 2-0.
Team Secret came so close so many times. Such a valiant effort with so many fights going their way. But that Baron, I mean, we didn't even get a proper chance to see how that one played out just because of how quickly G2 kicked that one off.
It was a tale of 2 sides of the map, with the solo lanes doing so well early on for Team Secret Whales. It was the bottom lane for G2 that was making so much happen. My player of the game has got to go to Hans Sama for this one. Clutch arrows, good positioning, ton of DPS. Lounge, what are your thoughts?
Completely agree, actually, and we're working on getting that final fight so we can watch it one more time. It looked like he couldn't play the game until they just stood closer and closer together, and then they could.
Everyone just stand on top of him. That's all you have to do.
Apparently.
Just death ball.
Yes, everyone's holding hands.
Now, Macaulay, I can't get in.
Yeah, you can't. Now you can't go through.
Through the power of friendship.
No, but it was basically every fight we were like, okay, can Hans play the game? No, he can't play the game, and we just had to wait every moment for it.
Yeah, so this is it. Hans really couldn't play, but here they burn Nautilus Assault, don't get a clean engage. Akali lands Z, but look at that death ball. No one can actually get in clean.
Yeah, and it's just the taunt channel that times so well for when Akali wants to move back in. And once the Ashe can move forwards with the Braum passive, just so effective. And you have the damage. Hans is fed, just wasn't in a position where you could freely auto for such a long time.
Yeah. We also have the post-game breakdown, and this is like a classic
roller coaster
G2 TSW game, actually. Up and then down, and then up and then down. And by the end of it, I feel like Eddie was pumping in a lot of these team fights.
He was.
But just couldn't get it done at the end.
It's a hard job for a Braum when you're going to use your door. Like, the Olaf comes at you immediately. Maybe you have to deal with the Neferi. Like, by the end of it, I felt like Eddie was doing a good job waiting and biding his time for a proper time to get an MF ult through, which has been making fights incredibly hard.
We got to back up a little bit, though, to reset the stage of this game. And luckily we have Leviathan, who's actually all been watching the game. And we have their top laner, if you want to come over here. Devos, break down this first top lane fight for us, because you were telling me you didn't even necessarily like the Grasp instead of the Conqueror in the first place, but how do you see this matchup playing out?
I feel like he's playing like 50-50 the matchup, because he's going Grasp, but he is playing with Ignite. I feel like if he go Conqueror with Ignite, he can have like a better early game and a better threat on him. But I think like here also, he is walking like in a wrong way. Like, look at him. If he starts to walk down on the other wave, I think he has more time to get one more auto, and I think he killed there. Like, he was one more auto to close there.
Incredibly close. And as a top laner, how tilted would you be if you're the Kled after something like that happens?
So much. It's so fucking hard there. But I feel he managed to play the game after that. I think maybe the Olaf like can get more advantage, but I feel he don't freeze too much, so he start to like play more with like crash 3 waves, base. But I feel like he could freeze more and get more advantage over him.
All right, thank you very much for joining us. It was great analysis right there. I mean, the game just continued to be crazy as well. I realize I have a microphone. I don't need to keep holding the mic.
That's true. Hey, but you look more professional in the meantime.
Because it was about the bot lane afterwards, right? There was almost a tale of two lanes. The top lane was going crazy one-sided for Pun, and then the bot lane was really one-sided for Lebrov and Hansama.
Yeah, I feel like the Braum came out, which was a pretty smart pick because you expected the Ash Seraphine, but the Braum into the Nautilus worked pretty effectively. And a lot of these skirmishes, just being able to have the setup and the Ash follow-up was so good. This is when the whole team came. You know, they set this up. I think maybe one member more than they needed, but what can you do as a TSW bot lane?
Here's the extra
Unbroken Blade.
Hey! Just in case you needed an extra hand.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I can't really ult this. Can you can ult? I mean, it doesn't do anything. I think it sounds good. Just leave him, no, leave him. Oh, we're kiting. Yeah, cut his ult and then you can ult. Yeah, now we can ult. Yeah, I wanna fight. Okay, listen. I wanna fight. Yeah, fight. Win. I have no flash. I'm I get big sound. I'm really strong. I'm no flash. No flash. Two in one. I'll go back bot. I don't know. That's it.
That's so funny, actually.
I think the flash was so good from Hansama, but I think you're seeing how much work he has to do to, like, even with him being fed, how much work he has to do in these fights just to hit someone. So often you have like the Akali, the Olaf, and the Fury just flying in on you, and it just felt like so much effort to even, like, there were so many fights you had to kind of sit out and be so patient before anything could happen.
Yeah, I will say, I did not like the comp initially from Team Secret Whales, because like if you start with an early pick on Akali, and like you have a Nautilus as well being picked early because Biez really wants to go for an engaged support, and you're like, oh, this is the easiest Braum angle, Galio angle of all time, and we'll catch what you're throwing at us. But you're right. You have to be extremely patient. I think the Nefiri actually made it a lot easier, and also the Olaf too, to be able to just go straight through the CC. So he was able to actually get to play the game. But as they started to like kind of recalibrate, I felt like it made it really hard.
Yeah, player of the game is Hansama.
It has to be.
Because he had the huge lead. He had to play these fights incredibly carefully if he wasn't going to die. So player of the game to Hansama, congratulations to him. But we have one replay just to show how difficult the game is, where things didn't go perfectly for him. It's going to be our Cisco every second counts, where it did feel like this game was going to go in the side of Team Secret Whales, right?
Yeah, and he got eviscerated in a single second. That was the second that counted, because he didn't imagine the Giga flank that was coming through from both the Olaf and Histo.
What a run!
Literally the AD carry's greatest nightmare. So that's when you realize that game can actually be a little bit tilting. So that was one of many plays in which the Ashe, Hansama recognized he needed a little bit of protection.
And with how much weaker the solo lanes were, you can see they just don't have gas in the tank after that. It shows how quickly things can go wrong if he is in a rough position. But also, only 2 deaths that game is kind of crazy, because watching it through and then seeing the score afterwards, I was like, only twice?
It was that fight, and then the other one where Nefiri and Akali and Olaf all one by one full scented.
Oh, true.
Yeah.
And eventually one of them was able to kill them. But now they're down 0-2. They're selecting first pick, G2 selecting blue side. Raz, I know we were talking about what we wanted to see from TSW. Instead of a standard top lane pick like Ornn, we wanted to see them play more crazy stuff. I thought that was pretty good in terms of that effort. That was a lot of unique things.
Yeah, even with my critique on the composition, they got the picks that they wanted that was comfortable for them. So like more of that while still trying to pick, I would say, in a way that doesn't give away your entire comp. That's one thing that I would definitely put out there. So Team Secret Whales, of course, going for first pick. I think maybe even just throwing out BA's early engage support. Now that the Braum is gone, the coast might be clear, so you can just throw that in there. I don't have a lot of faith in his enchanters. It's not really a pick that he will go for. So Leona might be on the table.
I definitely think this is a better look from TSW and the sort of vibe we expect from them, want to see. The solo lane has had a really good start.
True.
I think it was just struggles as the game went on, but especially, you know, if you can cut out some of the tools that were being used to protect Hansama, you're going to have an easier time.
Absolutely. G2 as well. I feel like after winning games like this, it's really demoralizing for the opponent. So G2, I think, will be on a real emotional high after coming back from the throw, right? They had the bad level 1. They had the back-to-back fights where Han Sama got caught. And then they still came together, made the clutch Baron play, ended the game after that. So I feel like they have a ton of momentum.
They do, and it's pissing me off. They're a really good scrapping team, and that's looking real bad for Team Secret Wales.
Yeah, Game 3 is going to be up after the break to see if G2 can finish the sweep.
I cannot much right now. After 2 games, I will move. Hillisang, yeah.
Skumon wants to burst down the Fed. Olaf and Broken Blade falls. Han Sama's unstoppable. A game that was so close for so long is now so far in favor of G2.
She's gripping. Happy for him. I kill him. Nice, we kill him. Good. Slowly. What a crazy game, man. Nice, guys. I want to lose my mind, man.
Game time, they about to step on a landmine.
It's more than a game. It's a world shaped by you, the fans. And our mission is to elevate that world by building technology that creates moments that last forever. That's why we're joining forces with League of Legends Esports to transform how fans experience live events on the global stage.
The greatest players in the world are here. They can just burn this one down. Oh my God, forward by 9. You are going to see them like you've never seen them before. Rocket Will as the Arcane Storm doing so much work, and Genji, they are just going to ace them.
누굴 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Genji, the EWC winners.
Feel the energy. What kind of energy do you bring to the table? Face it, bro, the top is the only place to go. They try to keep up with the pace is slow. They got a ways to go. I'm the best, let them hate some more. Adding fuel to the fire, it only fuels my desire. That's why I keep going higher, I got the skills you admire. For when it's down to the wire, call me in a clutch. I'ma give you everything I got and show you that I'm everything you're not. I'm raising my stock, hot and you can't cool me off, yo. Today's price ain't tomorrow's. I got a message for my enemies and anyone that comes to me. I think you better run and flee. Trust me, you gon' see. BDE, big dog energy. Big dog energy. BDE, big dog energy. Not for the weak, so be strong if you wanna compete. You either win or you gonna get beat. And I'ma win, so I won't see defeat. I'm at the top and you stay underneath. That's how I get down. It's guaranteed I'ma get it now. Tell the crowd they can get it loud. Tell the crowd they can get it loud. Be careful when you on the prowl. Give an inch, they gon' take a mile. Speak your facts, give everything you got. Cause this could be your one and only shot. Keep going, don't stop. Push it to the max. No regrets, no turning back. I got a message for my enemies and anyone that comes to me. I think you better run and flee. Trust me, you gon' see. BDE, big dog energy. Big dog energy. BDE, big dog energy. I got a message for my enemies and anyone that comes to me. I think you better run and flee. Trust me, you gon' see. BDE, big dog energy. Big dog energy. BDE, big dog energy.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to First Stand 2026. It's our second series
of the day here. Second series of the entire tournament, actually, as G2 are up 2-0 against Team Secret Wales. Now, game number 1, Vedius, was very stompy, kind of just G2 from start to finish. Absolutely. Game number 2, however, was a battle, and it all came down to a fateful Baron. G2 having just that killer instinct to go for the objective. They find the fight after and immediately end the game.
I mean, I'll say game 1 felt like a little bit of nerves for Team Secret, of course, right? They, you know, warming up on stage, getting used to it, seeing the same, like we didn't see the same style that we saw from them domestically. But then game 2, it felt like the shackles came off a little bit. You know, they felt a little bit more warmed up, they felt a little bit more relaxed, and we got to see some of that skill expression that we were hoping for. Pun finds a solo kill, DRA finds a solo kill, and we're in for an epic bloodbath. Now I'm hoping here in game 3 they can show us something similar. Find yourself some comfort. Let's see if we can get Eddie on that Kai'Sa this time around. Let's get a little bit more dive threat, and let's see what we can do in terms of that backline access as they look to remove Nico Zahen and Nami from the pool.
Meanwhile, on the other side, G2, they've chosen blue side this time because Team Secret Wales once again wanted first pick. It's the Orianna, the Ryze, and the Varus once more banned by the G2 side. Reminds me eerily of the second game. Exactly the same types of bans they're trying to make. The Renekton being hovered by Team Secret Wales. I'm curious how exactly they're going to go about this draft. Clearly something needs to be changed up if they want to find the weakness of G2. And the Mundo locked in for Team Secret Wales. Not only is it a powerful pick on its own, but anybody who's watched G2 games knows that this is kind of one of the secret weapons for G2 and Skumon, so it's also a denial.
Yeah, I mean, Skumon was one of the early adopters of it in Europe. I mean, I think we saw it at Worlds last year, and then, I mean, it inspired even T1 to foray into the pick. But yeah, domestically, this champion has been kind of running rampant. A lot of teams have been leading. I would say on Mundo as a crutch almost, where just because of his infinite scaling, if you can't quite close the game out quickly enough, then he can become a problem. But all you've got to do to beat scaling is to do more scaling.
Yeah,
and
just
so
outscale the scaling.
They've gotten Yunara Lulu for the bot lane of G2 to try and offer that late game insurance, but Team Secret looking to bring some late game insurance of their own.
Exactly. They see a potential hyper carry on the enemy team. They will respond with a potential hyper carry of their own. The Aphelios locked in, and one of his best friends, a very common lane mate that you see with this champion in the Thresh. Aphelios, one of his major weaknesses is the fact that he does not have the ability to easily reposition or peel for himself. Yes, you can have some if Gravitum is currently active, but that's 1 gun out of 5. So Thresh providing the lantern, the flays, the box, everything to allow some extra space for that Aphelios to operate. But on the other side, G2 is going to lock in the Trundle for themselves. They want to be able to use that subjugate on Mundo, sap those tank stats away, and make it even easier for the Yunara to burn him down.
Absolutely. I think Trundle is a very effective champion into pretty much any tank, and Skumon seems to agree. Going to be locking that in as part of their front line. Once again, we find ourselves in a range support meta where engage is limited. And so that engage is going to have to come through from somewhere. Right now, Team Secret have a bit of pick available to them thanks to the Thresh. You've also got the Pillar to provide some disruption. But right now, there's no hard crowd control coming out from either side, I would say, that acts in a wide area of effect.
Yeah, we don't have any huge engage mechanisms. Death Sentence is kind of it right now between the 6 champions we've seen. And considering Team Secret Wales are going to have to pick next, and both sides still have both their solo laners to go, G2 is going to do a very similar thing that they did to game number 2, where they'll just ban out the Renekton, one of these staple blind pick top laners. They don't want Pun to feel comfortable locking that in so easily, as Talia will be banned out by Team Secret Wales. If you're looking at a bottom lane matchup that's 2 hyper carries against each other, you don't want the enemy mid laner just riding the wall down there and skewing it in favor of the enemy hyper carry. And now G2 will also ban away the Annie.
I mean, we've noticed now that this tournament, though, Azir, the nerfs seem to have done their job. Coming into this tournament, Azir was running rampant across the world, but with those nerfs, the pro teams have said, you know what, Azir isn't quite worth it. The question is, are we deep enough to incentivize Caps? Because this may seem a bit strange, but Caps, one of his best champions is in fact Azir, but not in the traditional teamfighting sense. He's a split-pushing monster on the champion. That's the way he likes to use it, mainly sitting in those side lanes, has cover from his jungler, and just constantly pushes and keeps this pressure up. We'll see what direction G2 do go. I imagine top lane, well actually mid lane may just be the easier pick, given how volatile top lane can be, and we know the pretty unique picks that Pun has got. In his final, he did bring out Set. So you've always got to be prepared for what this man in the top lane has got ready.
Okay, and there it is. You call it, Vedius. The Azir, despite the nerfs, they're going to try to play this probably with that split pushing style like you're talking about from Caps, but even if they do play it in a grouped up type of way, Azir is one of the mid laners that has very high DPS and not just burst. So again, it's another thing that factors in well against the Mundo, right? You can have the soldiers on top of him, continuing to burn him down. Sylas is the pick, though, from Team Secret Wales. And whenever you see Sylas, you always want to look at what ultis he can steal. Subjugate, of course, makes him much more durable in the middle of a fight. He can steal Wild Growth to use it on himself. Again, more durability. Jax locked in, though, for Pun in the top lane. And the answer from Broken Blade is the Shen.
We got to see this from Broken Blade in the LEC versus finals. We were really excited, hoping it would be Jungle Shen, but it is going to be up in the top lane. I wonder if he's shifted his build path compared to what we saw in the finals. But yeah, okay, he's going to use it into a heavy auto-attack based champion. It does make sense. I don't think it's winning. I still think this is still Jax favored. But the goal is we're playing for our carries.
Right.
We are
Stand
playing
united.
for Hans Sama. We are playing for Caps. We're going to rely on the long-range front-to-back that these two are going to be able to provide. Meanwhile, Team Secret, they got a little bit more skirmishing past. Sylas plus Jax just gives you that bit more agency. And again, we mentioned it earlier, I just like to see this from Team Secret. I think individually, these guys are talented players. They've already proven that to us. So give them champions that allow them to create chaos, to find out plays, to have agency in the game that let you dictate how the game is going to be played and find that opportunity to outplay G2.
And both of these teams, I feel like, have very standard team compositions when I think of what a normal comp in League of Legends would look like. You've got two hyper carry 80 carries, you've got two supports whose job is to protect them. You've got junglers and top laners that are both bruiser, fighter style. They're going to be scrapping, being the front line for either side. And both of the mid laners can be big carries and make huge plays. So I want to see, mostly again, like Game 2, can Team Secret Wales make this scrappy? Can they drag it into the mud, like you said? Because it seemed to work way better for them in game number 2, playing aggressive like that, making things a bit more hard to predict. But I also don't think that Pun and D-Ray are both going to get solo kills before 2.5 minutes into the game here in this one.
I would be impressed if they succeeded that, Flowers. But this is the only thing that concerns me for Team Secret. In a game that's a little bit more scaling orientated, I do just favor G2 as a team. Okay. They prefer it a little bit more controlled. Again, for an audience that is not as familiar with G2, Skewmond is very similar to Inspired in his jungle approach. He's very strategic. He's very methodical about his jungle clear. He will look for ganks if an opportunity presents itself, but he's all about punishing the enemy jungler. He'll look for invades. He's very smart and tactical in his approach to jungling. And so when you slow the game down, that's just an environment where he thrives. He leverages the pressure that his laners produce. And you can see with the pressure that's already being generated from the bot lane 2 versus 2 here from Hans and Labrov, we'll see what he's able to do with it. I mean, because right now it looks like G2, they've got the push in mid, they've got the push in bot. Hook connects.
Yeah, nice little death sentence there, but since everybody is still level 1, you can't get a ton of damage to follow it up. Still, they knock Labrov down to 100 HP though, but Hans and Labrov still just trying to maintain total push over this wave. They will hit level 2 first, and that means that Eddie and VA have to back up, as you do have the Arc of Judgment fly out there. Does not find its way onto Eddie, as both junglers have completed their clears over their top side quadrants, gonna move towards the bottom side of the map now. And that kind of leans into what you were saying. If your bottom lane has total priority, that means that you should be the one who can safely secure the crab on this side of the map, which means it'll be more difficult for his toe, because he'll have to walk back up towards the top river and take that crab instead.
Well, now D-Ray did just get a nice trade in mid, which should help his toe contesting this bot side crab. Top, of course, looks like Broken Blade has 0 push. He lost the cannon as well. It's all right, Broken Blade. We'll just quickly pan away from that one.
Yep.
But
nobody saw it. Nobody saw it.
Except for everyone. But yeah, this mid lane contest is going to be really important when it comes to contesting that bot crab. The resets come through from Hans already. He's decided to pick up a cull, so I think Skewmond's going to be forced to go to the top side just because these laners have stuck around a little bit longer on the side of Team Secret.
Okay, so at least some crab control for Team Secret Wales down here in the bottom side of the map. And exactly as you say, it's Skewmond making his way back towards that top side river to pick up the crab there instead, as the wave is now bouncing back towards Pun in top lane as well. Broken Blade Blade on the Shen, staying what looks to be decently close in CS, but it's not as close as it appears since there's far more minions available for Pun to farm once that wave continues pushing. So Pun should continue to have that lead. Exactly like you were saying back in draft, it's not about the Shen being a counter pick into Jax where you're saying, yes, I'm going to destroy him in the 1v1 and win the lane, and especially not if Pun goes in like this. Flash from both top laners. Broken Blade trying to stay alive for now. Pun continues the chase. Leap strike with the Empower. It's a solo bolo, 2 games in a row for the first blood for Pun.
I mean, Pun is just bodying Broken Blade. That is crazy for him to find that solo kill. You pick Shen as an answer. Ooh, nice hook. Looks like they're not going to overcommit though. Or is G2 going to overcommit? I mean, you pick Shen as an answer into the Jax, and then you're the one that gets solo killed? And the wave is horrible, by the way, because it was stacked up right underneath this tower. It's now in a horrible position. Dyer's made his way bot.
Yeah, D-Ray going in after Hans, who flashes forward. Hans knows he's going to die, and he wanted to make it a 1-for-1, but D-Ray denies it. Vedius in game number 2. We saw it start like this, and game number 3 is going to be the same way. His toe in the top lane, they give the kill over to Pun. Game number 2, Pun gets a solo kill, he's up 1-0. Then it was D-Ray killing Caps. This time around, D-Ray went bottom, gets the kill down there on Hans instead, so it's still the solo laners of Team Secret Whales getting ahead, and his toe means that Pun is going to get even further accelerated. It's an early game disaster for G2, and the Whales couldn't be happier.
Love the TP from D-Ray. Think it's a fantastic way to punish. G2 was not expecting that play whatsoever, so beautifully done by him. And then we talked about the wave state for Broken Blade, and that is exactly why it was in such a horrible spot, right? The reason is because Broken Blade is stuck underneath this tower. He's got to push the wave underneath the tower to get it to bounce back, but in order to do that, you're overextended, and your jungler is pathing bot. So there's nothing that can be done. You're vulnerable to the wolves, and his toe right on cue arrives to give Pun another kill. Team Secret off to the races here in the earlier game.
Well, at least if you're a G2 fan watching, you know that this is going to be more of a scaling game, so you don't have to panic as much. You're just going to have to double down and scale harder now, because Team Secret Whales have found their early game windows. This Jax will be a problem. Broken Blade has to try to deal with this dude who's been so accelerated now, already has his level 6. Broken Blade about to hit that mark, and I feel like if you're G2, the way that you look to kind of recover some of these early game blunders is try to look for a big clutch play through Stand United. Bait them into a bad situation, use the Shen to turn it around, because Broken Blade's not going to win this game 1v1 at the top lane. Not anymore. Nice hook coming out there from BA. LeBron chunked down to 200 HP, has to flash away to try to survive. Eddie has red-white. You know what that means. Red-white, don't fight. You do not want to be near this guy in a short skirmish when he has the Crescendum plus the Severum combo. So Team Secret Whales just continuing to play aggressively in their lane.
I mean, we talked about it in the draft, right? Game 1, it felt like Team Secret, we weren't seeing Team Secret. Game 2, some of the rust shakes off. They're getting a little bit more confident. Now, Game 3, look at them, the way they're playing. Dominance across the board, the top lane, the middle lane, the bottom lane. Every single individual finding plays, but now it's G2's turn.
Yep, Pun goes for the counter strike here, wants to try to buy a little bit of time as his toe shows up, but Pun is going to drop. That's a shutdown going over to Broken Blade for some much needed relief as the gold lead shrinks down to 500 now. His toe was not close enough to turn things around, and nice moves from Broken Blade there, making distance between himself and his jungler so the counter-strike couldn't stun both of them. Meanwhile, Caps uses the shovel to knock D-Ray back into the turret, but then he steals it away and shuffles Caps backwards. But here's Stand United. This is what I was talking about, Vedius. This is how Shen gets back into the game, and we're all tied up.
And I mean, credit needs to be given to Skewmon, because this man, when things are falling apart around the rift, he provides that stability. He knows he needs to get top lane back into a serviceable state. He finds an effective gank. He gives the kill over to Broken Blade. The top wave is then pushed out, opening up for Broken Blade to then TP into the middle lane and find a play. G2 close the gold gap in an instant as BA finds a Hex Flash, but it's not going to convert into much. the gold difference dissipates.
Right. There's nothing there worth writing home about right now. Biggest individual gold lead is still for Pun on the Jax, but essentially all of that is just the farm difference. They both have 2 kills now because Broken Blade collected both the kill that Skumond helped with in the top lane and then the one that he assisted Caps on over in mid. So Pun, yeah, it's still a gold lead, but it's very modest compared to what it was. His toe has the 2 Giants belts in the inventory on the Mundo, so working on that health stacking, and we'll see if Team Secret Wales can continue trying to find angles to play aggressively. BA misses the play there onto Labrov as D-Ray tries to join him here, but he misses the abduct. There's the death sentence also going wide. Team Secret Wales really wanting to commit to this. Skumond using the subjugate to try to stay alive, but can the drain keep him going? No, D-Ray takes the kill, but now BA's in trouble as Hans summon Labrov looking for a little bit more damage onto him, but Eddie shows up here into the fight now as D-Ray has to get away from Caps. Flash over the wall from BA, Hans ready to follow. BA wants to try to kill him, and the Thresh takes him out as D-Ray gets the kill to Caps. Now he's gonna find another on Labrov, and Team Secret Wales slam G2 4-0.
What the hell just happened? I cannot believe Team Secret Wales just find 4 kills just like that. You think the momentum is going back the way of G2, but Team Secret, they hit a home run, they knock the ball out the park, and they find 4 quick kills. They set their sights onto Labrov, and I thought, this is way too deep. You are committing so hard, but they Trundle ult the Trundle ult. So now D-Ray's the one stealing all those stats. Skumond becomes a squishy target. They turn their attention then onto D-Ray and Hans. Oh my god, nice hook connects from BA. Hans thinks he can get a kill at the very least. Barrier keeps him alive. He cancels an auto attack right there. He cancels it. And it means that the Thresh is able to find the auto. D-Ray gets another kill. And just like that, the gold swings once again.
I thought for sure, as soon as I saw them both flash over the wall, I'm like, well, it's a 2-auto fight, and there's no way Thresh attacks faster than Yunara.
Absolutely.
That is rough stuff for Hans. 0-2-0 now on the Yunara, and now it's gold leads across the board for the Secret Wales side. The biggest individual lead, of course, for D-Ray on this Silas. 4-1-0. D-Ray does not want a clean sweep in this series.
Absolutely. Team Secret Wales, I just love, this is the aggression we were hoping for. This is the type of bloodbath we wanted to see from them. And like, again, as I said at the start of the series, if they're going to beat G2, they got to drag them down into the mud. And like, that is exactly what I mean. Just fight them. You know you've got the skirmishing power.
Yeah, just click on them.
Just click. Just keep those right clicks going. And they're able to make it work. 2.2k the gold lead. Dragon now 18 seconds away. Team Secret. First time in this series, they got first Dragon of the game. And they are set up beautifully to get themselves another one.
And especially when that first Dragon is an Ocean Drake, when we're still in the laning phase, the extra regeneration that offers can actually go quite a long way in these extended situations where it's small trade, wait 30 seconds, go back in, small trade. So Team Secret, really feeling good about this one. G2's got to recalibrate. Patience. Patience is the name of the game. Scale, 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 and then scale a little bit more.
Absolutely.
You've got the Azir with a Yunara and a Lulu and a Trundle, and they are going to have to find a way to make this game go further, because it's now a 2,500 gold lead for Team Secret Wales. D-Ray stealing away the Azir ulti to try to buy enough time to get himself out of this one. Skumond, though, already has him subjugated. D-Ray is on the run. This is going to be a big shutdown if G2 can secure it.
Boy.
He is running away real quick. Skumond does not have any ranged damage. However, he could still throw out a pillar. D-Ray just wants to execute. Abscond over the wall.
He's gone, mate.
Skumond is trying to chase him. D-Ray's still on the run.
D-Ray, run.
He's just trying to... Is he going to actually try to escape? There's no way he tries. He wants to potentially turn it around. This is crazy mode. Flashes over the wall, but Skumond just walks through the gate. And it ends up being a play from D-Ray that was audacious, but it gets punished.
I mean, I loved it from D-Ray. I loved the fact that he was ready and said, you know, I think I can take this. I'll take this fight against the Trundle. Broken Blade has to commit his ulti, which means that he's then forced to TP back to top lane. Pun, though. Yeah, he overstayed his welcome.
Broken Blade TP's back to a Pun that is very low health and completely out of mana. Broken Blade is now, though, met with his toe, and that's a Mundo! Pun tries to get out, but Broken Blade knocks him down. Surely the Shen will fall here, but he has already taken one with him. His toe has the Does he have the red buff on the Mundo? I can't see
Well,
the
hang
brushes.
on.
No, he doesn't. Okay, Broken Blade, honestly, great moves from Broken Blade to secure the kill. He doesn't die to the enemy jungler. Well played for G2.
Yeah, nice side steps coming through from him. He knew that the auto attacks from Mundo weren't really going to do much, so he just had to keep sidestepping the Qs, and he's able to do it. Pun overstayed top lane with the intention of getting as much gold and as many plates as possible, knowing that Broken Blade was going to take a while to get back to top. Broken Blade committed his TP, though, and he's able to trade back a kill. Now, he's close to level 11, and the game is in a very interesting spot. Caps, you got to be careful there, bro.
Yeah, D-Ray just jumps in after him, nearly gets the solo kill, but now Skewmon wants to get one back. It's Subjugate for Subjugate, and this time, it's not good enough to keep D-Ray alive. Caps provides the extra damage to make sure that D-Ray can't drain tank it. G2 again with an outplay, and once more, the Team Secret Whales gold lead that was over 2,500 earlier is now down to only 700.
Klaus, I'm not going to lie. I do feel... Hang on a minute. Broken Blade, you good? I mean, no, he's not. He's limping.
No,
he's bleeding.
He broke his leg up here in top
yeah,
lane.
I mean, Pun does not have a real weapon, but he's making this one work pretty nicely. I feel like Skewmon in this game is like, there are many fires going on the Rift right now.
Oh, yeah.
And I have to keep it. Look, he's on his wolves, and Captain's like, no, I've got this. No, I've got this. It's all good. Don't got this anymore. Need a bit of help. Skewmon arrives just at the right time, connects the pillar, flashes into the queue, and the Sand Soldier's there to pick it up. Cap's able to secure that kill. D-Ray oversteps ever so slightly, but I understand why he's feeling confident to go for that play.
Yeah, D-Ray going from 4-1-0 on this Sylas down to 4-3-0. So 2 unanswered deaths with no kills or even assists of his own between those. That gold lead he had of nearly 1,000 just for himself is practically eliminated at this point, as Skewmon again will look for an opportunity. This time onto BA. Onsama free firing, but only takes about half of the enemy support's HP. 1.5 minutes till the next Drake spawns. That's what I want to keep my eye on. Everything that gets expended from now until then, there is a decent opportunity. If we're using ultimates, they might not be ready again for the Drake. If we're using summoner spells, they absolutely won't be ready again for the Drake. And remember that it's Team Secret Whales who already have the first 2. So G2 would really like to stop this stacking if they can. Rift Herald now also spawning onto the map, so we'll see where the objectives pull the teams to.
I mean, with these first items finished across the board, you have to be most wary of the Jax, I feel. That Trinity Force being finished is a scary thing to be looking at, as Cap's in a lot of danger.
Yep, does get stunned up by the counter-strike, but here comes Stand United. This one could get messy. D-Ray is already ready to jump in, though. He's got the Stand United of his own, but he might just drop the Broken Blade. One more auto attack's going to do it, but he gets pulled away to safety. Pun now also very low, but a nice death sentence coming up from BA. The MVP of this fight is the Thresh, as Broken Blade almost dies, but he still gets away. You gotta be kidding me. Nobody died on either side?
HP bars were blinking.
We're not done.
TP back, he's back in!
We're not done. D-Ray's coming back around. He sees all these low health bars and he will not allow them to escape. He wants to go after the Trundle. He needs to get the abduct and he lands it. Skewmon is down and that's the enemy jungler. So now Team Secret Whales will go after the Rift Herald. This series is delivered. I know that G2's up 2-0, but we are getting some crazy gameplay on the Rift, Vedius.
Love the use of the TP once again from D-Ray. This man is what I would describe as fight-focused.
Okay.
Because in the midst of that fight, he is thinking about, how do I get back into the fight? And with that TP available, you know the Pun shares that ideology, because we saw it in Game 2 multiple times. They lose HP, go back to base, TP back in, ready for round 2. Caps gets initiated on a 2v1. Shen ulti is mirrored by the Sylas, turning it into a 2 versus 3 as Skewmon rushes to get over here. Caps has to disengage. Broken Blade looks like he's going to get the kill. Whoa, one more auto would have been enough, but the shield from BA keeps him alive. And again, look at the minimap. Pun and D-Ray both going back to base saying, boys, I got TP. And he's like, I got it too. Ready to rejoin the fray. Skewmon overstays, and it ends up being a nice pickup with the Herald as well.
Yeah, they secure the Herald after the fight, but you can see here in the picture-in-picture, it is G2 going after the Dragon themselves. They'll secure that one, but they've got to make sure they can escape afterwards. Okay, so soul stacking is stopped. Your Coinbase gold grind popping up right now, talking about our AD carries. Remember, we'll be looking at them more and more as the clock ticks forward, considering these are both hyper carries, but we have what could be a dive here as his toe. Okay, Histo should have gave somebody else the keys. He was not fit for driving. He had a little bit too much Mundo juice, and that was just not the play he wanted.
Yeah, I mean,
nope.
So I've seen a play like that before, where they missed, but they got a knock up, and it turned into a crazy play. And so I thought, okay, maybe there's something that I don't see. Maybe Histo has a play in mind, a line that I just can't comprehend, and I still don't comprehend it. Escumon now goes to top lane.
Yeah, we can see Pun looking for the solo kill into Broken Blade, but you can't go for solo kills against Scumon. He is a firefighter through and through.
Absolutely.
And he brings the hose top lane, as now Eddie down to 400 HP. Hans in the same place, as neither one of our 80 carries will fall.
You know how sometimes, and when I say sometimes, I mean all the time, pro players will check how much damage is done after the screen?
Yeah.
I feel like both these teams are just farming that graph specifically.
You just want that bar to go further.
Oh my goodness, because they are just scrapping non-stop. I absolutely love to watch it. But this is exactly what we expected from Team Secret coming in. We knew that they were an aggressive team. We didn't get to see it as much in Game 1, but Games 2 and Game 3, they are delivering. And the goal lead is in their favor. The next big fight really could swing either way, and I think it's going to be a big determining factor, because when we think about the scaling, I do give a slight edge to G2 simply because they're running both Azir and Yunara, but the outplay potential that's possible with both a Jax and a Sylas with a good flank can be enough to completely swing a game by itself.
So we do have small advantages for the side of Team Secret Wales in both the gold and the Drakes, but I do want to see how well that macro skill of G2 will make up for it, since we are now just about 20 minutes into the game, 30 seconds on the clock until Baron spawns. And remember back to game number 1, where G2 were completely dominant. They secured the Baron 21 minutes into the game. Both top laners really committing once again for those damage bars like we were talking about. Pun hits the counter-strike, a little bit more damage. You might kill him, no, Broken Blade! With the outplay in the 1v1, he's down to 100 HP, but the power of Spirit's Refuge, the ability to dodge the auto attacks, means that Pun can't do it. And the 5-2-1 Shen, who got solo killed in the top lane back at level 4, is now having a great impact on the game.
He did get a lot of help to get to this
That's
point.
fine. It's a team game,
that
is.
is. But the Spirit's Refuge, like, as an observer, like, I don't quite see. In my head, it's like on right now, but it ends up popping right here. So he blocks 2 auto attacks. The flash from Pun, the timing from Broken Blade, and look at how frustrated he is. Oh, he was so close. We're back in the action.
We're already back into the action now as Histo's down to half HP. Scumon in the middle of everybody, but he's already got the Wild Growth staying alive for now. Pun looking to pressure into the back line as Scumon is down to 100 HP, but Scumon stays alive and Pun's the one who dies. Broken Blade is dominating as D-Ray gets shuffled into the middle of the fight, but Caps and D-Ray both die. Now it's a double kill back over to Broken Blade as he looks for Eddie. Got to be a little bit careful though. The Gravitum is ready to go. BA with the flash over the wall as Broken Blade still your target. Scumon coming in here for the chomp. Looks for Eddie and they got him. G2 taking even more of the fight. Scumon is unafraid of Histo. He continues looking for more as Hansama picks up BA, and G2 gets themselves an ace for 1.
Straight out of a replay into an ace. G2 swing the entire game their way. Broken Blade even picking up a double kill in the back of that fight. It seems to be a contest over the blue buff. The Shen ult comes in quick, ready to help Scumon, who's chasing down Histo. These 2 Titan junglers barely able to die. But then Pun commits deep. He's so close to getting a kill onto Scumon or Hans, but can't quite finish it off as a nice taunt comes through. A good ultimate from Caps, but it ends up costing his life as it's a trade of mid laners. Broken Blade then finds himself in a sticky situation. A flash over the wall from BA makes them think they can get the kill, but the double taunt allows for Scumon to come in, get the cleanup, and secure an ace for G2.
Man, that right there, I feel like we've had so many fights in this game, so many fights that you feel like should be, oh, that's the fight that'll define the game. And this is, if it wasn't this game, I would say that's the fight that will define the game. But this is now the largest lead that we've seen either team have thus far at 3,000 gold for G2. Broken Blade continuing to have that pressure now in the side lane. He's got the Titanic plus the Dusk and Dawn completed. So
he did this in the finals as well. And I mean, it's working out for him in terms of the skirmishing power.
Yep, and G2 has also now equalized the Drake count, picking up their second Cloud Drake, tying those up at 2-2. There is no danger thus far in terms of soul for either team, so everybody's kind of chilling on those. You can see total gold on the left side of your screen. It's both AD carries that have the most. They've been farming up a storm. They're nearly dead even. Hans Sama 1 minion ahead of Eddie, but now it's already swung back the other way. Infinity Edge completed for the Aphelios, plus the Stormrazor and the Executioners to cut some of the healing, particularly on Skumond, I would think. Meanwhile, Hans has the Kraken plus the Fiend Hunter bolts, which is so good on these ultimate reliant AD carries. But now that the tier 1 turret dies in the top lane, D-Ray finds himself overextended. His toe's coming up to try to help him, but Mundo doesn't have any hard CC to assist in these situations, so Caps just picks up another kill. It's a 4,000 gold lead now for G2.
And I will say, I really do think that Skumond has been the quiet standout in this game. Through all of the chaos, he's provided that stability. He's saved his laners countless times, and now he's threatening the Baron as Team Secret is forced to respond.
All right, they've got no mid laner. They got to figure out how to deal with this, but his toe's already nearly killed. Even as the Mundo, he stays alive a little bit longer, but he still dies at the end of the day, and Eddie falls next. Pun's in the middle of everyone, but that's not where he needs to be. He can't even get the kill on LeBron. The Lulu lives with 15 health. G2 are going to kill everybody except Lebrov, and now Skumond and Caps will two-man the Baron, while Hans Sama and Lebrov push that mid lane turret themselves. Broken Blade just going to make sure that that wave stays pushed, making his way towards the tier 2. Hans moves over towards the Baron. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now once again a G2 game.
Bro, I never realized how obnoxious Shen is for Aphelios. Red, white, don't fight, don't care when you can block every single auto attack. Look, he's doing no damage. It's all blocked. Broken Blade is making fun of this Aphelios as he can do nothing but watch as all of his attacks are blocked. D-Ray now in danger as he is forced to back away. The Baron secured by G2, a 7.5k gold lead. Team Secret have put up a valiant fight in this series, but unfortunately it has not been enough.
And since the last time we saw him, Broken Blade has now completed another item. Yes, it's a thrift store item. It's made for supports, but that's fine. It's still another full item from when we last checked in. The Bandle Pipe's done for the Shen. This pick has just worked wonders for G2. Despite the early blunder in the lane, it has recovered wonderfully with the help of the team. And now G2, with their 8,000 gold lead, with their Baron buff for the next 2 minutes, are looking to form a split push threat. It's a 4-1 split with everybody except for Broken Blade forcing their way into the base here in the bottom lane. The first inhibitor turret already gone. Yeah, nothing's stopping him. Pun is still split pushing in the top side. G2 have already found their first inhib, and you can see Broken Blade walking all the way over there. Now he's going to answer Pun. Tier 2 turret is already down, but the Jax is afraid of the Shen. Even in open territory, no structure to protect him. Pun does not want anything to do with this Shen. Yeah, you can see how much damage he does just dashing in, getting the Dusk and Dawn. Look at the damage! Shen is a true ninja, and he puts a dagger between Pun's ribs. The damage of Titanic plus Dusk and Dawn is nothing to scoff at.
Level 17 as well. Yeah, I mean, I think the Shen's online, Flowers. I think we can say with safety.
Shen's got control over the game. Broken Blade, that damage was absolutely nuts, man. This guy is a problem when he can't die to the enemy AD carry, and he does that much damage.
Like, I questioned his game. I did. You know, we criticized him for dying one. Oh, Eddie, you got it. Yeah, the flash was a wise
mandatory
choice.
Yep.
The Broken Blade committing the TP, still has the ulti ready. I mean, G2 getting a lot of value out of this Baron. Tower is falling one after the other. They've set their sights on the next inhibitor towers. 4-1. Once again, the setup. Shen ready with the ult. Azir ulti stolen away.
All right, 30 seconds remain on the Baron. Teleports coming in now, though, for Team Secret Wales. This is their final send to try to save their game state. Cap taking a ton of damage from Pun, but his toe and BA are also going to be knocked away from the fight. D-Ray in the middle of everybody, going golden here for a moment, trying to buy enough time, but Pun has run out of ammo, and Caps is able to fight him off all on his own. The Aphelios ulti doesn't find the result they're looking for. Meanwhile, Caps chasing after the enemy Jax. The arm guard will only buy him a moment. Stand United to guarantee that Caps wouldn't die there in the 1v1, and now that the enemy team has lost both solo lanes, G2 is looking to clean sweep the Vietnamese team. BA will not find a target with his death sentence. The Nexus turrets are about to crumble. First one's already down, and the top lane inhibitor will follow as Caps guarantees this one. Everybody left standing on Team Secret Wales, just trying desperately to defend. BA hits a death sentence, but Hans is unfazed. One more auto attack might take him down. Meanwhile, at least Caps is removed by Eddie, but now G2 are onto the Nexus. The respawns coming in from the Wales will not matter. G2 trying to get a couple of extra kills on the way out, but they'll clean sweep Team Secret Wales. It's a G2 3-0.
It was looking a little dicey at times, but Broken Blade's Shen clutched up. I think Skumond was the great stabilizer in that game to help the solo laners get back into it. But what a valiant effort from Team Secret. They delivered a super exciting series nonetheless.
Yeah, games 2 and 3 were a ton of fun. So many back and forth, so many wild fights. And I really like that you bring up Skumond again, because it's easy to praise Broken Blade by the end of the game when you're seeing how much value the Shen gets, how strong he is in the 1v1. But for me, the player of this game really was Skumond on the Trundle. He was the one making sure that all of these psychotic fights were going to not be a hemorrhage moment for G2. He saved countless moments across all 3 lanes, and I feel like his Trundle, if he was not as aware, as involved, as present as he was, it could have been so bad for G2.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I mentioned it multiple times, but again, I really want to enforce that he was just that consistent beacon that provided a level of stability, covering for his laners when they really needed it. He made that great gank on the top lane to bring Broken Blade back into the game. He was the one covering for Caps in the mid lane when D-Ray was threatening the dive. And ultimately, he was the one kind of leading the force in a lot of these team fights with the support of the Lulu and the Shen. At the end of the play, it was that Shen making those hero plays, but credits to Skumond and the team. G2 starting off this tournament with a convincing 3-0.
And especially considering, remember, first stand is only 7 days long. This tournament it's not like Worlds. We're not playing for a month straight here. So the Swiss stage is just win 2, you're through, lose 2, you're out.
Absolutely.
So every series just has so much weight on it. And for G2, especially coming in here, we even heard from Caps at the top of the day how he was saying, yeah, we missed out last year. We lost to KC. That didn't feel good. They ended up doing well. And we want to also have that same presence here at this tournament in 2026. Starting off with a win, and not just a win, but a clean sweep, has to feel good for this team.
Absolutely. Absolutely it does. But you know what? We've heard enough from us, so why don't we get a little bit more insight into the man in mid lane, Caps, standing down on stage.
Bom, para a gente conversar um pouquinho então sobre esse pós-jogo, eu estou aqui com o Caps. Vou começar parabenizando ele por essa vitória e também perguntar, ele foi muito dominante aqui nessa série e eu quero entender um pouquinho o que fez essa performance dele ser tão positiva e se foi a energia aqui do Brasil. So, first of all, congratulations for your winning.
Thank you.
I want to know, you are very dominant in this whole series, and what made your performance be so positive? Was the energy from Brazil?
For sure, yeah. I mean, thank you guys so much for the energy, right? It was very dominant at times. Other times, I think we made it a bit spicy, especially the third game. So thank you guys for keeping to cheer for us, even though the odds were looking a bit in our favor. But thank you.
Bom, ele falou que sim, que eles ficaram bem hypados com a energia do Brasil, que com certeza auxiliou eles um pouquinho. Ele sabe que eles deram uma derrapada, algumas derrapadas ali no começo do primeiro jogo, mas que a galera continuou torcendo e isso foi bem importante para eles conseguirem aí essa vitória nessa série. Minha segunda pergunta também vai ser sobre a primeira vez dele aqui no Brasil e como eles foram recebidos com muito amor, com muito apoio pelos fãs e como foi, né, de uma maneira geral essa estreia dele aqui no nosso stage. So, this is your first time in Brazil, right?
Yeah.
Yes. And you were received with a lot of love and support by the fans. How was the debut for you here in our stage this first time?
I mean, the stage is like insane. I think the stadium backside is very cool. There's like a lot of like figures. I really like the Yasuo one as well, and like the paintings on the wall. You can really feel the League of Legends, the vibes coming. And now standing in front of the crowd, I mean, you guys are awesome. There were high expectations, but you guys lived up to it. So I hope you can keep it up for next match. Thank you.
Bom, ele falou que a experiência de jogar aqui tem sido muito legal, que eles conseguem escutar o pessoal o tempo todo torcendo para eles. Então, é uma experiência diferente e que ele está muito feliz, agradeceu bastante o apoio das pessoas que estão aqui. O pessoal ainda está aqui batendo palma para eles, tá? E, bom, para a gente finalizar aqui, então, a minha próxima pergunta para ele vai ser: a G2 tem sido muito dominante na Europa em todos esses anos, mas os últimos internacionais eles não têm conseguido chegar até a grande final e eu quero entender o que ele está achando que está faltando para eles conseguirem ter esse resultado. So, D2 has been very dominant in Europe for all the last years, but in the last internationals, you still haven't managed to get to the grand finals. And I want to understand, what do you think that is missing for you to get this good result?
I mean, I definitely think we had like many things that we've been working on, but yeah, we've worked hard this split to try and learn some of the things from last Worlds and the other international tournaments as well. The games are still a bit bloody, a bit crazy, but I think that's kind of just our vibe this year, and so far it's been working out for us. Hopefully we'll continue to do so.
Bom, ele comentou que realmente nos últimos internacionais eles têm tido um pouquinho de problema, mas que, bom, o que é importante é que eles querem continuar se mantendo aqui para o resultado deles, se mantendo para esse estilo de jogo deles que é mais sangrento, que é mais agressivo, e ele espera que isso dê certo. E é isso, pessoal. G2, então, 3-0 em cima da TSW, da Team Secret Whale.
Thank you. Caps is here, 3-0. Yep. Crazy day as well. 8 games. I got confirmation from our stats. It's the most combined kills per game.
Yeah.
If the tournament ended today, that we've had ever at an international tournament. Previous record holder was MSI 2015, which is probably like the first one on record, because that was also a very first stand style tournament. It ran 1 week, only had 5 teams in Tallahassee.
In Tallahassee, my favorite one.
But
at
G2
won that one.
3-0, like a lot of people expected. I don't think in the way that a lot of people expected.
Yeah, I think there was a lot of back and forth in the game, and it also switched. You know, game 1, it felt like it was so much about the top side, and then game 2 was about the bot lane, kind of a little bit all over the place in that regard. And the Shen coming at that damage from the Shen, the 35,000, was just kind of insane.
35,000 damage, yeah.
Good luck to anybody in Solo, by the way.
We'll have Skumon joining us.
It looks like you're already ready. If you want to come on through, that's completely fine.
For our Verizon post-game interview, Skumon, right here, please. Congratulations. How did it feel? First game on stage?
Yeah, I mean, like, kind of weird games, honestly, I'm not gonna lie. But I'm definitely happy that we managed to win like all these games. I'm happy with the resilience, especially in game 2 and game 3. It didn't really start the best way possible, but yeah, we made it happen, so I'm really happy.
A question that I have for you, what did you expect? Because going into Vietnamese teams always going to be very scrappy. What did you expect going into the series, but also, like, how were you able to like refocus within the games to be able to notch a win?
Yeah, I mean, definitely, like, going against Team Secret Whales, it was like a big question mark. We didn't get to scrim them, or like we didn't really have any data besides like their stage games on in LCP.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, definitely they were playing like really aggressive, like in every lane, looking for like solo kills, looking to skill check you. But yeah, for us, I think like we are thinking a lot about how to actually get back into it and finding the good way to like team fight, I guess. And yeah, we made it happen both of these games, so that was nice.
I feel like a lot of your role this series was putting out fires in different lanes.
Yeah.
Do you feel like there's sort of someone who's louder, who's sort of calling for help more than the others? Who just like, which voice do you respond to quickest?
I mean, honestly, it kind of depends, right? I think like, yeah, it just depends on the situation, what champ we are playing, and like how bad the situation can look like. For example, on this last game when like BB was like on a pretty rough spot, I looked here for like a gank on level 6, my French came in, and yeah, I mean, it just looked good, and we kind of made it back into the game, so that was nice.
You're talking about how the games felt a little weird. This was actually an incredibly bloody game in terms of combined kills per minute. We have the stats for this actually. Even the first series seemed to be very similar in how crazy it was.
That's crazy.
This is kills per game, and then beside it is combined kills per minute. So every single game in your series, the one on the right, over 1, like anything over 1 is really crazy. Yeah. That game 2 at almost 1.2, you're talking about how you were communicating really well. Game 2 was kind of all about Han Sama, like whether or not he can stay alive. Just talk to me a bit more about what you had to plan out in that game.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it was a bit rough because like we were like talking about like how to get like the Olaf full threat since like he's just like immune to CC. It's a bit hard to like yeah, find a way to like teamfight properly. But we were like really focusing on like marking the flanks, especially like on Akali and Nefri, because like it's the only way to actually get into us directly, right? And yeah, I mean, we kind of didn't do it well before like the last fight, and they always got away to like either like Akali go into us, Nafri ult into us, but like on the last Nash fight, I think we used our CC properly, especially I think on the Galio W on Nafri, so
yeah,
he played pretty well.
And more of a question from like personally, how do you keep focus within games like these? Because like, especially if there's a lot of hectic comms, a lot of people are probably thinking about what went wrong in the previous fight. How do you find yourself to be able to lock back in?
Yeah, I mean, like, we just need, I mean, like, for me individually, I just, like, look to think about my role individually, what I want to do. For example, in that Aatrox game, just look to peel as much as I can for Ashe on these team fights. Or, like, maybe if I can find a W on Akali to reveal her, maybe it can be clutch.
Yeah.
But yeah, for everyone, I think it's just talking about, like, okay, what we did wrong in the last team fight and how we can make it better.
Okay.
I don't know how much you managed to catch of the earlier series, but BLG had a really close one, but came out ahead. How do you feel about going into that matchup against them?
Yeah, I mean, BLG against G2 is another one. It's going to be pretty hyped this time around.
A classic.
Yeah, because they got like Shunback and Viper. I think their roster is like probably like stronger than last year, so it's going to be definitely like a tough challenge for us. But yeah, I'm looking forward. I think it's going to be like an insane series, and hopefully this time around we'll be able to win.
Yeah, the like almost semi-annual G2 versus BLG game at this point. You guys play so often. Player of the game, we're going to do player game and player of the series. This last game was Broken Blade. Incredible bounce back from getting solo killed to then just hard carrying the game. He did about 35,000 damage on Shen, 1,287 damage per minute for Broken Blade.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Yeah, that's insane. Like, honestly, when like the early game started, I was like, okay, this one might be rough because like I'm not really like the kind of champ to help my teammates in the sense like when I'm playing Smundo, I really want to play for my tempo, and if he gets ahead on that regard, it's going to be a hard game. So I kind of was playing to just be fine on that regard. But yeah, I don't know. Like once he got like 2 kills, he really like destroyed him on the matchup. So I was really happy with that.
Yeah, and also our Oppo player of the series. If you can read the screen, you've been spoiled, but it's you. So congratulations. Let's go.
You've had honestly an incredible performance throughout all of LEC and now even here. Like kind of reflecting back on that, who would you give the biggest credit to, or like what would you say is the reason for your consistency?
I mean, kind of be answer, but like all of my teams, right? I think like we've been working really hard, players and stuff included, to like just get better as a team and look to just find a way to like bounce back, especially for like from like our like rough regular season in LEC.
Yeah.
And I mean, yeah, coming into playoff, I think we're like just a different team. I think we all like locked in like pretty hard, and I think we're on a pretty good form right now. So I'm really looking forward for what's gonna happen next.
Yeah, we also got a fan question for you. The whole studio was actually supporting G2. We asked before the game, only 2 people were supporting TSW.
Nice.
But let's hear the question.
I want to ask you, what do you think about the Brazilian energy? Everyone here is watch cheering for you, G2. And what do you think about playing against a biggest team like G2?
I mean, yeah, like the Brazilian crowd is like pretty insane. I'm not gonna lie, especially like when like there's not like, a lot of people in the studio, but like we're hearing you guys like really hard, especially when we are winning. So yeah, thank you for the support. Like it really means a lot. And yeah, like playing with G2, I mean, in this international tournament, just feels really nice again. I really want to prove myself because I don't think that I played really insane on the last international tournament. So yeah, I hope that I will be able to make you guys proud.
Yeah. Last question for you. I'd heard online that you guys had been adjusting to the Brazilian time zone for your sleep schedule, but then they made fun of me because it's only 4 hours.
Yeah, what's BS?
So, has it been an issue for you?
Not really, because like we were like already like starting to change our schedule even before we left to Brazil, so like back in Berlin. And yeah, thanks to like our performance coach Isma, I think we did like a great job to like actually arrive. Obviously, like the first day was like pretty hard, but like already like the second day when we were here, it felt like already like kind of nice.
Nice.
Yeah. Ox wants to make fun of you though, because it's like the late hour of 8:30.
Yeah, I think you know, Team Secret Wales maybe had a bit more adjustment.
Either way, congratulations on the game. Best of luck in the next round against BLG. Also, for the first series afterwards, Lord did catch up with Shun for that Verizon post-game interview.
Shun, thank you so much for joining me after this banger series. You dominated the first game, but then it went to 5 with Fearex coming back. So talk me through the series and what made it difficult from your point of view.
那首先恭喜你们获得这场 BO5 的胜利。其实你们第一场比赛是打的非常顺利的，但是很快感觉 BFX 他们也是打得有来有回，一直进行到第5把。所以说整体打完什么样的感受？你觉得什么因素使得这场 BO5 变得有点困难呢？
我觉得其实在第二局和第3局吧，我们其实在前中期是手握很大优势的，然后在越塔还有一些小角色上其实有点莽撞了，反而应该稳一点。稳一点的话，我觉得在第2、3局是很有机会直接赢下比赛的。
I think in both game 2 and 3, we got enough lead in the early game, but unfortunately in the tower dives, we made some mistakes here and there in the small team fights, and after that we just lost the game. So if we just try to have the safer plans inside the game, maybe we can just end it up the game.
Play it safer, but also you and the rest of the team arrived to Brazil 3 days ago only, and it was a really, really long travel for you guys especially. So what is the impact of jet lag and also not having so much time to prepare ahead of first stand?
那其实像你们的话，因为也是比较长途跋涉的，然后来到巴西，然后参与到全球先锋赛，可能有些选手也是可能3天前才刚到达，所以说整体比如说时差呀，或者说倒时差各种各样的因素，会不会让整个的一个准备变得有些困难？整体的准备是怎样的呢？
整体其实我来这边，我觉得我个人方面状态来说的话是挺舒服的，因为睡觉还有吃的其实都还可以。然后，在训练方面的话，我觉得就是可能时间比较少吧，然后就通过比赛去实践出来到底什么阵容好，或者是在运营上或者一些英雄版本选择上会幸好赢下来了。
So personally speaking, I feel quite comfortable here because I sleep well and eat well. Everything's good for me. Yeah,
that's nice to hear.
And yeah, definitely we don't have enough time maybe to really do the scrims or the practice. But you know, the on-stage game is the best. We can use the on-stage tournament to actually practice more and to to do some experiment to explore the meta, what champions like what drop, what kind of strategies could work for us.
And talking a bit more about you, you're back at BLG. We went full circle. You're back with the team, but how different is the team dynamic this time around compared to when you were playing with them previously?
那其实今年轩也是再一次的重新回到了 BLG， 你觉得可能和之前相比，今年的这个 BLG 大家整体的一些化学反应，或者说一些磨合，会有哪些不太一样的地方呢？
今年的话，我觉得对于 BLG 来说和我自己来说是一个全新的开始吧。然后，在整体磨合，我觉得大家其实已经在慢慢变得越来越好了。然后不管是我们的打中下野，或者是一些配合角色上也慢慢在变得更好。
So both for BLG and for me personally, we treated this year as a brand new start. And also we're still working on the synergy, and I believe we'll just do better and better in the future. And we try to have more strategies inside the game, maybe play around the balling around the lower half of the map, and we try our best to just do better communications inside the game and just try our best.
All right, looking forward to seeing this new version of BLG here, I guess. As you can see, there's been a lot of support for you throughout the day, and this fan especially was believing in you during this entire series. So I want to ask you, do you have a question for Shun?
Yeah, I have one question
Yeah?
for Shun. I want to ask you, what do you feel about the Brazilian energy?
Brazilian energy and the fans.
那其实在现场有很多支持你们的粉丝朋友们，然后包括说旁边的这位哥，他也是一直在为你们欢呼加油的粉丝朋友，所以说他也想问你，来到这个场馆，在现场有没有怎么样的感受到属于巴西的能量？
我觉得在这个场馆其实大家非常的热情，然后整体都非常的欢乐，然后我在打的时候也感觉很激情。
So I must say, in the arena, I can really feel the passions and enthusiasm from the fans. They are yelling and cheering, and I can really feel the high vibe even I was playing on the stage.
Amazing. Do you want to say thank you in Portuguese?
要不要说一下谢谢？
Obrigado.
Yay! Thank you to the fans. Thank you so much for your question. 谢谢. Thank you so much for the help, Wendy. And BLG advances to the next round.
There it is. Hey, best takeaway I got from Shun. He was practicing on stage. That's why I went to 5 games.
5 games, more practice.
Exactly.
It makes sense.
What was G2 thinking? They're not going to be practiced enough to
That's
beat
kind of
BLG.
messed up from G2. They need to actually work. They need to think it through.
Speaking of which,
more games.
That's an update for the bracket. The first 4 teams played today. The next 4 teams are going to play tomorrow. We're going to pull up the bracket right now. So this means BLG G2 in the qualification match. Winner of that goes through into top 4. Loser of that will drop down to lower bracket, where currently BFX and TSW will play. Loser being eliminated from first stand.
Yeah, it feels really bad to just lose 2 series in a row and immediately go home. So definitely those 2 hunting for that first win. And yeah, this is the other group, the other side that we will see playing tomorrow.
Yeah, Genji, JDG, that's up first. Afterwards, Lion versus Loud.
Yeah, that's going to be a fun one.
I'm not sure what the hope level is after America's Cup for Loud. Is it pretty high?
Okay, let's calm down.
Interesting. We'll see. I have some prep for tomorrow.
He has some thoughts. No.
I have some thoughts. I'm going to save it for tomorrow before the series, though. But I look forward to the passion tomorrow between Loud and North America.
And every time I doubt JDG, they deliver, unfortunately.
Okay.
So we'll see what happens there. That could be a long series.
I think Genji's going to smash them.
Okay,
I agree. Okay, we'll see. That's it for us. We'll be back tomorrow, 9 a.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. CEST for Genji versus JDG, followed by Loud and Lion. See you then.
He's just getting full zoned, and Knight is...
And there is vision here as well, so Knight might just be able to solo kill him. The Raptors getting involved, and there is first blood for Knight. Just now, let's see whether Clear can get himself out of the way. The answer is... probably not, as there's the bonk, as he's immediately put into the bubble. The Molten Shield working out quite nicely, and Shun flashes away to keep himself alive, and there is first blood over to Knight. Young 80 carry, there's a Quadra, making a penta! He has the ulti down, that is so many stacks, and that's a flash needed from Knight.
Might be time to check your clocks, because it's looking like it's the year of Vicla. Around, and Diablo, though, as we're back to live.
Oh
looking
my
for
goodness,
1v2.
there's 3 people here, Diablo, what are we doing? Viper is still very scary. The Flash Wizard Advance comes in, the bailout, is it going to be enough? Yes, it is! Lit on fire as they realize that they've just got to go all in if they're going to win this, but there's first blood! Kellen gonna have to flash to get himself out of the way, but the heroic charge is going to be there, and Shun just lays the lollipop down. And will be able to do a bit of damage, but I don't think he's killing anyone, as BLG in 5 games will be able to take the first best of 5.
Going here with the Cataclysm. Broken Blade tries to get away, but one more Dragon Strike seals his fate.
Guys, I have the advantage for Dragon. Good job. Oh, you got Snyla. After 2 games, I will move. Hillsong. Hillsong, yeah. She's gripping. She's gripping. I kill him. Nice, we kill him. Slowly.
Considering these are hyper carries, but we have what could be a dive here as his toe. Okay, his toe should have gave somebody else the keys. He was not fit for driving.
Nice. Okay. We can. My pet for early, guys.
Back in your city, we back. I gotta get to it, he's back. I'm never no time to relax. I'm packing the stacks, you packing your bags. Game time. They about to step on a landmine. Dialed in like a landline. We on the way.
Oh my God! It's a massive grab! Wow!
Game time. They about to step on a landmine. We on the way.
Friends while you press record. If you really about to snipe it, you gon' need a sword. The pen is mighty Aphrodite, how you treat the score. That's hard to settle, golden medal, got you fighting lords. Gotta put the code to your fit. Ain't no need in that hit. I'm the captain and what's happening, I lean when I stand.